Okay, everybody. I didn't really give it very much time for the votes, but this is the one that ended up winning. Campfire Cooking in Another World of My Absurd Skill, Volume 1. Let us see what this is. Chapter 1. I got caught up in a hero summoning, but everything seemed incredibly shady, so I ran. All of a sudden, I was in a fantasy world of swords and magic straight out of medieval Europe. My name is Makoto Tsuyoshi, 27 and single. I'm just a humble salaryman living in the suburbs of Japan. If asked why I'm in a world such as this, it's because I was caught in a hero summoning ritual. I've read web novels to kill time, so I'm familiar enough with this trope as to be sick of it. But never in my wildest dreams did I think it would actually happen. Yeah, I don't think anybody would expect it to actually happen, to be honest. It'd be awesome, but I'm not going to expect anything like that to happen. And to think I'm not even the hero, I'm just collateral damage. This is no joke. The country that held this hero summoning ceremony was a place named the Kingdom of Rage Seeger. Even though there were supposed to be 3 people summoned, 4 people showed up, so the higher-ups in the brim all made troubled faces. Although the ones who were most troubled by this were the people who were suddenly whisked away into another world. In other words, us. I mean, they're coming at us and calling us heroes all of a sudden. I had already caught on to the fact that this was another world because I've been reading all those web novels, though. To be honest, I get my hopes up just a little because they were calling me hero, but those hopes were dashed pretty quick. Right after we were summoned, they immediately had our statuses appraised with the magic tool. In the job column of our statuses, everyone other than me, they were all wearing school uniforms, so I think they were all high schoolers, had hero from another world written down. But I was a victim from another world. What the heck? That's so mean. On top of that, all their stats, like HP and MP, were between 700 and 800, while my stats were only about 100. Even so, those numbers apparently were above average for this world, so I was told that I was at least somewhat powerful. But not in comparison. But my stats clearly didn't measure up to theirs, so that fact was no consolation at all. The number of skills I had was no comparison to those 3 either. Including skills we all had like appraisal and item box, they all had stuff that shocked the higher-ups that were there, like holy sword skill, or holy spear skill, or even sacred magic. And on top of that, they all had the skills for elemental magic like fire, water, earth, wind, sacred, lightning, and ice. They were the definition of overpowered. Compared to them, I only had the unique skill Online Supermarket. My immediate reaction was, no, what the hell kind of skill is that? I mean, I know what an online supermarket was. I owned online supermarkets a lot. But it's a skill, you know? A skill? There ought to be something more magic-like or something, no? I mean, can't you learn skills in this world? Surely you can learn something to add to that to make it better. I'm assuming that he can make essentially anything he wants with that skill or something, or buy anything he wants with no I don't know. The people of this other world had no idea what the skill was, and the 3 of the heroes with the hero job all laughed at me. So thanks to this unique skill, I was immediately branded as useless. Even so, there was no doubt I was summoned to this world with the hero summoning ceremony, so I was able to participate in the audience with the king, but what he said was shady as all heck. According to the king, the Demon King frequently attacks his country because he wants to conquer it. They've somehow managed to stall him for now, but they have no idea how long they'll be able to keep the status quo. The kingdom's people are suffering under these continued conditions. With those feelings, they had no choice but to rely on the ancient ritual of hero summoning. It's a selfish wish after summoning us here at their convenience, but they want us to somehow save this country. They don't know of a way to return us back to our world here in this country, but the Demon King might know of a way, as he has lived a long life and is extremely skilled at magic. Well, it was that kind of excuse. There was clearly something going on here, especially them putting off responsibility for returning us to our world for later. Also, the king said that this country was in dire straits, but the people here had none of that grimness about them. Not only that, but the king was a very obese old man, and he was wearing a gemstone-studded, gaudy as all heck mantle that screamed, "Just how much money did you put into this?" And sitting next to the king, his wife, and their daughter beside her are both wearing flashy dresses that put on display just how they're living in the lap of luxury. So, if not even the royal family is in dire straits, then this isn't as dire a strait as they think, or it hasn't reached them. It's just the people that are in dire straits. The royal family, expressing grief over the state of their people, put forward an appearance like they're indulging in every luxury they can. Putting together all these observations, I came to the conclusion that this is one of the no good types of otherworldly summonings. Even though they called us heroes, in the end we'll probably just be used conveniently by the country like being sent out in wars to expand the country's territory. Moreover, I wasn't even a hero, so I probably can't expect to be treated well. In the worst case, I might even be executed. I decided it would be best if I left the castle as soon as I could. That's why, at the time, I acted as humble as I could and said this. Seeing as how I'm not a hero, I'd only be causing everyone trouble by remaining here. Doing that would rid me of guilt, so if I could just have enough money to live during the 2 or 3 months it would take me to find employment, I'd like to leave and live on my own. And just as I expected, they gave me 20 gold coins and tossed me out of the castle with the haste of someone getting rid of a nuisance. And so we've come to the present, with me walking around the streets of the capital. I had no idea if 20 gold coins was a lot or nothing at all. But at any rate, I'd been given enough money for me to live at least for a while. I thought to myself, I need to hurry up and learn more about this world, starting with the value of currency, don't I? And then I'll need to leave this country as soon as possible. With the king like that, I can't imagine this country is a good place to be, and I don't think anything good will happen to me if I stay either. Okay, with that decided, let's hurry up and take action. As capital resembled a town out of medieval Europe, I started off by calling out to some children who were idling about on the street nearby. Hey, do you guys have some time? I just arrived from way out of the country, so I'm not really familiar with this place. I'll treat you to some skewers from the stall over there, so can you teach me some stuff? They were wary of me at first, but they couldn't win against their stomachs, and so they eventually agreed. I bought the children 2 skewers each and listened to what they told me. The first thing I asked them about was the value of the currency here, which one could argue was the most important thing to learn, and came to these conclusions based on what they said. 1 iron coin is 10 yen. 1 copper coin is 100 yen. 1 silver coin, 1,000 yen. 1 gold coin, 10,000 yen. 1 large gold coin, 100,000 yen. 1 platinum coin, 1,000,000 yen. The skewers I treated the children to were 5 iron coins each. If a family of 4 had 6 gold coins, they could probably live off of that for at least a month. I also heard of the existence of the adventurers and merchants guilds, which weren't attached to any country. Both of these were basically mainstays of any fantasy novel, and that belonging to either of those guilds would make moving from country to country or town to town smooth. Basically, it would lessen the cost of doing so. If one had a form of identification, not from either the adventurers or merchants guilds, or no form of identification at all, those from rural areas or children living on the streets often didn't have any of these, one would get taxed when trying to get into countries or cities they're in. This kind of stuff is common in this genre. I also asked about this country, and I heard that while the conflict with the demonic race was real, apparently this country was the aggressor. Okay. The stated reason was to destroy the demons that cause harm to humans, but in the end their real aim was to demon folks' land. This country has also been making suspicious moves toward the neighboring human-led countries too. So people have been leaving the country little by little for a while now. The children also told me that they were orphans whose parents had died in the war. These children knew more than I expected. Apparently they see and hear a lot because they take on a lot of menial jobs to earn money to live. Orphans are really tough. Well, I mean, they have to be. Anyway, I plan to stay at an inn tonight and leave the capital tomorrow. I heard from the children that there's a stagecoach that goes to a town called Kiels, which lies on the border to another country every day. So I was set on riding that to get out of here. After that, I was going to cross the border and figure things out again from there. At any rate, getting out of Rage-Seeger Kingdom was the most important thing in order to do that. I need some funds, but I had an idea for that. I also already had the 20 gold coins I was given from the country. They probably gave me a bit more than was necessary because they were feeling a little sorry that they summoned me in a fashion like a pseudo-kidnapping. Well, it's convenient for me that this shady country gave me this much. Let's live off these funds for a while, I thought. I arrived at an honest and moderately priced shop for clothes that was recommended by these children. I came because I was still in the suit I was wearing when I was summoned, so I was stuck out like a sore thumb. I bought a dully colored shirt and brown pants so I'd match these people walking the streets. The clothes were more expensive than I expected at 7 silver coins, but I managed to get the store to buy my suit wife shirt, and bag for 3 gold coins, so I made a net profit of 2 gold and 3 silver coins. I considered putting the writing implements, documents, smartphone, and other small accessories I had into my item box, but I didn't know how the existence of the item box would be treated in this world, so I probably shouldn't show it so easily to others. There were cases in the novels I'd read where the item box was treated as an extremely valuable skill, after all. Thankfully, the store owner threw in a cloth shoulder bag for free, so I put my stuff inside that. My shoes were probably fine as well. Before I left, I made sure to ask for a moderately priced inn nearby. He recommended an inn 3 buildings over, so I headed toward it. The inn the store owner recommended was 4 silver coins for a night's stay with meals. After dinner, I returned to my room and checked everything that needed to be checked. First up, status open. Name, Tsuyoshi Makoto. Age 27. Job, victim from another... I still find that so sad and kind of funny at the same time. Level 1. Only level 1! Who knows what to be when you're level 5, but then again, what about those guys? I feel bad for them. They're gonna be used and abused. HP 100. MP 100. Attack 78. Defense 80. Agility 75. Skills, appraisal, item box. Unique skill, online supermarket. Is there a way to appraise your skills? Like, find out what it does? Just like they had told me at the castle when I chanted status open, an opaque window appeared in front of me with my status on it. Apparently, only summoned heroes with the appraisal skill, although I'm not a hero, can check their statuses at any time. According to them, normally women have to check their status using an appraisal magic tool at a town's guild branch or temple. Oh yeah, they were bragging something about how the magic item for confirming statuses was something the magic tool craftsmen from their country poured their blood, sweat, and tears into developing, weren't they? I decided to turn my thoughts to my own skills. Well, leaving that aside, they also said that around 70 is the average for people in this world, so I guess I'm just a little stronger than most people. The skills, appraisal, and item box are shared between all of the people that are summoned, so that must be something like a perk of the ritual. It seems like the item boxes of the summoned always have a high capacity, and while I was at the castle, I overheard someone saying that there was a legend of a past hero putting in over 1,000 monsters in their box. Damn. I was also told that those summoned are able to understand this world's language from the moment they arrive. That also probably falls into the perks of summoning. I mean, it's a cliche of other world stories, after all. The biggest problem was my unique skill, online supermarket. I know what an online supermarket is. As a type to want to hole up in his house over the weekends, I've used them a lot. I don't hate cooking, so back then I would cook from the ingredients I ordered and eat while watching the dramas I'd recorded, or else spend time drinking beer and reading all the web novels I could find. That was my routine on days off. But the question is, how do I use this skill? Online supermarket. Nothing happened when I chanted the name. Then what if I touch it? When I touch the words on my status screen, the window changed. It's literally just an online supermarket site. It was the exact same site I often used to use. For now, I'll put a 500 milliliter bottle of water costing 8 iron coins and 2 sweetbreads costing 1 copper coin each into the cart. Apparently, the prices reflected their pricing in Japan. When I tried to check out, though, it said there's not enough remaining credit. Please add more funds. A square frame appeared under the notice, so it's telling me to add funds. Do I just put the coins in here? When I hesitantly brought a silver coin close to the frame, it sucked up the coin on its own, and as soon as I finalized the purchase, silver particles of light gathered before my eyes and gradually formed a shape. It was the cardboard box the site used when delivering orders. Once I opened the box, I found the water and sweetbread I ordered inside. Ooh, this is going to be useful! Back then, I thought those important people working for the kingdom didn't know anything about my unique skill, other than that it wasn't a skill for battle, and the heroes that were with me laughed. But this is actually a good skill that'll be quite useful. They could have had you out doing supplies. They could have given you money for supplies, and you could have brought supplies for the war effort and stuff, if he had stuck around. But yeah, this could be helpful no matter where he goes. As long as I have money, I'll have no problems with food, and I can probably even earn the money I would need for that with this somehow. It's not overpowered like being a hero, but with this skill I can probably become very rich in this world. According to the information I got from those children, salt is expensive in any country that isn't next to the ocean, and spices such as pepper or sweets are only for nobles and the like. I could use my skill to buy lots of salt, pepper, or sugar at the prices I used to buy them in Japan, and then I can go and sell them at high prices here in this world. If I did that, it should amount to quite the profit. If I looked around carefully, there should be other products that would bring profit. Online supermarkets these days stock daily necessities as well as food, after all. Because of that, I would like to register with the Merchants Guild, but doing so in this country would probably be a bad move. If by some chance they realize they can make money off my skill, there would be a real possibility that this kingdom would start interfering with me. If I was going to register, I should do it in the next country over. Anyway, it all starts tomorrow. Let's hurry up and get away from this town and then cross the border. I'll probably won't be able to sleep in a bed for a while after tonight, seeing as how I'll be on the road. To sleep in order to be ready for tomorrow. After I ate breakfast, I left the inn. As I headed over to where the stagecoach would be stopped, I checked on the fee and departure time. The fee seemed to be 1 gold coin, and it would take around 4 days to get to Kales. There was still time until the coach was set to depart, so in the meantime, I went to prepare 4 days' worth of food and a weapon just in case something went wrong. Of course, using online supermarket in front of people would be a bad idea, and in the case that item box is a rare skill, there would be a chance of an uproar, so I probably shouldn't use that either. I bought a water skin, jerky, black bread, as well as a slightly large knife. With this, I was ready. All that was left was to ride the stagecoach and get away from this capital. Other than me, there was a middle-aged peddler, a young married couple and their 2 children, and a woman in her mid-30s riding in the stagecoach. There was also a party of 4 adventurers guarding the coach. Well, makes sense. From when we departed, I started talking a little with the peddler who was sitting next to me. "Are you going to Keel's to sell something?" I started off with harmless small talk. "Yeah, I managed to get some soap from a certain source, you see. I was thinking of getting a firm I know in Keel's to buy it off me." "Oh, soap, is it? So this world has it too?" So after a lengthy discussion, I learned that apparently soap does exist, but it was something only nobles use. When selling to a noble, a bar of soap went for around 3 silver coins. When I tried to indirectly bring up the subject of item boxes, I learned that nobles and large trading companies would hire people with the skill. It was said that people with the item box skill are about 1 in 1,000. But it seems the size of it depends on the person's MP, so if one didn't have at least a fairly large item box, they wouldn't be able to get hired by said nobles or companies. No matter how small your box is, it should be at least 3 times bigger than what I can carry with this wooden back rack that I have, so from my point of view, anyone with an item box is someone to be jealous of. Saying that, the peddler laughed. "I see, so the item box skill does exist among people, even if it's rare. As long as I pretend that my item box capacity is small, it should be fine to use," I thought. If I was to become a merchant, having the appraisal skill would be a great boon, wouldn't it? I was able to ask about item boxes, so I tried bringing up appraisal in the same way. That's something every merchant dreams of, but that's something that only summoned heroes from another world who only exist in fairy tales can use. Although I do think that it's not heroes who should have that skill, but merchants. Appraisal, it's the dream of any merchant, no? Even without the appraisal... Hang on, let me just make sure. Even without the appraisal skill, it would be nice if the appraisal tool became more widely available. People find them sometimes in ancient ruins, but they're so expensive your eyes will pop out of your head. So only countries or guilds are able to obtain them. Woo, that was close. I couldn't help but sigh of relief in my head, so appraisal is something only summoned heroes have, and magic tools with appraisal also exist, but they're so expensive that it's impossible to own one privately. It seems they only rarely come out of ancient ruins, or in other words, highly dangerous, difficult dungeons. So of course there wouldn't be a lot of them. It was good that I asked, so now I know that there's basically no chance that I would ever get appraised. While we were talked about this and that, I eventually found out that the peddler was also aiming to cross the border. He leaned over and told me a secret in a whisper. This country's become pretty suspicious lately, you know. It would have been out of the question if I had a family, but luckily I'm single, so I'm thinking of getting out of this country early. There's rumors that they might close their borders soon after all. Closing their borders, I thought. This country is dangerous as all heck. It's a good thing that I gave up on this country early and decided to move. On the way to Keel's, monsters like goblins and wolves appeared, as I would expect from a fantasy world of swords and magic. Monsters do exist here, but the adventurers guarding us defeated them without trouble, so the ride went smoothly. When we arrived at Keel's, I headed to where the old peddler told me the stagecoach for crossing the border would be. No way. At the station, a notice saying stagecoach service is currently on hold was displayed. What do you mean on hold? Is this what the peddler meant by closing their borders? But if that's really the case, would the town really be this calm? At any rate, I needed more information. I headed over to a restaurant where a lot of adventurers that had probably been to many different countries gathered so I could fill my stomach while I was at it. I took a seat at the bar and called out to a group of 2 adventurers who just happened to be sitting next to me. "Hey, you guys have a moment?" "Sure, what do you need?" "I'm actually just arrived here a little while ago, so there's a few things I'd like to know." I promptly waved the barkeep down while it bought the 2 some ale. While I did that, the adventurers happily said, you know your stuff, and promptly started talking. I see. So stopping the stagecoach is in order to help stop the flow of people leaving. Yeah, the population decreases, so does the number of soldiers and then the amount of taxes. Right now it's just the stagecoaches, but they might really shut down the border eventually. Even though this country is already warring with the demon folk, it seems they're planning on starting a war with the kingdom of Marvel too. Right. It's only a matter of time before war breaks out. It might have been because they have some liquor in them, but the two adventurers were very talkative. The country of demon folk borders this country's northern end, while the kingdom of Marvel is in the west. My plan was to head to the kingdom of Venom to the southeast. We're also planning on saying goodbye to this country soon. Hunting monster suits us more than fighting in a war, you know. You should leave as soon as you can, too. That's what he's planning. I'd have left this country already if I could have, but if a monster appeared on the road, there would be nothing someone like me who was just a little stronger than average could do about it. It seemed to be a significant problem, but as I looked at the adventurers, it came to me. Why don't I just make a request to the Adventurers Guild? It probably costs quite a bit of money, but there's no point in being stingy here. My first priority is to leave this country before they close the borders for good. I decided to put out a request to the Adventurers Guild to guard me while I crossed the border. The next morning... Well then, let's just go put out the request to the Adventurers Guild. The guild was facing the main street, and I found it immediately, but it was early in the morning, so the building was jam-packed. In a rather cliched development, I was stared at by the adventurers when I entered, but I tried to ignore them. I'm just here to post a request, I swear. If they realize I'm a client from my conversation with the clerk, nobody should mess with me. Probably. After I stood in line for a while, it was finally my turn. Excuse me, I'd like to make a request. A request, is it? What are you asking for, sir? I'd like to hire guards while I cross the border into Venom. Also, I don't have a carriage, so the journey will be on foot. This is my first time putting out a request. How much should I pay for a job like this? An escort mission on foot, yes. For that kind of request, you'll need at least a C-rank party or above. And on top of that, it'll be on foot, so it'll take quite a while. At the very least, you should probably offer 7 gold coins. While I was thinking to myself that 7 gold coins would hurt my wallet quite a bit, the receptionist started talking again. However, because the stagecoaches have stopped we getting more of this kind of request. Taking that into account, a reward of 8 gold coins might be more appropriate. I see, because if the number of the same kind of request increases, adventurers will buy it at the one that pays more. But 8 gold coins? It honestly hurt me to pay that much, but you need to break eggs to make an omelet. There was really no choice. Understood. I'll pay 8 gold coins. Also, could you let them know I'll handle the food? From the receptionist's choice of words, it sounded like 8 gold coins might have been a tough sell, so I tried adding food onto the table. I don't hate cooking, and I did have that skill, so as long as I were to choose cheaper ingredients, it should be fine. Alright then, I'm in your care. Leaving reward money at the desk, I left the Adventurers Guild. The next day, I got called to the Adventurers Guild. When I arrived, I was surprised to find that my request had already been accepted. I didn't expect to have it accepted this fast, but I wanted to leave as soon as possible, so I was actually grateful. At the guild, I was introduced to the C-rank party, Iron Will. I'm the leader of Iron Will, Werner. Pleased to meet you. My name is Makoda, and the pleasure is all mine. Seems only nobles get family names, so in order to avoid suspicion, I only gave them my last name, and also made sure to pronounce it in a foreign way. Werner was a densely packed, 190-centimeter tall man in his early 30s. He had a large shield on his back and a sword hanging from his hip. His thick arms carried many old scars, so he really felt like a seasoned adventurer. From Werner's introductions, the members of his party were a man wearing leather armor with a longsword on his hip named Vincent, who I thought was a swordsman, a young girl who was probably a scout named Rita, who wore a chest protector and carried a knife, a stoic old man with white in his hair named Ramon, who donned a robe like a mage, and a woman named Franca in her early 20s who was probably their healer, as she wore white clothes that reminded me of a nun's habit. By the way, she had... what the fuck, you have to mention this? She had a huge chest. It seemed to be a pretty balanced party. I didn't think the guild would introduce me to people who they didn't think would be able to complete the request, so I decided to hire them. After I talked with Werner, we decided to leave tomorrow at 7 in the morning after meeting up in front of the Adventurers Guild. If that was to be the case, I would have a lot to prepare, so I would be the one preparing all the food for the trip. On the way back to the inn, I bought the things I needed for the trip. First was a mantle. It could stave off the cold, and when sleeping, I could just wrap it around me, so it seemed pretty necessary. I also bought all the cutlery and plates I needed at a general store. While I was doing that, I also found a lot of other stuff that seemed useful, like a magic stove. Just like the name implied, it was a stove that produced fire when one ran magic power through it. They came with either 1 or 2 stovetops, but both models were expensive. Just then, I suddenly thought, why not just buy a mini stove from the online supermarket? It looked exactly the same, so if I were to tell the adventurers that it was a magic stove, there wouldn't be any suspicion about it. Okay, let's do that. Buying a mini stove from the online supermarket is way cheaper, too. With that decided, all that was left was to actually buy what I needed with my skills, so I hurried to return to the inn. After I got to my room, I proceeded to buy up a storm, a mini stove and the accompanying gas canister, a pot and frying pan, knife, chopping board, and the all-important ingredients I was buying for a party of 5 adventurers plus me. So I made sure to get a lot. I got vegetables like potatoes, carrots, and Japanese scallion, along with ham, cheese, sausage, and eggs. I also bought some pre-prepared side dishes. Lastly, I got some salt, bouillon cubes, and other spices. All in all, I spent a little over 2 gold coins. Damn! I was down to 8 gold coins, 5 silver coins, and a few copper coins and iron coins each to my name. My wallet's getting tighter and tighter, I consider, but it'll only be until I reach Venen. Once I get there, I'll register at the Merchant's Guild and sell my heart out. And after securing funds, I'll move again once I've seen the state of things. Let's work hard for my safe and peaceful life. When I arrived in front of the Merchant's Guild at the agreed-upon time, I found the members of Iron Whale already waiting for me. Sorry I'm late. No, we just arrived early. Don't worry about it, said the leader, Warden, laughing. Apparently they drilled the habit of doing this quickly into their bodies. That's a good habit to have, I thought. Okay, then let's go, I nodded and set off on the road to Venen. Leaving the town of Keels, we made smooth progress. Iron Wheel's formation had no holes. I was in the center with Rita the Scout in front, Vincent the Swordsman to my right, Ramon the Mage to my left, Franca the Healer behind me, and to the right and behind, and Werner behind me and to the left. They were set up, to protect me, the client, at any time. We should take a break soon. At Werner's suggestion, we decided to rest. As promised, I started to prepare food. That said, there wasn't much time, so it was going to be a simple meal. I took the mini stove that I bought earlier out of my item box. Oh, so you were an item box user, Makoto, and that's a magic stove. Damn it. You probably got something pretty neat there. In response to Vincent's comment, I nodded and explained it. My capacity is pretty small, though. I did hear that item box users exist, so I decided to make it out that I had an item box, but that it's small. That way, it will be more convenient to hold my stuff, which has been increasing, and in this way, it should also probably better than going to weird links to hide it. I got the magic stove from an acquaintance. He said he probably wouldn't have a chance to use it anymore, so I got it for pretty cheap. I readily used the excuse I prepared beforehand for my mini stove. The end justified the means applies here. While I talked with Vincent, I brought out a loaf of bread and some ham and cheese to make sandwiches. I also made some instant consomme soup in wooden cups. Of course, I made sure they couldn't see while I made it. After I poured in water that I boiled with the mini stove in the cups, lunch was finished. Everyone, food's ready. I handed out a cup with soup in it and a plate with a sandwich on it to each adventurer. Alright, I guess I should dig in. At Werner's signal, everyone began eating. Delicious. This bread is very soft and delicious. Yeah, this bread is crazy soft and tasty. This soup's good too. Oh, this is pretty good. Delicious. These reactions in order were Vincent, Franca, Rita, Werner, and Ramon. It's good that they liked it. I cut so many corners making this, though. They were especially surprised about the bread. Apparently, only nobles got bread this soft. Certainly, all the bread I've eaten up until now in this world has been black or brown and hard as a rock. In order to avoid further questions, I told them this bread is made from a secret recipe from home. I bought a bunch before I left and put them in my item box. Everyone froze up and someone uttered something so precious. But I just replied to them by telling them that food is meant to be eaten. I mean, I can get more bread anytime with my skill. At any rate, it's really good that we can get hot food while traveling, Werner said, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Too true, we were right to take this quest. Evidently, while traveling, it would be normal to have rather tasteless food like hardtack or jerky, so the food that I put out is quite the feast to people who are going places. It seems that good food breaks the ice anywhere, as conversation flowed freely. Apparently, the members of Iron Wheel had felt the unrest in the country too, so they had recently discussed moving to a different country as well. It was then that they saw my request and thought it was a perfect timing, so they accepted it. Yeah, it is. Actually, there were other requests that paid more, but they didn't really need money that badly at the moment, and since I promised to provide the food during travel, they ended up taking mine. It seems that food feast for 5 people is no joke, I noted. No, I'm the one that's thankful for you guys taking my request. I also came to Keels because I wanted to get out as soon as possible. But seeing that the stagecoaches were stopped for a while, I was panicking, wondering what I should do. So it's thanks to you, all of you, that I'm going to be able to travel to Venen. Even though I look like this, I'm pretty confident in my cooking, so leave the meals to me. After I said that, everyone smiled. They had good food to look forward to for the rest of the journey, after all. I try my best, so please get me to Venen safely. 2. For some reason, a legendary beast contracted with me when I made ginger fried pork. What's with the titles? You spoiling things here. 3 days had passed since leaving Keels. If I had ridden the stagecoach, we would be in Venen by now. And from there, it would have been another half day to Venon's border town, Faliers. However, we were walking, so we'd finally passed the halfway point. It was taking a long time since because we were on foot, but other than that, there had been no real problems. The members of Iron Will were pretty skilled, so they quickly defeated all the goblins and wolves that had appeared thus far. As expected of sea rankers, monsters of that level probably didn't even serve as a warm-up. The sun will be setting soon. Let's stop here. At Warner's words, everyone started preparing camp. I was on food duty, so I was going to be a little careful picking out the menu this time. Anything too eccentric or complicated might have been considered bad by this world's standards, so I made sure to keep it as simple as possible. I'm thinking today should be grilled sausages, pot au frit, and bread. Everyone seemed to like meat, so there shouldn't be any complaints. First, take the preheated pork and cut bacon into it, and then put in vegetables and sausage. After giving the ingredients a little while to cook, put in the water. Once it starts to boil, throw in the bouillon cubes and let it simmer on low heat. Yeah, this is looking good. I gave it a taste test, and the saltiness of the bacon and sausage had seeped in, so it didn't seem like I would need to adjust the taste at all. All that was left was to grill some more sausage on the side. Dinner's ready. I handed out the pot au frit in wooden bowls, along with the grilled sausage and bread on plates. Ah, it's delicious. Mikoto's food is great as usual, Vincent said, talking between vigorous bites of his food. Rita nodded heartily at his words. It really is delicious. It might be because I've got such good food in my belly, but I feel like my body is moving better than usual. I've also been feeling more powerful ever since I started eating Mikoto's food, Franca said, agreeing with Rita. Eating is the most important thing to humans. Depending on how delicious the food is, people's moods will definitely change. The normally silent Ramon chimed in seriously. Yeah, I get it. You like my cooking, Ramon. Thanks, man. It's certainly true. People have to eat to live. If that's the case, it's obvious the tasty meals will be better than bad ones. It really just means that we're pretty lucky to be able to eat like this while traveling. Vincent Werner was the one to sum it all up. It was somehow actually a little embarrassing to be praised that much. I guess this was a victory for Japan's food industry. But I wonder, I thought to myself, what's up with what Rita and Franca said about them moving better? I didn't make anything really special. It didn't seem like there was anything bad going on, but I was still a little curious. Let's use appraisal a little here, I decided. Name, Rita. Age, 16. Job, scout. Level, 18. HP, 135 plus 27. MP, 64 plus 2. Attack, 119. Defense, 107. Agility, 138. Skill, dagger skill. Eavesdropping, and quiet steps. I did a spit take. What the heck are you doing? Nothing. There was just something weird in the soup and I choked. I'm fine. Plus 27 and plus 2? What the heck is that? I reflexively spat out my food. Is it because they ate my food? Is it really? I appraised the pot au feu I had in my hands. Pot au feu. Pot au feu made with ingredients from another world. Increases max HP by 20% for 1 hour. Oh. It was totally my cooking's fault. Oops. Wait. If the pot au feu raised HP, then what raised her MP? The sausage? The bread? Sausage. Sausage from another world. Raises max MP by 2% for 10 minutes. White bread. White bread from another world. Raises max MP by 1% for 10 minutes. Oh, so it was both of them. Thinking about it, I mused, isn't this pretty dangerous? I mean, you can raise your HP and MP just by eating. If someone else finds out about this, oh, I feel chills. This was definitely 100% without a doubt something nobody could ever know. Luckily, only summoned heroes got the appraisal skill, and magic tools that can appraise only belong to countries or guilds. Also, people would need to use these magic tools in order to confirm their own statuses, so there shouldn't be any chance of them finding out that way. As long as I kept my mouth shut, this should never get out. I've locked up my lips and thrown away the key. I decided I will never ever speak a word of this to anyone. Yeah, probably a good idea that the country you just left did not know about this, because if they did, they would have kept you working on that no matter what. They would have bled you dry, essentially. 5 days had passed since we departed from Kiel's. Let's stop here for the day. The sun was starting to set, and as usual, we make camp at Werner's command. Then, I'll go ahead and use the red boar's meat as I like, okay? Sure, we'll be looking forward to it. The red boar is a large boar monster with red fur that the members of Iron Will had hunted along the way earlier today. Goblins and wolf monsters, apparently they're called grey wolves, don't really have any parts that are worth anything, so we had left their bodies as is, but I was told that the red boar's meat, hide, and fangs all fetch a fair price. As expected of adventurers, their dismantling work was quick and professional. The problem was that it would be trouble to carry this much stuff. When I started talking about throwing away the relatively cheap meat, I told them I had room in my item box and offered to put the meat inside. And so that's how I ended up getting permission to use the meat for our meals. At first I thought to make steaks, but that would take time, so I rejected the idea. Instead, today's menu was going to be that. My favorite. Ginger fried pork. Oh boy, here we go. First, cut the red boar meat into thin slices before marinating it in the ginger fry sauce I bought. While it's happening, cut cabbage into small strips. After that, all that's left is to cook the marinated meat. I also quickly prepared the usual instant consomme soup. Dinner's ready. I cooked the red boar meat with some flavoring from my homeland. I hope it suits everyone's tastes. I handed out the red boar, fried with ginger and some cabbage onto the wooden plates, some consomme soup, and bread to everyone. Ooh, the smell really gets my appetite going, Werner says. What the heck is this? It's great, Vincent says. Delicious. It's the first time I've eaten something this good, Rita says. I don't really like red boar meat, but even I think it's delicious like this, Franca says. It's my first time eating cabbage raw, but it tastes great with this meat, Ramon says. Whoa, it's a storm of praise here. I just cooked it with a certain company's sauce, though. That certain company that makes a lot of different sauces. Heinz? Is that what the kind of company you're talking about? Heinz? Also, I realized, or is it Kraft? Because Kraft makes a lot of sauces, too. Oh, well. Also, I realized, so cabbage is called kabag in this world, huh? While everyone was busy praising the cooking, and while I was also making my way through the meal, thinking it really was delicious, we suddenly heard a voice. Humans, give me some of that too. The owner of the voice was a wolf with such lustrous fur and radiating such a divine aura that it was ridiculous to even compare it to the wolf monsters we'd seen up until now. The adventurers froze, they didn't even quiver. Right behind you, dude! Hey, human, can you not hear me? I slowly held out my half-eaten portion to him. As soon as I did that, the wolf that was as big as a cow thrust his face into the wooden plate and ate all of it in one bite. This is not enough. Give me more. It's a Fenrir, Werner whispered, face dripping with cold sweat. Is that such a dangerous monster that a party as seasoned as Iron Will can't move an inch? What should I do? Even though we're so close to Venan. Makoto, do as it says, Werner told me, but there was none left. It seemed to be a monster that understood human language, so it may be that, just as Werner said, following its wishes was the best way to get out of this unharmed. I'll have to cook it, so would you be willing to wait? That is fine, I will wait, so make it quickly. I quickly cooked up some more red boar, fried with ginger, and handed it over to the Fenrir, or whatever it was. Fenrir ate it with gusto and kept asking for more. In the end, it ate 7 or 8 kilos of the red boar. Dear God, it looks huge, so... That was delicious. Nevertheless, to be able to satisfy me with so little meat, you are a pretty good human. So little meat, he says. Even though he ate 7 or 8 kilos of it. How much does he even eat usually? Yes, I will form a contract with you. Huh? What's a contract? Hey, are you listening? I said I'd become your familiar. Familiar, he says. I think I've read web novels where they've done this sort of thing before, but does that mean I would be a tamer or something? No way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. I mean, it's a monster that talks, yeah. I couldn't help thinking it's strong enough to freeze the members of Iron Will, yeah? To be contracted with something that strong, isn't that bad? I refuse. No, you see, I refuse. Huh. This bastard, he's not going to let me say no. This cannot be true, but could it be that you are trying to refuse a contract with me, Fenrir, retainer to the goddess of wind, Ninrir? I do not think you would do something so outrageous, but what say you, When Fenrir, the monster that could speak human language, has said that, the members of Iron Will signaled to me with their eyes to hurry up and agree already. Do I have to? Really? So yes is the only answer available here, I thought, resigned. I reluctantly replied with, I understand. And Fenrir nodded, satisfied with an, Come this way. At Fenrir's prompt, I had no choice but to get closer. Closer. Come right in front of mine eyes. Mine eyes? Whatever. Just as I was told, I stood right in front of Fenrir. Well then, I shall start the ritual contract. Having said that, Fenrir put his forehead to mine. When our foreheads touched, my body lit up for a moment. With this, our contract is set. You have the appraisal skill. Are you a summoned here? No. You don't talk. Nope. Hey! I instantly closed Fenrir's mouth. Hey, what are you doing? I whispered hurriedly, that's a secret. Oh, is that so? Yes, I understand. Then try confirming your status. It looked like Fenrir understood, so he said that in a whisper so that only I could hear. At Fenrir's prompt, I appraised myself. Status open. Name. Makoto. Tsuyoshi Makoto. Age 27, job victim from another world. Wait, did his MP go up? Or no, I don't think it went up. I think it was still 100. Level 1, HP 100, MP 100, Attack 78, Defense 80, Agility 75, Skills Appraisal, Item Box, Familiars, Contracted Magic Beast, Fenrir, Unique Skill, Online Supermarket. Somehow my skills had increased. There was now a Familiars entry and it said Contracted Magic Beast, Fenrir. Everything seems to be fine. You can see it too? Who do you think I am? I am kin to the goddess of the wind. I would at least have something like appraisal. Is that so? Actually, what happens now that we have a contract? Now then, with this, I have become your familiar. Because of this, as the master, you have to look after me, your familiar. Do you understand? Do you understand, he says, I thought, feeling a little miffed, but, is that right? By take care of him, does it mean that familiars are basically pets? From now on, I look forward to 3 meals a day. Hey, 3 a day? That could possibly have been lured into a contract by food, is that right? Hey, you over there. I have already contracted with this one here. I will not attack you, so stop phrasing up like that. Being addressed directly by the Fenrir, the members of Iron Will twitched. Everyone, this is Fenrir over here understands speech, so I think it's okay, so... Oh, I had forgotten we have been bound by contract, so you give me a name. Don't ask me that all of a sudden, then... Pochi? Are you making fun of me? He seemed to get mad after I said Pochi. Actually, I thought now that it looks like he got lured in by food, it seemed ridiculous to be afraid of him. Hey, don't get mad at me. How about Koro, then? When I said that, the Fenrir got even angrier. What's wrong with that name? What's up with this guy? You being pretty selfish, I thought. Exaggerated. Fine, then. Since you're a Fenrir, how about Fel? Fel. I like that. Let's go with that. Wasn't him acting all important? Like this, the Fenrir's name became Fel. While that was happening, Iron Will finally started moving again. Among them, Werner, the fastest to recover, hesitatingly raised his voice. Makoto. Werner, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, but to think I would lay eyes on the legendary beast Fenrir. Legendary? This guy who got lured in by food? There remains legends of a sighting around 300 years ago, but I'd never even heard of anyone contracting with that Fenrir. Well, there are only enough of us Fenrirs to cat with your hands. From what I've heard, there was a Fenrir that formed a contract 700 years ago, but I have lived over 1,000 years, and this is the first contract I have formed. So he's lived over 1,000 years, I noted? I will be able to eat food with this good. Compared to that, serving a human for several tens of years is no loss to me. This guy actually said it, I thought. More exasperated than anything. He just declared that he did it for the food. They say that he's a legendary beast, but is this guy really okay? Okay, I'm gonna go on ahead and end this off here. I hope you guys are excited for more, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, let's get to part 2. Okay, from then on, Fel the Fenrir became one of our traveling companions, and we had made enough progress to be arriving at Venan soon. I was in the middle, Rita was in front, Vincent was to my right, and Ramon to my left, and behind me to the right and left were Franca and Werner respectfully. Added to that usual formation, Fel followed us slowly. Werner sighed while making a thoughtful face. What's wrong, Werner? Well, we're almost at the border, so I was just wondering what to do. What does he mean? No, Makoto, like this. They'll definitely stop us. Vincent glanced furtively behind us as he said that. Because Fel is with us, I realized. The border guards will come crawling out of the woodwork, although I think they'll withdraw once they realize we don't mean any harm. Werner, even before the question of if they'll withdraw or not, the entirety of their army is still no match for a Fenrir. Wait, what Ramon says is true? Is that fairy tale of a Fenrir destroying an entire country something that actually happened? Rita, that's not a fairy tale. It's a historical fact. Have my ears gone bad? They're talking some nonsense about destroying a country. That's a joke, right? I couldn't accept what I just heard. Even if they acknowledge that it's contracted, there's no doubt that the entire country will move this time. Werner said while looking at me. Huh? Me? What now? There's just no way that the country will leave you alone now that you've contracted with the Fenrir, Makoto. As long as they capture you, Fenrir will definitely follow after all. Ramon, is that true? I couldn't help my shock. It would be extremely troublesome to have a country stepping into my business. There is no need to worry. If they mean any harm to either of us, all I have to do is fight them. No, that'd be bad. If the great Fender fell. If Fell were to get serious, the entire country would disappear. If they mess with us, they deserve to disappear. No, Fell, isn't that a little too violent? If they do not want that to happen, all they have to do is leave us alone. It is a very simple thing. After Fell made his point, the members of Iron Will could only stare open-mouthed. More importantly, is it not almost time for food? Fell's words marked the start of lunch. The red boar meat that the members of Iron Will hunted was in trouble. No matter how much they said that it was okay to use, there had to be a limit. Including Fell's portion of boar yesterday and the meat I served him this morning because he kept going on about eating meat, we'd already gone through quite the amount. Hey, I request meat. Of course you'd want meat for lunch too. The red boar meat isn't mine, so if you want to eat meat that badly, go hunt some yourself. Is that so? I will get some meat right away, so wait a while. Having said so, Fell ran off into the forest beside the road. Makoto, is it okay if you want to use all of the It's okay if you want to use all the red boar meat. No, there's no way I could take advantage of you like that. If we let him, Fell really will eat all of the boar that everyone took so much trouble hunting. Also, we can't just coddle him like that. If he plans to travel with us from now on, he should at least take responsibility for the cost of his own food. I mean, I can't hunt, and if he wants to eat meat like this every time, I can't very well buy it, can I? If I tried that, I'd go bankrupt right away. If he's really a legendary magical beast, then he should at least be able to hunt his own food. I thought, you're amazing, Makoto. You're amazing, Makoto, Rita says. You're great, Makoto. I really respect you for being able to order around that Fenrir, Vincent says. To order around a Fenrir that could destroy a country by itself, you must be a hero, Franca says. Oh, boy. To think there would be a person that could tell a Fenrir what to do, Ramon said. Even if you say that, it might feel amazing if you said that Fenrirs are legendary magic beasts, but this guy, Fell, was lured into a contract by food. To be lured in by food, honestly, that's something I think only an idiot would do. It's scary, though, so I won't tell Fell that. While I was thinking that, Fell came back with a huge bird in his mouth. It's a rock bird. The members of Iron Will stared at Fell with a bird in his mouth with blank faces. By a rock bird, you mean the bird that Fell hunted. Yeah, it's a B-rank monster. It's about strong enough that even if we fought it with all of our strength, we might not win. Oi, you hunted something that dangerous? I have caught something. Quickly, make me something to eat. No, I mean, if you tell me to make food, if you just plop a large bird down in front of me. I don't know how to butcher animals. There was no choice but to ask for help here. Fell, you know I don't know how to butcher this. I have no choice but to ask these people for help, but is it okay to pay them with the non-meat materials from this rock bird? As long as I'm able to eat meat, I have no problem with this. Now that's settled, can I ask you guys, did I dismantle this? Just like that, I asked them, but the members of Iron Will all shook their heads, saying, No, it's too much to take all the materials just for dismantling a rock bird. I'm guessing it's very valuable. Even if you tell me that, I thought, I really just don't want to pay this guy's food bill out of my own pocket. No, thanks to Fell, what's left of the red boar meat has decreased drastically, and Fell himself is okay with it, so please take it. They kept saying it's too much, right until the end, but I somehow managed to convince him. It's something Fell hunted, so it's free after all. Also, it seemed like there would be trouble entering Venan like this, so collecting favors now should help me out in the long run. With that settled, the rock bird was cleanly dismantled by Iron Will, so thinking that for a bird, this would be just right, I used the teriyaki sauce that I bought with my skill and decided to make rock bird teriyaki. First, cook both sides of the rock bird well. Normally, it would be better to use kitchen paper to wipe it up the extra fat, but this was a different world and we were camping, so I just dumped it over on the side. Now add the teriyaki sauce. When the sauce starts to simmer, mix it well with the rock bird meat, and there, the teriyaki rock bird is finished. For today, I decided to make the freeze-dried onion soup. This one had a lot more stuff in it too. Also, just having instant consomme soup all the time would be boring. I served the finished meal to the members of Iron Will first. Hey, where's my share? You eat a lot, Fell, so I'm serving everyone first. I'll make it right away, so wait a bit. I see. From there I cooked my heart out making teriyaki rock bird. Fell seemed to really take to the teriyaki rock bird, so the entire bird outside of our portion ended up being eaten by him. The rock bird teriyaki was good, and I quite liked it, but next time I'd like to eat it in a calmer environment and really savor it. We've come far enough to say that Venin was right in front of our eyes. From here we could see the fort on the country's border. The soldiers inside seem to be coming out in force. I really did come down to this, huh? I looked over to Fel, who was falling behind us slowly, and sighed. Seems like there are a lot of soldiers coming out, doesn't it? Fel is with us after all. I'll go on ahead and explain the situation. Having said that, Werner ran towards the fort ahead of us. Sorry for the trouble, I apologized to my heart. Reaching the fortress, we found Werner and the border guard soldiers lined up waiting for us. I am Edgar Woolgard, captain of the Kingdom of Venon's 4th Night Brigade. I heard the situation from Werner here. Is it true that you have formed a contract with that Fenrir there? The guard captain seemed to have the highest title there. He even had a last name, so he might have been a noble. Asked me with such a tense air about him that I thought I could see it. This is because Fel's here, isn't it? I thought. The other guards still have their weapons in hand, so they can react to anything, too. I guess even a rotten legendary beast is still legendary or something, I mused. Yes, I formed a contract with this Fenrir. When I said that, the guards all let out an oh. I see, but still, it's a Fenrir, a beast that's been said to have destroyed a country. Will it really not harm this country or its citizens? For a person entrusted with guarding the border, I guess that concern would have been pretty appropriate. Hey, Fel, these people here are really worried about letting you, whose strength is legendary, into the country. They'll be in trouble if you go wild in their country after all. You definitely won't do anything like that, right? Do not dump me in with those dumb as a rock monsters. As long as they do not lay a hand on you, who is my master, or I will do nothing out of the sort. There you have it, Captain. He was making a face, shocked at the exchange between Fel and I. You really did contract with the legendary magic beast. Even though it's right in front of my eyes, I still don't really believe it. That's right, Captain, I complained in my heart. I was forced to enter a contract with him while I still wasn't really sure what was going on. From your conversation just now, it seemed like the story of your contract is true. If that's the case, I'll allow you in. However, make sure you hold the reins on your Fenrir tightly, please. Yes, I understand. Hey, Fel, I'm begging you here, so please behave, okay? I understand already, just as I have said earlier, as long as they do not lay a hand on us, there will be no trouble from my end. I'm really, really begging you here. If something happens, it'll be my fault. You're being awfully persistent. Well, I just wanted to really make sure you get it. Oh, and if you end up doing something that causes trouble for everyone, I can just take away meals. I've somehow made it through the border, so I really needed to make sure he got it. If something were to happen, I'd be the one in trouble after all. I see. If you've tamed that Fenrir to this degree, it seems like the worst won't come to happen, the captain said, looking slightly relieved. Captain, I'm pretty sure that worst will never happen. We were there when Makoto formed his contract with Fel, and we also traveled together the rest of the way here. In all that time, Fel hasn't flown off the handle once. It's just as our leader says. Fel went and hunted monsters at Makoto's instruction, too. I was super surprised. Rita, I was surprised, too. When I told him to go and get his own meat, I had meant that he should take responsibility for the cost of his own food. I didn't have him hunt for my own profit, so please don't get that wrong, okay? Oh, so you've really got a firm control over him. Wait a minute, Captain. What do you mean by ho? You look like you're planning something bad by putting your hand to your chin like that. Please stop. I don't want any trouble. Well, after this and that, we somehow managed to get permission to cross the border, and so had made it safely into the Kingdom of Venin. By the way, since I didn't have a guild card, I was made to pay a tax of 5 silver coins. There was also a tax to let Fel in too, so that added an extra 2 silver coins onto the fee. The fact that Fel cost money too kinda hurt me in my wallet. I need to hurry up and get into the Merchant's Guild. Entering the Kingdom of Venin, our first destination was the border town Valiris. I'm so relieved I managed to get in, thanks everyone. In the first place, it would have been impossible to travel alone in this world full of monsters, so I was really thankful to everyone from Iron Will. And with Fel's tense situation, I wouldn't have been able to get into the country without their help either. Not at all. We were all able to experience something good too. We even got to see the legendary beast Fenrir and even talk to him too. As our leader says, I'll be bragging to everyone about this. I'll be bragging about this too, same as Vincent. Like, hey, I got to meet Fenrir from those fairy tales, you know? Rita, you're such a child. But it's true, this is something one would want to brag about. To see a Fenrir in our lifetimes, this might just dry up all our luck as adventurers. I guess Fel's existence was just that impactful to everyone else. But Makoto's life is probably going to get real busy from here on out. Warner, what do you mean by busy? Because there's no way they haven't already told the Margrave that rules this area, and probably even the king, that a Fenrir and its master have been let into the country. Oh, that would happen, wouldn't it? Not to mention that captain, he was obviously plotting ways to get you to serve the country after seeing the relationship between you and Fel. The captain? He really was up to no good. Even if you tell me that, I don't plan on staying in this country forever anyway, so when the time comes, I'll just have to think about it while consulting with Fel. That's right. As long as this great Fel is with you, they won't be able to do anything reckless. I was relying solely on Fel, but there was no way around it. Even if I'd like to go around and see the world, since I'd already been summoned here anyways, I started to feel like it would be nice to use this trip to travel the world while I profited with my online supermarket. Traveling in another world seemed like it would be full of adventure after all. By not staying in this country, you mean you plan to travel? I nodded at Werner's question. I started feeling like I should go see the world, you know. I see. If that's the case, you should register at the Adventurers Guild, Makoto. The Adventurers Guild, I thought. I don't want to become an adventurer, though. The Adventurers Guild, you say? Personally, I plan to join the Merchants Guild. I can cook, so I was planning to travel and set up stalls at towns I stop at to earn money or sell commodities wholesale because I have some connections. Is that so? But still... Werner looked at Fel while making a thoughtful face. Makoto, you're planning on having Fel hunt for his own food from now on, aren't you? I nodded. Of course, that was the case. If so, how are you planning on butchering what he hunts? That's right. Also, taking the rock bird into consideration, what Fel hunts will probably all be high-ranking monsters. If so, then having the Adventurers Guild buy off their other usable parts would be perfect, you see. Certainly, if they'll buy that stuff, then having them do it will only help my travels from now on, but being an adventurer, You look like you're really having trouble with this, Makoto, but why not just register at both? That was said by Vincent, who was eavesdropping on the conversation between Werner and I. I could do that, but would that be okay? Well, there's not a lot of them, but there are people that are registered to both guilds. Is that so? In that case, I'll go for both then. Thus I decided to register at both guilds. We reached the goal of our journey, the border town Valiers. It seemed that they were already informed of our presence from when we passed through the border fort, because when we arrived, Fel was let in without too much trouble. It wasn't as much as when entering the country, but to get into the city I had to pay taxes. Again, 2 silver for me and 1 for Fel, and it hurt me a little to do so. Passing through the gate, I found an envoy from Margrave Lindell waiting for me, just like Werner had said there would be. Sir Makoto, am I correct? I am a servant of Margrave Lindell. Edmund, it is a pleasure to meet you. To tell you the truth, Margrave Lindell would love to meet you, Sir Makoto, and has sent me to invite you. I see, it's finally here, a forceful invitation event. However, I didn't want to meet him. I didn't plan to stay in this country for long after all. Let's refuse him politely here, I decided. And no, a mere traveler such as I would never dream of meeting with Margrave Lindell. Oh no, Margrave Lindell insists. No, I should say... No, it is I who should say, please, come with me. While Edmund and I were attempting to push each other around with words, Fel came over. Hey, you, do you not understand that my master is refusing to meet yours? Thank you. Thank you, Fel. So this is the great Fender. Sir Fender, please come along as well. Edmund managed to say that through a face strained with fright at Fel's sudden appearance. How crafty you think you must be. I do not wish to meet the Margrave either. He is simply after mine power, no? There were such foolish humans in the past as well. No, there's no way. Do not lie to me. Would you like to find out what happens to those foolish humans who thought to use mind power? Edmund finally cracked when Fel bared his teeth and ran away screaming. Oh, God. Well, you got him to leave. Fel, that was too much. These kinds of idiots do not learn unless if you do it like this. Yes, is that so? Is it okay to treat Margrave Lindell's envoy like that? Nobles are very protective of their reputation, so he might try something. Werner's worry was entirely warranted. I didn't think Fel would go that far either. There is no need to worry. If they try something, all we have to do is face it head on. Well, I'll be counting on you, Fel, oh buddy. Well, Fel, we'll be with you, so it'll probably be fine. When Werner said that, the other members of Iron Will nodded in agreement. I don't think a noble's private soldiers would ever be able to stand up to Fel, Franca says. Well, Franca says is right. I think so too, Rita says. Actually, the only thing that could rival Fel would be something like an ancient dragon, no? Vincent said. You could say that again, Ramon said. The fantasy mainstay dragons. So they really do exist. I don't want to see one at all, though. An ancient dragon. Truly, that one is probably the only one who could fight evenly with me. Fel, have you fought an ancient dragon before? Vincent latched on to that statement excited. Around 400 years ago, yes. That time was a draw, but I will not lose the next. Whoa, awesome. A battle between legendary beasts. I would have wanted to see that. Same here. Vincent and Rita seemed to be fired up, and Franca and Ramon were showing wry smiles while watching them. Hey, calm down, everyone. We're going to report this to the Adventurers Guild as soon as we get Makota's signature that the quest is complete. Got it? I signed the quest complete report when Werner asked. When I tried to return the red boar meat, I was refused. They said that it couldn't pay for the rockbird meat they'd eaten, but I should have it anyway. I really have been treated well by you guys, especially after taking all the red boar meat. Thank you all very much. I would never have made it this far without the members of Ironwill. Not at all. We gotta have a good time too. We even got great food out of it, so overall it's been quite a good quest, no doubt. I was gratified that they said that. Really, thank you all very much. Well then, farewell. You too, Makota. The members of Ironwill left, hands waving. Okay, so I've accomplished my current goal, but what should I do from now on? I started pondering my current situation. I don't plan to stay in this country long, but for now I should register to the guilds here, I guess. I should register for the Adventurers Guild as well, as Werner suggested, but right now I want to go to the Merchants Guild, my original plan first. Hey, Fel, we're going to the Merchants Guild. Are you going to become a merchant? At the very least, I hope to do so, but I also plan to register at the Adventurers Guild. I want you to hunt your own meat from now on, but I can't butcher the monsters myself. Also, we could use the funds from me selling the other materials from the monsters you hunt to the guild. It's okay, right, if I sell the other parts? Those are not things I need, so I do not mind. More than that, I want to eat tasty meals. Yeah, I get it. Man, I can't help but think this guy, rather than a legendary beast, he's just a gluttonous snack hound. Fel and I arrived at the Merchants Guild. When I entered with Fel in tow, everyone was surprised and it caused a minor ruckus, but everything calmed down after I desperately explained that he was my familiar. I cannot talk. Currently, I was listening to an explanation of the guild at the receptionist counter. The person taking care of me was Michaela, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed bombshell. Michaela's explanation was as follows. The Merchants Guild is an organization that supersedes countries. There are 5 ranks within the Merchants Guild. Iron rank, traveling peddlers or stall owners, those that do business without a brick-and-mortar store. Bronze rank, privately owned stores, small privately owned stores such as a town butcher or a greengrocer. Silver rank, small-scale firm, a modestly sized firm in a single city. Gold rank, mid-scale firm, a comparatively larger firm with several branch stores. Mithril rank, large-scale firm, a large firm with many branches. Registration fees, annual fees and taxes dependent on your rank. Iron rank, registration fee of 5 silver, annual fee of 1 gold, taxes of 2 gold. Bronze rank, registration fee of 1 gold, annual fee of 2 gold, taxes of 4 gold. Silver rank, registration fee of 2 gold, annual fee of 5 gold, taxes of 10 gold. Gold rank, registration fee of 4 gold, annual fees and taxes depend on how many branches exist. Mithril rank, registration fee of 8 gold. Annual fees and taxes depend on how many branches exist. Annual fees and taxes must be paid within 1 year of acceptance into the guild. Starting from the day you register, your rank and qualifications are reevaluated and renewed every year. Your membership will not renew if you have not paid your annual fees and taxes. The taxes you owe are paid to the country. The Merchants Guild takes responsibility for the delivery of this payment. In the case that you lose your guild card, the reissue fee depends on your rank. If you participate in illegal business practices, the Merchants Guild is allowed to expel you. It is possible to start from Iron rank and gradually work your way up. Please consult the guild if you are troubled by anything, including cases of setting up a store, needing investment funds, or acquiring inventory. As expected of the Merchants Guild, I thought, everything I want to know is explained to me kindly and carefully. So, Makota, sir, what kind of business are you planning on opening? About that. Since Fel's around and I want to go around seeing the world myself, I don't want to be stuck with a brick-and-mortar store for right now. If that's the case, I guess Iron Rank will work well, I reasoned to myself. I have a familiar, and for that moment I have no plans to open a store, so I think Iron Rank will be a good fit. Would you register me as such, please? Thank you. Your registration fee will be 5 silver. Would it be alright to continue the registration process as is? My wallet was feeling a little empty at the moment, but if it was only 5 silver, I could pay it, so I went ahead with the registration process. Now then, this will be your Iron Rank guild card, sir. As I explained earlier, in the case that you lose it, reissuing a guild card will cost its own fee. For an Iron Rank, the cost will be 8 silver, so please be careful about not losing it. 8 silver, huh? That's quite a lot. I'll have to be careful not to lose it. Oh, there was something else I wanted to ask as well. Excuse me, but does this guild buy goods wholesale? To tell you the truth, I've come across some things during my travels. Wholesale? It depends on the good, but yes, we do buy. It depends, huh? As expected of a merchant's guild, they have a discerning eye. I was thinking of having them buy some salt and pepper off me. Those probably wouldn't cause a problem. Okay, then I'll bring the goods I would like to sell to the guild tomorrow. We will be waiting. Thank you for registering with our guild today. As I left the merchant's guild that treated me politely and warmly behind, I realized that I had forgotten to ask about an inn where I could stay with a familiar. I hurried back to ask Michaela about it, and she recommended a place named Jumping Horse Inn. She gave detailed directions, so I headed there immediately with Fel. It was just as Michaela had told us. Fel was able to stay in the Jumping Horse Inn as well. However, a room with accommodation for a familiar cost 7 silver a night. I was slowly growing more and more destitute. Fel had been led to a separate building behind the inn, so I headed over there. Hey, I held it in during lunch, but I have been hungry for a while now, you know. Now that he mentions it, we didn't have lunch, did we? Fel didn't raise a fuss about it either. He might have been trying to be considerate, which is kind of unlike him. Sorry, let's have an early dinner then. We were right in front of the shed for animals, but no one was around but Fel and I, so I could go ahead and cook there. I might as well eat there, too, while I was at it. I still had some of the red boar meat that I got from Iron Will, so today was going to be red boar steak. I should cut Fel's portion extra thick, too, I thought. As for my portion, it's been long enough that I want to eat that. I considered, and by that I meant rice. The one thing a Japanese person needs is rice, after all, but at the moment all I had was one miniature stove. Cooking rice takes time, too. I considered, what should I do? Tomorrow I was going to sell salt and pepper to the merchant's guild, so I needed to buy some of that. But that should also earn me some money, I considered, and it's not like having one will cause me any trouble, so let's get one of those. My wallet's getting lonelier and lonelier, but I really do want to eat rice. With that decided, I used the online supermarket to buy rice, an earthenware pot, another portable stove, as well as 5 kilos each of the salt and pepper I was going to sell tomorrow. The rice I bought was koshihikari rice, which I often use to eat at home. I'm not sure how much the salt and pepper will be worth, so for now I settled on only 5 kilograms. In total, it cost me around 8 silver. I could feel the lightness of my wallet on my soul, but I was looking forward to making some profit tomorrow. Now let's start cooking. Oh, Jesus. I just wanted to see how long I've been recording. Good lord. First, wash the rice and let it soak in water for about half an hour. While it's happening, let's get moving on Fel's steak. Seasoning the red boar meat with salt and pepper, I cooked both sides on a pan. It was a bit rare, but it should be fine. The steak was finished once I put it on a plate and added some steak sauce to it. Here, Fel. When I handed it over, Fel ate one immediately with 2 chomps and a lick of his chops. I cut that steak pretty thick, though. This is tasty. Give me more. So I grilled even more red boar steak for Fel. I'll use the sauce for Fel's next steak. Here. Tastes different from the last one. However, this one is delicious as well. So he noticed. There are a lot of different types of steak sauce, so I prepared several of them. The first one was garlic flavored and the next was grated radish. Having these sauces was pretty handy. They were good to fry vegetables with, and the garlic one could even be used to make garlic rice. In addition to the steak sauce, teriyaki and yakiniku sauce could also be used for a variety of purposes, so I used to have them stocked in my house. I got these sauces when I was buying food in preparation for my trip over the border. I kept grilling steaks to appease Fel's appetite. Next, I used onion flavor and butter flavor after that. Whoops. The rice should be finishing that soon, I noticed. Let's put the clay pot on the stove. I got the pot up to a boil by setting it to a little stronger than medium heat for 10 minutes before letting it sit at low heat for 5 minutes, and finally letting the rice steam for another 20 minutes with the fire off. I ended up making about 450 grams of rice, but I could just throw the leftovers in my item box and it would stay just as fresh as when it was made. Because my item box is the same one that summoned heroes have, its storage space was basically infinite, and it also stopped time for items within it. It was the only thing that made me grateful for their method of summoning heroes to deal with their problems. Meanwhile, I continued to cook steaks for Fel while this was happening. Make the next one that same flavor as the first, if you would. Garlic flavor? Okay, here you go. This is called garlic flavor then. It truly is delicious. Do you like this flavor? Quite. They were all tasty, but this is my favorite. Ho ho ho, I see. As for me, I think onion flavor would be my favorite, I thought. With that said, the rice should be just about ready, so let's do that. First, pile the freshly made rice into a bowl. Cut the red boar steak into large bite-sized chunks and place it on top of the rice. Over that, pour some onion-flavored steak sauce, and it's done. A red boar steak bowl. Alright, let's try some. Delicious. It's great. Wow, the red boar steak is good, but so is the rice soaked in steak sauce. We Japanese really do need rice. Rice is the best. That looks tasty. Give me some of that too. Huh? Fel wants some too? If I don't give him any here, it looks like he'll make a big deal out of it. There's no other choice. Wait, though. If I do that, the rest of the rice will go straight into Fel's belly. Oh man. When I made Fel his own steak bowl, garlic flavored, he started to chomp it down promptly. This is good. I had thought that grains were not something edible, but this is pretty good. Really? Rice really is the best. I don't think I hate bread, I thought, but it just doesn't stir up the same appetite that rice does. Being able to eat rice like this, even though I'm in another world, is all thanks to my online supermarket, I thought, thankfully. At first I was like, what the hell is this? But the online supermarket is just incredibly convenient. That was delicious. I'm full of such satisfaction. As I basked in the satisfaction, Fel started grooming himself, so he must have been satisfied too. I noticed with the start, it's a bit too late for this, but wasn't it bad to feed cats and dogs anything with too strong a flavor? Also, aren't onions no good for dogs? Fel was wolfing it down like there was no tomorrow, so I guess it was okay. In the first place, Fel is a magic beast from a different world. He seemed to be perfectly fine, so I guess there was nothing wrong and I don't need to worry. Alright, well, I have to get ready for tomorrow, so I gotta go back to my room. After I got back to my room, I started preparing the salt and pepper I would sell to the Merchants Guild tomorrow. The salt I bought came in a paper bag and the pepper in vinyl packs. 5 packs of 20 grams each, so there was no way I could just bring them into the guild as they were. I guess I'll need to move them, I decided. I could put this salt in this jute bag I bought at the general store when I also got my wooden utensils, I thought. As for the pepper, I think this wooden vessel with a lid is good enough. Right, my preparations are complete, I thought with satisfaction. I'm a little tired from all this, so I guess I'll go to sleep early. While wishing for the sale to go well tomorrow, I fell asleep on a bed for the first time in a long while. The next morning, I was pressed to cook a large amount of steaks because Fel said that he wanted the same thing as yesterday. Yep, he's a carnivore. The rate at which we went through meat was amazing. I still had some red boar meat left, so everything was okay for now, but he did eat the rest of it for breakfast. I was going to need to get Fel to go hunting soon if this kept up, and if that was the case, I'd have to go register at the Adventurers Guild. I guess I'll go after I sell the salt and pepper at the Merchants Guild. I decided to resign. Today is going to be busy as well. By the way, my breakfast ended up being a simple ham and cheese sandwich and some onion soup. Yeah, there's no way I could eat steak first thing in the morning. After that, I headed over to the Merchants Guild just as planned. I took Fel along with me because we were going to visit the Adventurers Guild right afterward, too. Michaela, who took care of me yesterday, was here today, too. Good morning, Michaela. Good morning, Makoto, sir. I've come to sell what I talked about yesterday. This is what I was talking about. Having said that, I took out the jute bag full of salt and the jar with the pepper in it from my item box. I will take a look. Excuse me for a little bit. Michaela took one look at the pepper and stood up. Huh? Maybe bringing pepper really was a bad move? I say that back in ancient times, pepper was worth its weight in gold, so maybe 100 grams was a bit much. After a little while, Michaela returned, wanting to lead me to a room in the back. I told Fel to wait before following her. In the room, a man in his 50s with a good physique was already waiting for us. Please, take a seat. I am Robert, the guildmaster of this branch. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Oh man, so the guildmaster makes his appearance. Yeah, I shouldn't have brought the pepper. After he told another employee to leave the salt and pepper on his way out, the guildmaster started inspecting it with an "I'll take a look." Just as I would expect out of a person who made it all the way to the rank of guildmaster, he started confirming the smell and taste with a sharp look on his face. I've been in business a long time, but this is the first I've seen salt and pepper of this high quality. Salt with so little impurity that it is pure white and has no bitter or unpleasant taste in the mouth, and pepper with such vivid smell and taste. I can only say that it's wonderful. Is that so? But when buying this from the online supermarket, the salt was only 5 coppers for 5 kilos, and the pepper was the same for 100 grams, I thought to myself. By all means, I would like to buy this off of you, but where in the world did you get it? From my online supermarket. It's salt and pepper produced from another world, so I can guarantee its quality, as if I could say that. While I was traveling, you see, when I started trying to avoid the question, the guildmaster said that was a boorish question. A merchant shouldn't reveal their sources so easily, I guess, he said while laughing. Well then, how about the price? How about 4 gold for the salt and 10 gold for the pepper sound? What? That's a joke, right? I started panicking. It was only 1 silver to buy both of them, but the salt is worth 4 gold and the pepper 10? I knew that salt and pepper were expensive in this world, but it really was that much? As I thought, that's too low, huh? Then how about 15 gold for the both of them? Wait, 15 for the salt and 15 for the thing, or is it 15 together? Whoa, he's just raising the price on his own. Did he think I'm hesitating because I've been quiet? No, I'm just surprised is all. In my confusion, I couldn't stop my thoughts from racing. Fine then, 17 gold for the both of them. I can't go any higher than that. I don't know what kind of misunderstanding the guildmaster was operating under, but he raised the price even further. Yeah, that's fine. 17 gold in one go. The cost was only 1 silver, and I got 17 gold, I thought, amazed. I'm profiting hand over fist here, I realized. I'm the one that's asking them to buy it, so it's not going to work every time, though. If I start constantly bringing in salt and pepper like this, they really will start to wonder how I got it. I should probably limit this to once per guild branch, I decided. Even so, I was thankful to obtain a way to get money in a pinch. Accepting the 17 gold, I decided to pay the year's annual fee and tax right now. It's better to pay this type of fee when you can, I thought to myself. It'd be awful if I let the deadline approach and all of a sudden I don't have the money for it after all. I have certainly received the annual fee of 1 gold and tax of 2 gold for an iron rank. Whew, with this I'm good for 1 year. I put the 14 gold I still had left over after paying the annual fee and tax into my wallet. After adding to what was already in my wallet, I now had 19 gold, 5 silver, and several iron and copper coins each. It seemed like I'd be okay for now. Well, I have an idea for if I find I don't have enough, I thought. It'd be easier for other stores to trust me when selling if I were to have a merchant skill card. And I had my online supermarket, so I had a wide variety of things I could sell. I was glad that I decided to join the Merchants Guild. Alright, next, I guess I'll go register at the Adventurers Guild. With my wallet comfortably thicker after selling that salt and pepper, I left the Merchants Guild. I arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Just like the Merchants Guild, the guild's building was quite large compared to the rest of the town. As expected, it was full of grim-looking people holding weapons. I'd say it's about 4 physical fighters to every 1 magic user, I thought, looking at the people inside. At any rate, I was amazed at how they could do such a dangerous job. Well, I was about to register for said job as well. I didn't plan to get into fights like an adventurer at all, though, not one bit. I was thinking about this and that to take my mind off of things, but the stares, ever since I lined up, were really something. This was probably that an adventurer, you? Don't make me laugh. Cliche, but they probably couldn't try anything with Fel right next to me. I wasn't sure if they knew that Fel was a Fenrir, but it seemed like they instinctively understood that laying a hand on Fel would be dangerous. I was so glad Fel was there. I'd get messed with all day if it wasn't for him. I want to hurry up and run away from this place already. Won't this line hurry up? After a while, it was finally my turn. I'd like to register. Then please fill out this form here. It's fine to leave spaces blank if you can't answer them. The receptionist at the Adventurers Guild was beautiful, but also felt cold and blunt. Yeah, the Merchant's Guild was politer, I thought. I'm not sure if it was thanks to the hero summoning too, but I could write this language just fine, so I filled out what I could. I only ended up filling out the essentials. Name, weapon. I didn't plan on using it much, but I should probably have one anyway, just in case, so I wrote down short sword, and the fact that I had a familiar. The registration fee will be 5 silver. Okay, then please drip some of your blood onto this card. After paying the fee of 5 silver, I was given a copper brown card and a needle. I did as I was told and pricked the tip of my finger to drip some blood on the card. Your registration is complete. You will start at the bottom, G rank. The quests that you can take are only G or F rank, so please understand that. Huh? Is that all the explanation I'm getting for the Adventurers Guild? Is there something else? Isn't there more to explain? The receptionist made a clearly annoyed face that felt like she was saying, What? You're actually going to ask that? I'll ask the hell out of it. In these cases, if one doesn't properly ask about it first, it'll come back to haunt them. With no other choice, the receptionist started talking. Man, the receptionist at this Adventurers Guild has a bad attitude. The difference between her and the receptionist at the Merchants Guild is like heaven and earth. I complained in my head. Michaela explained this kindly and carefully with a smile from beginning to end, you know. The Adventurers Guild explanation full of unwillingness went like this. The Adventurers Guild is an organization that supersedes countries. Adventurers' rank are as shown below, ranging from G to S. Low, G to F, to E, to D, to C, to B, to A, to S, high. The only request an adventurer is allowed to take are requests of their rank or 1 rank higher. If an adventurer fails a request, there will be a monetary penalty for breach of contract. Depending on the adventurer's rank, they will be forced to take a certain number of quests within a certain time frame, otherwise their registration will be made null. If the adventurer wants to re-register, then he or she will have to start from scratch as a G rank. G equals 1 quest a month, F and E, 1 quest every 3 months. D, C, and B, 1 quest every 6 months. A and S, 1 quest a year. So essentially, you have to do more quests the lower rank you are. Okay. Murder or thievery will get one forcibly expunged from the guild. There will be no personal fights between adventurers. The Adventurers Guild assumes absolutely no responsibility for the actions of its adventurers. The Adventurer Guild assumes absolutely no responsibility in the event of an adventurer's death or injury. Or so I was told. Basically, an adventurer was responsible for themselves. I had no intention of raising my rank at all, though. I was a brand spanking new, fresh newbie, so I was a G rank. So a G rank needs to do a request a month, or their request registry gets nullified, huh? If that happens, then the registration fee I paid goes up in smoke. Thinking like that, it would be better to do a request while I'm here, shouldn't I? I need to get Fel to hunt some more anyway. Getting away from the receptionist with a bad attitude for now, I headed over to take a peek at the quest board. Even if they said that I could take requests one rank higher, I was still a newbie who just registered, so I felt like I really should take a request of my own rank G. G rank. Oh, this one and this one both look good. It's cliched, but they're both requests to harvest medical herbs. Cure grass times 5, 1 silver each. Merge grass times 5, 1 silver and 3 copper each. For now, these two are the only contenders, but the reward for merge grass is higher, so I wonder if that means it's harder to find. Just as the trope dictated, it seemed that in order to take the request, I had to physically take the notice off the board and bring it to the receptionist, but also it looked like once someone took a request off the board, they had to accept it. If that's the case, I'll go for the cure grass. I took the notice for the cure grass and headed over to the counter. By the way, I made sure to go to a different section and different receptionist than the one that gave me the explanation earlier. Her attitude was several notches better, but there was still a huge difference between her and the Merchants Guild. I immediately left the guild after asking where the cure grass could be found. I was relieved that I got through that without being messed with thanks to Fel's presence. Cure grass could be found on a grassy plain right outside the east gate. It was right outside the gate, so there wasn't much danger, but I felt like I should still go ahead and get that short sword. I wrote down that I used a short sword when I registered at the Adventurers Guild anyway, I thought, so let's go buy one before I look for the cure grass. Fel, I'm going to stop by the weapon shop for a bit. Even if you do not ready a weapon, I am here, so it'll be fine. What about when you're out hunting? I'm by myself, so it's just too careless to not have a weapon at all. There'll be no problems if I just erect a barrier. What? Barrier. Were you able to use magic like that? Of course I can. Of course I can, he says. But this is the first time I'm hearing of it, though. Actually, I just noticed this, but I never appraised Fel before. It was a bit late, but I decided to do so now. Name, Fel. Age, 1014. Race, Fender. Level, 906! Jesus Christ, what's the level cap? HP, 9,843. MP, 9,481. Attack, 9,036. Defense, 9,765. Agility, 9,684. Skills, wind magic, fire magic, water magic, earth magic, ice magic, lightning magic, holy magic, barrier magic, rending claws, body reinforcement, physical attack resistance, magic attack resistance, MP efficiency, appraisal. Oh, he's got appraisal too. Blessings, blessing of the goddess of the wind, Ninrir. It was so incredible, I was left speechless for a moment. Whether it's level or HP or MP or whatever, isn't he close to max stats? And his age is 1014. I guess he wasn't lying when he said he had lived over 1,000 years. Does that mean he raised his level and stats to near max over 1,000 years? He's normally just a gluttonous snack hound, but I guess Fel is unexpectedly amazing. Fel, I just now took a look at your status, but you're an amazing guy, aren't you? Why are you stating the obvious? Ah, right. Is that so? Then I'm counting on you to put up a barrier after we leave the gate, man. Wait, I'll still be getting a short sword as insurance, though. Okay, let me move this somewhat. 43 minutes. I think I'm going to go on ahead and end it off here. I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, everybody, let us continue with this. Where did I end? I think that's where I ended last. Okay. There were several weapon stores near the Adventurers Guild, so I eventually picked one and headed in. When I asked the owner for a sword easy enough for a beginner to use, he gave me a short sword for 8 silver. Okay, then let's go pick some herbs. The request I had taken required me to leave the town, so I showed my Adventurers Guild card at the east gate and was led outside. Leaving the east gate and walking steadily with Fel, we reached an incredibly spacious, grassy plain in about 20 minutes. This is probably where the herbs grew. Now then, I'll be picking herbs here, so you go hunt some meat, Fel. Understood. I will be troubled if something happened to you, so I will take the liberty of putting up a barrier. Oh, that's right! Fel could use barrier magic. Right, it is finished. With this barrier, you should be fine, even if you see a monster, as long as it is below a certain level. I thank thee, I thank thee. Now then, I shall take my leave. Make sure you prepare lunch. Having said that, Fel gallantly dashed off into the forest. I was starting to respect him a little, but I see his gluttony is still in full effect. Okay then, I guess I'll start looking for the herbs, I thought to myself. Although all I really do is just appraise everything I see. Appraisal. It was all weeds. Appraisal. Cure grass. Ah, there it is! This cure grass looks a bit like thistle, doesn't it? I used a knife to cut out the cure grass from its roots. The knife that I had bought a while back finally saw some use. I started again. Appraisal. I wonder if using appraisal gets you levels. Does it? In this world? If so, he could be getting some dang... at least a level in this. Yeah, it really is all weeds, I thought. Appraisal. Cure grass. Whoop, found another! Now I just need another 3, and the request shall be done, I thought happily. Right then, let's keep going. Appraisal. Merge grass. Ah, this is for that other request. Looking at merge grass reminded me of poverty. It looks like... what was it called? Oh, that's right. The common fleabane. Let's take this too, just in case. After that, I continued to use appraisal and ended up with 18 cure grass and 7 merge grass. Okay, it's about time for Fel to come back too, I thought, so I decided to stop for the moment. I started preparing Fel's meal. That being said, we currently did not have any meat, and if I tried to use my skill to buy meat, I would have no idea how much that would cost, so for now, I was just making something cheap. Thus, I decided on that for lunch. First, I needed to buy more ingredients from the online supermarket. I already had onions and bouillon cubes from before, so I got 1 kilo of mixed ground beef and pork, 5 bags of pasta at 700 grams each, and 10 cans of meat sauce. Spaghetti? All of it cost 4 silver and 5 copper. I had all that money from selling that salt and pepper to the merchant's guild, so it was fine for now. I bought the kind of pasta that cooks in 5 minutes, I thought, but it's Fel we're talking about here. He'll still probably be pressing me for hurry up. Taking that into consideration, I started boiling the water already so I could start cooking it any time. In the meantime, the meat sauce. First, finely mince onions and cook them in a pan until they're transparent, then throw them into the ground meat. After giving the meat some time for the heat to pass through it, pour in lots of the canned meat sauce. Like that, there won't be enough moisture, so pour in hot water that you've dissolved a bouillon cube into as necessary while you simmer the mixture. Finally, adjust the taste to preference with salt and pepper, and the meat sauce with extra meat is finished. Fel returned just as I finished with the meat sauce. He dropped his prey right in front of me with a thud. What a good smell. This is a rock bird? The thing you called teriyaki that you made before was good, so I got another. I hunted more, but I cannot bring them back all at once, so I have to put up a barrier near the edge of the forest and left them there. Or I have put up a barrier. Yeah, 1 is probably the limit if you have to carry it in your mouth. If that's the case, it'll only take 1 trip if I come with you and put it all in my item box. Wait a bit. I put away the pot with the boiling water, the frying pan with the meat sauce on it, the portable stove, and everything else I had out into my item box. I put the rock bird in there too. Right, let's go. It will take too long if you walk. Get on my back. Alright then, I won't hold back. I did as Fel said and got on his back. Now then, let us go. Wait a second. I clung desperately onto Fel's back as he kept raising his feet. I said, wait! Hey, we have arrived. I thought I was gonna die. You are a coward to raise a fuss over just that much speed. Just that much speed, dude! You are level what, 1,000? No, what? Dang it, what was his level again? I can't remember, but he's over 1,000 years old! Dude! That much, he says. I swear, anyone would be scared if they were going that fast. Don't you dare go that fast if I'm riding you again. What if I fall off? I do not care. It would probably be your fault. This bastard. You would care considering he's your meal ticket? Hello? Ah, I see. That's your response. I guess you don't need food then. If something happens to me, you won't ever get to eat cooking from another world again. After all. He growled, mulling it over. Let's hurry up and put away these monsters and then go back. The monsters that Fel hunted were piled up at the edge of the forest like a mountain. When I appraised them, there were 5 orcs, a red boar, a giant dodo, and a black serpent. They said snake tastes like chicken, so I get that. But are orcs edible? I asked Phil. It seemed like they were edible. Apparently, it was pretty normal for people to eat orcs back in town. Is that so? So they eat bipedal pigs. I had the online supermarket so I could cook for myself basically all the time, but that turned out to be the right decision. This otherworld cuisine is scary. Putting the monsters that Fel hunted away in my item box, I rode on Fel's back again back to that grassy plain. This time Fel seemed to have been a little considerate of me, so the ride ended up being fine somehow. Now then, let's have lunch. My stomach is empty. Hurry up. Wait a little. I have to cook the pasta. And the pasta would take 5 minutes to cook. It was a good decision to boil the water early. Finally, put the pasta on a plate and pile it high with meat sauce with extra meat, and lunch is served. I made sure to mix it extra well for Fel. Fel, it's done. What's this? It's a dish from my world called spaghetti with meat sauce. That's what I thought. It's good. When I said that, Fel started chowing down. Yes, there's not a lot of meat, but it's still pretty good. From his response, he probably intended to eat more. I started to cook the next batch of pasta while eating my own portion. In the end, I had to make 4 batches for Fel. I also ate my own portion, so 700 grams times 4 makes for 2.8 kilos of pasta. Even so, Fel still said this is a good amount for a light lunch. He really does eat too much. I couldn't help but think. After he finished, his mouth was sticky with the meat sauce, so I got a good laugh out of it. He hastily washed his face in water he conjured up, though. After lunch, Fel went back to hunting, and I continued to look for herbs. By the end of the day, I had picked up 40 cure grass and 20 merge grass. 5 of one of them makes a set for a request, so I harvested them with that in mind. Appraisal really was useful. I not only started recognizing what cure and merge grass looked like, but also got used to appraising things, so I ended up making more progress after lunch than before. Fel also ended up catching a lot of prey. He caught a second red boar, 3 cockatrices, a giant deer, and a murder grizzly. Just from the name, a murder grizzly sounds really dangerous, though. I pretended I didn't see it and put it in my item box. I returned to town on Fel's back. I got stared at by the gate guards because I was riding on him, but they didn't say anything, so I just kept riding him through the gates. Now then, let's head over to the Adventurers Guild, I guess. Fel, head over to the Adventurers Guild, please. Understood. When we entered the Adventurers Guild, I noticed that there weren't many people inside. Maybe because it's too early, I thought. It'll probably still be a little bit before adventurers return with their finished quests. Let's turn in my quest and turn Fel's prey into money before that happens. Because I picked up some merge grass along the way, I took the corresponding request paper off the board as well. I lined up the least busy counter space. There were only 2 people in front of me, so my turn came pretty quickly. I gave my guild card to the receptionist, and when she said, "Cure grass collection, is it?" I nodded and handed over the cure grass I picked. Huh? You just took the quest this morning and you've already got this much? She was a little surprised at the 40 cure grass I handed over. Yeah, I just happened to find them. Was 40 too much? This is all thanks to appraisal, so let's be careful not to attract unwanted attention. So you found a whole group of them, I guess. You were just lucky. Saying that the receptionist reached an understanding on her own. Well, let's just leave it at that, I guess. Then I will organize the cure grass into bundles for 5. There are 8 bundles, so that will be 8 silver. Please confirm the amount. Pocketing the 8 silver, I said, also please process this, and handed over the merge grass request form. After she finished processing the form, I told her, I also have some merge grass, and handed over 5 of them. She seemed like she'd say something if I handed over all the merge grass again. I'll leave the leftover merge grass in my item box and use it when I pick up a request in the next town, I guess. So you also have merge grass. This is 1 bundle of 5 merge grass. 1 bundle comes to 1 silver and 3 copper. Please confirm the amount. I'm relieved, so stuff like this is fine too, I thought. I was worried that there would be problems with accepting a request and fulfilling it immediately, but it seemed to be fine. Appraisal worked its magic here, so I made more profit than I thought I would. Right, next is Fel's prey. I also have a red boar. Can I sell it here? A red boar? But you should still be a G rank. Apparently a red boar wasn't something a G rank could usually hunt. Well, it is a giant boar after all. It would probably be impossible for me to hunt one on my own. No, not me. My familiar killed it. The receptionist looked at Fel and immediately said, I see. In the case of large monsters such as a red boar, please use the sale counter next to me. Got it. Yeah, this receptionist was pretty okay. I guess here it just depends on which receptionist you get, I thought to myself. I continued pondering as I moved. Well, I've already completed a request, so I plan on hurrying up to the next town, I guess. I won't be coming back here. Now then, I guess I'll head over to the next counter and turn Fel's prey into money. Of course, I'll be keeping all the meat. Excuse me, I'd like to sell something. Sure, then put it right here. I was received by a grim-faced old man that looked like he might be a retired adventurer. There's quite a lot. Is it okay to bring them all out here? A lot? Don't you have an item box? Yeah, kind of. Okay, then I'll take them out. I started with the 5 orcs, and then the 2 red boars. Oh no! He's gonna attract attention with how much he's able to carry! Wait, just a bit. Is there still more? Yeah, there is. When I nodded, the old man replied, there's not enough room here. Come with me. Ah, wait a second. I have a familiar. Is it okay if he comes too? I called Fel over right after I got the old man's permission. Fel and I trailed after the old man to a warehouse behind the sales counter. I see, so you're that guy from the rumors. Huh? What rumors, I thought, as the old man continued. The fact that some guy came in with a Fenrir has been the talk of the town. Is it really? Well, I did think I would stand out because Fel was around. So this was hunted by your familiar, too. Oh, yeah. Then I'll take the rest out here. I brought out the rest of the monsters. A rock bird, a giant dodo, black serpent, 3 cockatrices, giant deer, and a murder grizzly. This is all of it. The guy stared open-mouthed at the pile, dumbfounded. Which, understandably so. Hey, is this old man alright? He wasn't moving at all, so I called his friend. You okay? He finally came back to his senses with a jolt. This is, wow, not only the numbers, but even the monsters themselves are amazing. A rock bird and giant dodo, a giant deer is B rank 2, and the black serpent and murder grizzly are both proper A rank monsters, you know. I didn't kill them! He did! Huh? Are they really that powerful? I did think that they were awfully large, at least comparatively. Ah, I thought as I realized, I did also think that there were some really dangerous sounding names, so they must have had the rank to match. Either way, Fel did all the work, so I had no idea about how powerful they were. Before that, there was something I wanted to know desperately. Are these monsters, are they all edible? That's right, they're meat. To me, securing meat for Fel's meals came first. Yeah, all these guys are edible, not to mention they all make for high quality meat. Ooh, perfect, I thought. Fel went and hunted them, so I figured they should be edible at least, but it was better for my heart to ask a pro, ? Just in case. If that's the case, can I take all the meat? I'll sell everything else, though, please. The meat will fetch a pretty good price. Are you sure you don't want to sell that, too? Yes, we have a huge eater here, you see. I glanced at Fel as I said that. The old man went, ah, in understanding. Yeah, he understands. With this much to butcher, I won't be done right away. I'll hurry as much as I can, so come back tomorrow. Ah, right. I'll deduct the cost of butchering these from your profits, just so you know. Right. Oh, wait, tomorrow will be a problem. For now, I'll need to have him butcher at least one of them. Excuse me, could you finish just one of them right now, please? Huh? Oh, for that familiar's meal, huh? Okay, then wait a bit. Having said that, the old man went and butchered one of the red boars. The old man's butchering skills were brilliant, and it didn't take long for him to have the hide, meat, and innards neatly separated. I decided to sell the hide and scrap the innards while I took the meat. Then, here it is. The meat for the single red boar that the old man handed over to me weighed about 200 kilos. With this, I'll be able to feed Fel for a while. I put away the red boar meat in the item box and left the warehouse after I said goodbye to the old man. When I passed in front of the receptionist's desk, I was stared at by the adventurers there. I guess it really is too much to take out all those monsters there in front of everyone, I noted. Well, no, duh. But I had Fel to worry about, so I still wanted to secure as much meat as I could. I won't be staying long in this town anyway, so I'll just endure it. I slipped through the stairs of the adventurers and hurried out of the guild hall with Fel. When we returned to the inn, Fel told me, "My stomach is empty." Well, it was about time since the sun was beginning to set, but Fel always eats a lot, so it's hard for me to make it all. I thought there's no other choice. Let's start cooking. What should I do for today? It's been all meat recently, so I should put in some veggies too. When one mentions vegetables and meat and easy to cook, they'd be referring to a vegetable stir-fry. With extra meat for Fel, of course. It's Fel, so I could see him poo-pooing the dish if it didn't have much meat in it. For vegetables, I should have the cabbage, onions, carrots, and bell peppers I bought before. I'd have likely liked to put in bean sprouts and some sort of mushroom, but I didn't have any on hand, so for today this was enough. I have that for seasoning, so it should be fine. Now then, first cut the red boar meat into appropriately sized chunks. They'll be a bit bigger to fit Fel's standards, though. The vegetables don't have to be that finely chopped, just cut them into appropriately sized chunks. The red boar meat is already seasoned with salt and pepper ahead of time. So I simply sear them lightly on the frying pan. Once they're cooked through to a certain degree, I take them off the heat and let them rest. If only I had some sesame oil here, I'd be able to cook the meat with some of it and bring out even more flavor. I didn't have any on me this time, though, so I used salad oil instead. I mean, that's the one thing to take note of when you're getting stuff from your online supermarket. From there, I added the carrots, onions, bell peppers, and cabbage in turn to the frying pan and cooked them through. I prefer my bell peppers and cabbage with a bit of crunch to them, so I made sure not to cook them too thoroughly. Once the vegetables were cooked to a certain point, I added the red boar meat back in and lightly simmered the whole thing some more. Now it's time for that, which I'd been recently hooked on. Sweet and salty Chinese miso in a tube. This is really tasty too, and recently I've been using it every time I made vegetable stir fry. Food companies nowadays really know their stuff. Even without creating your own mix of seasonings, just using this would allow a person to enjoy their own sweet and salty Chinese miso-style stir-fry vegetables. That being said, I added the explosively delicious sweet and salty Chinese mix to the miso to the vegetables, and red boar cooking in the pan. Sear it lightly and let the flavors melt together, and there it's done. Well, it's done. I would prefer just meat, though. Well, haven't I only been giving you meat until now? Having some vegetables sometimes is good for you. Certainly, it is said eating leaves every once in a while is good. However, there is no problem if I do not eat any. As of right now, I have not eaten any leaves for several decades. After all, no matter what leaf it is, what is bad. That's nothing to be so proud of. By eating leaves, did he mean something like he eats how cats eat grass sometimes? Well, for now, it didn't seem like eating vegetables was bad for him, so he better to eat some. When I placed a large portion of the sweet and salty Chinese miso vegetables and meat stir-fry, extra meat, in front of Fel, he only took a small bite at first. After that, he started to chomp it down as voraciously as usual. Yes, that's right. This sweet and salty Chinese miso is delicious. Now then, I should eat too. Yes, this is great. There's no rice. I should have made some rice. Crap, I completely forgot. This is exactly the kind of flavor that goes well with rice. Aw, man. There was nothing to be done about it. I wiped up the sauce with some white bread and ate that. Really, for this flavor, it should have been rice. I keenly felt regret for the fact that I should have stocked up on rice. It seemed that Fel approved of the sweet and salty Chinese miso as well, as he ate 3 helpings before he was satisfied. Yeah, Fel really does eat a lot. I really want to look forward to how much meat we'll be getting tomorrow, I thought, hoping for the best. The next morning, I visited the Adventurers Guild together with Fel. The grim-looking old man from yesterday was there when we headed straight for the sales counter. Good morning. Hey, I've got it already. There's a lot of meat, so I've left it in the storehouse. Come with me. Fel and I followed after the old man. The meat was piled up like a mountain in the storehouse. This is all the meat you asked for. Wow, with this much meat, I'll be able to feed Fel for a while, no matter how much of a big eater he is. I thought appreciatively. I put all the meat into my item box. I thought so yesterday, too, but your item box is pretty big, isn't it? Well, I mean, yeah, considering you pulled all those monsters out of it. Heck yeah. When the old man said that, I could only answer with a half-hearted, huh. The meat is more important, so I'll let it go for today. Plus, this old man already saw it yesterday anyway. I probably won't come back to this Adventurers Guild branch anyway, so I won't be seeing him again either. I plan to leave this town either today or tomorrow, after all. Staying in one place for too long will be a big no-no. Now then, next is what you get for selling the rest of it. When all the meat was safely in my item box, the old man brought out a somewhat heavy-looking jute bag and placed it in front of me. As for the breakdown, first of the orcs. For orcs, other than the meat, the only other usable parts are their testes. Oh, God. So 5 pairs comes out to 2 gold and 5 silver. Next are the red boars. The materials are 2 hides and 4 tusks that makes 2 gold and 4 silver. Next, the cockatrices. The meat is the most valuable part of those, but other than that, there's just their feathers. The feathers were a little damaged too, so the feathers from 3 cockatrices comes out to 5 silver. Apparently, orc testes were used as ingredients in a type of sexual vitality drug, and in order to make 1 dose, you needed the pair. Oh my god! Of course. No matter how much vitality you say that will give me, I'd pass, personally. But still, it seemed that the finished product was pretty reliable and what was therefore fairly popular. The red boar's hide could be used for shoes or leather bags or belts, and their tusks were used in handicrafts and art. And cockatrice feathers were used as pillow stuffing. Next is the rockbird. Its beak and feathers come out to 7 gold. Next, the giant dodo also has a usable beak and feathers, but that one also has a small magic stone. So adding that in, the total comes to 22 gold. Good lord! And then there's the giant deer. The materials are its horns and hide. This one also had a magic stone, so adding that in, the price is 28 gold. These are both B rank monsters, but having magic stones in both of them is pretty lucky. Apparently, the rockbird's beak and feathers went into making arrows. Arrows made from these are not only had high penetration ability, but also were easier to enchant with wind magic. So it seemed that archers would covet these arrows. As for the giant dodo, a large bird with degenerated wings so it couldn't fly, the beak was a material for magic items. You could put various effects on it and then shape it into a pendant or bracelets or even a ring, and the feathers were used in high-end down beds. And it seemed that giant deer's horns were popular as materials for magic staves, while the hides served as materials for leather armor for mid-rank adventurers or material for other high-end leather goods. As for the magic stones found in the giant dodo and giant deer, they're stones filled with magic power and have various uses depending on the elemental affinity of the magic inside. Magic stones could only be found in monsters ranked B or above, so they were often sold or traded at high prices. Also, not all B-rank monsters have magic stones. It's said that they're only found in around 30% of B-rank monsters, and it's only at A rank that you're guaranteed to find a magic stone, although there are size differences. And lastly are the two A ranks. It's been a while since I've last seen one. For the black serpent, we can use its venom sac, innards, fangs, eyes, and hide. There is also a pretty decent magic stone inside, so with that added in, the total is 64 gold. Good lord, dude, you're gonna be rich! Just from this alone! Next, the murder grizzly's materials are its innards, claws, and fur, and this one had a larger magic stone, so the total is 78 gold! As expected of A-rank monsters. For the black serpent, which is large and ebony colored, its venom sacs seem to have many uses. I was too scared to ask. Probably, I'm assuming, to make antidotes, to make poisons, who knows what else. And its innards were used to make nourishment pills. After that, its fangs were used in magic tools, the eyes in magic staves, and the hide was materials for leather armor used by high-ranking adventurers. Its magic stone was apparently fairly large and aligned with water. The large gray murder grizzly's innards were also used for medicine, its claws for magic tools, and its fur made for carpets that were popular among nobles. As for its magic stone, it was pretty big and was worth the most out of all the magic stones in the lot. The final amount comes to 204 gold and 4 silver. From that is the butchering fee. This time you gave me a lot of high-ranked monsters, so with a small discount, I'll be fine with 2 gold and 4 silver. Taking that away, you left with an even 202 gold. Most people prefer gold coins, even if the amount is large, so I went ahead and gave you that. But if you prefer platinum or large gold coins, I can prepare that instead if you wait a while. No thanks, gold coins are fine. From looking around and shopping at various places, I found that in town nobody used large gold or platinum coins. Even if the count was at or above 10 gold coins, they never asked or gave any of those denominations. I think it most likely that while large gold coins and platinum coins exist as currency, there weren't many of them circulating around. At any rate, to exceed 200 gold coins, I didn't even do anything. For now, I'll take what I can get, though. I guess I'll let Fel eat some otherworld meat later. Oh, also, I was told to ask you this by an acquaintance, but you're familiar as a Fenrir, right? The old man asked me while looking at Fenrir, who was yawning unconcernedly behind me. He is? What of it? If you didn't know, there are people who are saying it's a great wolf instead. Apparently, since the rumor of a guy with a Fenrir as a familiar came to town was currently circulating around, there were also people saying that there was no way a legendary magic beast like a Fenrir would obey a human. So people have been split half and half between saying it's a Fenrir and it's a Grey Wolf. The Great Wolf is an A-ranked monster, and apparently it's a wolf with gray fur just around Fel's size. I mean, there's nobody around who's even seen a Fenrir in the first place, but even I was a pretty good adventurer before I took up this job. From where I'm standing, though, looking at its bearing, there's no way I could think it's anything but a Fenrir. That Fenrir theory and the Great Wolf theory, huh? I could probably use this. Up until now, I was thinking that since Fel was around, I shouldn't enter the larger towns, but in the case where I needed to enter one no matter what, I might be able to just tell people that he was a Great Wolf. They will probably be surprised anyway, because a Great Wolf was still an A-rank monster, but it should still be better than a Fenrir. The old man seemed like he already understood, so I ended up taking the money and leaving the storeroom without answering his question. And just like yesterday, I slipped past the stairs of the adventurers and quickly exited the Adventurers Guild. With Fel, I've done everything I wanted to do in this town, so I'm thinking of leaving. What do you think? I am okay either way, as long as you feed me delicious meals. Ah, is that so? Well, then let's go. With that, Fel and I left the town of Falliers. Hang on, let me see. 25 minutes. Okay, let's keep going. Chapter 3. Ingredients from another world possess preposterous effects. Ooh, that's interesting. I was currently walking along the road with Fel after putting Falliers behind me. Was it because Fel was with me? I didn't see any monsters at all. Even the road out of Rage Seeger's capital had goblins and grey wolves on it, though. Personally, there was nothing better than there being no monsters around, I guess. While walking along with no real destination, I asked a question that had been on my mind. Hey, Fel, you can use magic, right? Yes, I can use magic. You used barrier magic when we went out for that herb gathering quest, but that was the kind of magic you couldn't see, so it hadn't really hit me. Conjuring water or fire or something visible seemed more like magic. I wonder if I can learn to use magic. As I thought now that I was in a world where magic existed, the feeling of wanting to try using it welled up inside me. After all, it's magic. You know, magic. I'm probably a little too old to be like this, but I really am excited about it. You should be able to as long as you have MP. I did have some MP at least, so did that mean I could use magic? How do you become able to use magic? How, you say? You should be able to use it if you want to use it. If I want to. Like I said, if you want to use wind magic, then by thinking of wanting to use wind magic, you can use wind magic. The same with fire, and so on. This is no good. Fel is the type of genius to do things by feeling. By thinking of using it, does he mean that the mental image is important? Image. Ball of fire, fireball. It's a fireball. I held up my right hand and chanted fireball. Nothing. Embarrassing. Hugh, what are you doing? Val looked at me exasperated. Please don't look at me with those eyes. You will not be able to use magic if you do not circulate the magic power around your body, you know. Really? You know, that's the basic step I wanted to hear about in the first place. What do you mean, circulate magic power? I wasn't even sure what magic power was like in the first place. It is difficult to communicate with words. I am circulating magic power in my body right now, so try touching me and feel it. Feel it, he says. Is that really possible? Doubting him a little, I touched Fel's back. Whoa. It's only vaguely, but I think I get it. I could faintly feel something warm flowing around Fel's insides. It was still blurry, but I felt like I was grasping something. Do you understand? Yes, somehow. If that's so, then all that's left is training. Of course it would be. Alright, let's try it. Magic power, something warm. Magic power. There was something there. Circulated around my body like blood flowing through my veins. Circulate. I was doing that while walking, training the circulation of magic power throughout my body. Hey, I am hungry. I started when Fel said that. It's already that time? Then it's time for lunch. We moved to an open space by the road. Now then, what should I make? Okay, let's make pork chops. They're simple. It's not actually pork, but I'll try using the orc that seems similar. Is it really okay, though? I did have those thoughts. I mean, these pigs are bipedal, you know. But the people of this world eat it regularly, and the butcher at the Adventurers Guild eats it too, and even said it was a high-class ingredient. Also, I have a lot of orc meat, so if I don't at least challenge myself with it, it'll go to waste. If it's no good, I could just make Fel eat all of it, yeah. Start off by cutting onions into thin slices and cut the orc meat thinly as well. After that, mix together ketchup, Worcestershire sauce, sugar, alcohol, and a little soy sauce to make the sauce. Cook the orc meat in a frying pan until its color changes suddenly, and then add in the onions. Continue heating the meat and onions together until the onions become transparent, then add the sauce mixture in, and continue lightly heating until the flavors are mixed together and the pork chop is finished. He's going to probably eat a bunch of those. When I placed it in front of Fel, who was waiting with his nose twitching at the smell, he scarfed it down immediately. Yes, it's delicious too. Well, that's good. That means at least Fel is perfectly fine eating orc meat. Now then, I should try some too. It looks just like a pork chop. So it seems like it should be delicious, but I prepared myself a bite and threw a bite in my mouth. It's tasty. It's totally fine. In fact, it's absolutely delicious. It's like high-class branded pork. What the hell? Orcs are amazing. Why wasn't I told earlier? I felt hesitation at how they looked, but this is really good. It was completely fine as long as I thought of it like a fancy branded pork. Yes, it's great. It felt like blasphemy, but I took some of the pork chop meat, put it in between two slices of bread, and bit into it. Yeah, that works. Hey, another. I made another for Fel while I ate my own pork chop sandwich. We took a small break after Fel was satisfied with his meal before starting to walk again. Of course, while I practiced circulating magic power around my body. I am curious as to how strong he's going to end up getting, even if he doesn't really fight. After I spent a while training mana circulation, I finally felt like I reached a decent point. Like I was just about able to actually use magic. I stuck out my right hand, palm facing up. Fireball. Oof. A small fire the size of a candle's flame lit up around my palm. Val, my friend, please stop snorting like you're making fun of me. Sure, it isn't much, but in my books at least it isn't a total failure. I managed to conjure fire from nothing after all. Yeah, it's not a failure if I say it's not. It's not. But I'll have to train more if I want to put out a real fireball in the future. Val, should we call it a day and make camp? Sure. I made quite a bit off the monsters that Val hunted, so I was going to treat him with today. I made it a great feast of otherworld meat. Hey Val, thanks to you, I managed to make quite a bit of money, so I'll use my skill to get some food from my world for you to eat. What do you want? Food from another world, huh? Of course I want meat. Of course he'd say that! Looking at my skill window, I tried to figure out what would be good. Val was standing next to me with eyes full of expectation, so for now, something that he could eat right away, I guess. If that's the case, I guess it's side dishes. Which one, though? Oh, they have soy-flavored fried chicken! The meatballs and minced cutlet are good, too. Next is some hamburg steak, and also some thick-cut pork cutlet. And they also have fried tofu, so I'll get that, too. I added all of it to the cart. Hey, is it ready yet? Val, would you stop drooling while looking at the screen? I decided to check out just the side dishes first so that Val would stop drooling in impatience. I bought several of each, so it ended up coming out to 4 silver and 7 copper. For now, I just threw in 5 gold and paid it all that balance. As soon as I finished checking out, a cardboard box appeared. When I opened the box and took out the side dishes, they were all still hot. Whoa, they're still hot. This is good. I took the hot side dishes out of their packaging and served them to Fel on a plate. Right, here you go. Before I said that, Fel had already jumped on the plate and started wolfing it down, but he still want more at this rate. I'm sure the side dishes I bought wouldn't be enough, so it took a little longer to look through the site to think about what meat I should buy for a main dish. Mainly coarsely ground sausage and some roast pork would be good. I just have to lightly season the sausage with salt and pepper before cooking it, and in Fel's case, he could probably eat the roast pork as is. After that, the main dish would have to be beef. I was thinking the main dish would be domestic Wagyu steak. I'd eaten a lot of different meats in this world, and they'd all been fairly good. That was why when I tried to think of something better, it really could only be domestic Wagyu. It was pretty expensive, but I'd already decided to splurge today. I found that they had some domestic black Wagyu steak, thick thigh cuts, so I went with that. One steak, 250 grams, is 1 silver and 5 copper by itself, as expensive as I expected. Judging from Fel's habits, he'll eat about 10. Damn! As for my share, this is good. Coarse sausage, roast pork, steak meat, and my share of food all came out to 2 gold. While I was shopping on my online supermarket, Fel finished eating his side dishes. What, are you going to feed me that next? Fel, you eat too fast! Just wait a little, some of it is better if I cook it first, so eat this for now. I threw around 5 lumps of roast pork that I took out of their packages on a plate and gave it to Fel. While he was eating that, I took the sausages, seasoned them with salt and pepper, and cooked them so that they were just slightly burnt enough to have crispy parts. Here, eat this too. Fel happily started chewing on the sausages that I put in front of him. Each and everything is delicious. Well, that's good to hear, but there's still the final main dish. I seasoned the first 2 domestic Wagyu steaks with salt and pepper before cooking them. The main dish is domestic Wagyu steak, first with salt and pepper. How incredibly soft and delicious this meat is. This is great, this is delicious. It is, isn't it? This is the meat of an animal called a cow, which has been raised carefully by my country so that it is delicious as can be. What? You say your country in the other world raises this animal called a cow just for meals? Huh? This world doesn't have animal husbandry or raised livestock? It does not. This world overflows of monsters. It is enough to hunt them for meat. I see. Certainly monster meat is pretty good, and if these monsters exist in great numbers, then there might be no need to go through all the trouble to keep livestock. Okay, so that makes sense. I kept grilling steak while Fel talked, this time with the steak sauces I'd used before. I used garlic flavor, grated radish flavor, onion flavor, and butter flavor, one after another as I put out steaks like I was raising a combo meter. Even so, to raise them yourself, as they are more tasty, your country is rarely particular about its food. Yeah, no doubt. My country makes no compromises and cares about its food more than any other world, I think. Or any other would, I think. Excuse me. After all, we had everything from B-class gourmet to high-class French restaurants, and in Tokyo, you'd be able to eat cuisine from almost any country without having to leave the city. I see. That is why the food you made is so good. Well, that's mostly thanks to the online supermarket and all the different spices and seasonings that food production companies make. It seemed Fel was happy and full after eating and enjoying his fill of the domestic Wagyu steaks. Yes, it was a treat. Even so, I have thought this before, but when I eat your cooking, I can feel energy overflowing from inside me. Especially today, I feel like right now I can easily defeat that ancient dragon that I tied with long ago. Huh? No way is my cooking showing some sort of preposterous effect. Wait, shit. Today's cooking was all made with stuff I brought from my skill. Usually I use meat from here, so the effects of otherworld ingredients have been kept to a minimum. That's why even if there were side effects, when it came to someone's already as powerful as Fel, it didn't turn out to be much. But today I fed Fel food made only from stuff I got off my online supermarket. Fel, by energy, could you mean... Shoot, what was his... I had to go back and look, but let me know what it says, because I don't remember what the things were. Actually, I'm going to find out in a second. I appraised Fel. Name, Fel. Age, 1014. Race, Fenrir. Level, 906. Was his level 906 before? Let me know. HP, 9,843. Plus 5,118! MP, 9,481. Plus 4,550. Is that together? Or is his HP this, which is his original HP plus this? So I just minus this to get what his original HP was. Oh my god. Attack, 9,036 plus 4,518. Yeah, you would be able to kill the dragon. You would be able to kill that dragon. Defense, 9,765 plus 4,394. Agility, 9,684 plus 4,551. Skills, wind magic, fire magic, water magic, earth magic, ice magic, lightning magic, holy magic, barrier magic, rending claws, body reinforcement, physical attack resistance, magic attack resistance, MP efficiency, appraisal, blessings, blessing of the goddess of the wind, Ninrir. Huh? Am I seeing things? I blinked several times and appraised Fel again. Oh, all of Fel's stats had been buffed by around 50%. That the stats had been buffed this much must have something to do with how much he ate, or the ingredients, or possibly how it was cooked. I had no idea how things got like this, but there was no doubt it was because of the food I bought with my skill. But it's gotta be alright. I mean, when I looked at this before, there was a time limit. No matter how much Fel ate, at the very latest, it should all go back to normal after tomorrow morning. Probably. I have a feeling that it's not going to be gone by tomorrow morning. Hey, it is a waste to sit still with all this energy. I will go hunting. Hey, wait a bit. What if monsters attack me? I'd appreciate it if you did... Sorry about that. If you didn't leave me alone when the sun is already set and it's dark out. Yeah, because you never know what kind of monsters will be out and about at night. I shall erect a barrier around you. A barrier erected by me in my current state should deflect even a dragon's breath. Deflect a dragon's breath? You... Now then, I shall take my leave. Saying that, Fel ran into the dark forest as if he was jumping into it. I guess I'll just eat my own dinner. Wait, why is it already pitch black? While Fel was around, his silver fur always faintly glowed. Was that an effect of his magic power? So even if it was dark, I never really minded. My online supermarket was basically made for situations like this. I opened up the site and brought a flashlight with batteries, which I placed on top of a cardboard box. It's fine, let's eat. It's been meat over and over again recently, so I suddenly wanted to eat this when I saw it. A Maku Nochi Bento. Maku Nochi Bento. Also some canned coffee. I used to drink this every day in Japan. It's gotten a little cold, but man, this is good. This canned coffee, too. After thoroughly savoring my meal, I decided to go straight to bed because I had nothing else to do. I was just gonna curl up in my mantle and sleep, but I had a sudden idea. If I remember correctly, they should have it. I opened up my online supermarket. Oh, there it is. A pillow, futon, and blanket. Now that I have quite some room in my budget thanks to Fel, it should be fine to buy a futon set. If I have this, camping out should become a good sight more comfortable from now on. Okay, let's buy it. And button. Right then, there's no need to worry because of Fel's barrier magic, so I'll be able to sleep soundly tonight. I fell asleep inside a bed comfortable enough one wouldn't think they were camping. Dang, I slept well. Yeah, sleep is really different when you have a real bed. Whoa! What the heck is this? There were 3 mountains of monster corpses piled up next to me. Fel, my guy, I don't care how much energy you had, this is too much. Oh my god, you are gonna freak out the next people you run into at the Adventurers Guild with all this. Oh my god, they're gonna have a heart attack. And this could potentially get you ranked higher. The culprit, Fel, was currently sleeping soundly on the other side of the mountains of corpses. A thought came into my head as I gazed upon the 3 densely packed mountain of monsters. What do I even do with all this? Well, for now, there's nothing else but to cram it all into my item box, I guess. I've been using it for a while, and it does seem like time doesn't pass it all inside there. I mean, the vegetables I bought a week ago for my skill basically haven't aged at all. The leafy vegetables haven't wilted, and the other ones still look completely moist and fresh. The amount being what it was. I have to do it out little by little among the Adventurers Guild we would visit over our travels. I could always just learn to butcher it myself, but I'm no good with gore and stuff, so I don't really have any confidence I'd be able to learn it. I'll think more on that later. Anyway, I wonder how many monsters are in here. I praised the monsters. A giant dodo and giant deer. Fel hunted those before. Both were bigger than the ones he caught before. And then there were 3 rock birds. Rock birds are basically chickens, so having several of them is always nice. There was also a black serpent, which the Adventurers Guild bought for a high price before, as well as an equally expensive murder grizzly. Both of these are bigger this time as well. It's kind of scary thinking of how expensive they'll be. And they probably have magic stones in them too! Oh my god, you are going to be a rich, rich man, not even counting the Merchant Guild stuff. Next is a red serpent. It was a snake that was basically a black serpent, just brownish red. The red serpent's head is bigger than the black serpent, so the red serpent might be bigger overall too. After that are 5 orc generals and an orc king! An orc king? Dude! What did you do? Did you massacre an orc village or something? Huh? An orc king would be the king of a group of orcs, right? For what an orc king to be here, what happened to the other orcs? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Fel, guy, just what did you do? Right when I was thinking that, Fel woke up. What? Fel asked when he noticed me staring at him as he roused. What happened here, I asked, pointing at the piles of monsters. Is it not obvious? Those are what I hunted. Fel replied with a touch of sarcasm. No, I get that. But no matter how you think about it, this is too much. I was just so full of energy. Also, I did not get tired at all, so I had much fun hunting. Is that so? There's an orc king here, but what happened to the other orcs? I ended up running into an orc settlement. They noticed me and attacked. Of course, I made it rain their blood, but I only brought back the orc king and the orc generals because stronger monsters are more tasty. Rain their blood? Really, what are you thinking? By the way, how many orcs were there? There might have been about 150 orcs, I think. 150, you say? I thought I knew just how overwhelming Fel's strength was, but combining that with food bought from my world brought about just an overpowered result. Not to mention, orcs weren't even the only thing he fought last night. There were many other monster corpses here. Turning my eyes to the mountain of corpses again, I continued appraising. 4 ogres. Can you eat ogres? I don't know. If not, you could always just sell them. Hey, Fel, there's ogres here, but are they edible? Ogres have a lot of muscle and taste terrible. However, it seems an ogre's hide is prized among humans as a material for armor. You need money, do you not? Not at the moment! He's getting over, 200 gold at this point? He doesn't need it right now. That is why I brought it back, even though it's not edible, just in case. Ah, is that so? I'm completely fine on that front at the moment, thanks to Fel, though. Well, I'll keep it for now. And next is a blue ogre. Unlike a regular ogre, blue ogres have blue skin, of course. Is that what they call a subspecies? Maybe. I bet he didn't bring it back for any other reason than the fact that ogres are worth money, though. After that, it's a metal lizard. Just as its name implies, it's a stupidly big lizard with a silvery hide that's as hard as iron. How did Fel even take down a lizard with skin this tough? Magic? I'm assuming? Lightning magic, probably? Probably lit it up. I kind of want to ask, but looking at how beat up its skin is, even though it's so hard, it seems better not to. I can imagine that this lizard suffered a horrible, tragic death. Namu Amida Butsu. I'm guessing that's a prayer. Okay, what's next? Chimera. Chimera? Isn't that the thing with a lion's head, a goat's head, and a snake's head? That thing that shows up as a final boss in games. No way. Wait, oh, it has all 3 heads! Indeed, that is a chimera. They are pretty tasty, you know. What? They are what? Excuse me? Is that the convenience of a no, a dragon has to be the equivalent of a wagyu steak in this world. Has to be. Right? Right? Oh my god! Usually they're a bit of trouble, but last night I managed to take it down with 1 hit. Well, I mean, were completely overpowered, so of course. Killing it with 1 hit isn't something you should be bragging about! This is definitely no good. I'm not sure, but I bet this thing is far above even A rank. I know. Oh my god. This is going to be so hard to explain. The day I bring this into an adventurer's guild. Whoa. I got chills from one. They're all going to have a heart attack. Yeah, this thing is no good. Let's have it sleep forever in the depths of my item box. Yeah, that's it. While I was thinking that with clouded eyes, Fel said, I am hungry. Even though you ate that much last night? There's no helping it. I'll make some food. Before that, I stuffed all the monster corpses into my item box and my bed too. Okay then, what do I make? Of course, the main dish would be a monster meat. I learned the hard way last night what happens when you overdid it on ingredients from my world after all. Yeah, we don't need that. I know from past meals that accompanying vegetables or seasonings didn't have that much of an effect and that something on the level of spaghetti with meat sauce was still fine. I had to take that all into account when thinking up a menu. Everything in balance, right? Thinking like that, I figured that I had cockatrice, which was basically chicken, so let's have that. I'll make a chicken sauté. Hang on, let me see. Okay, I think I'm going to end this one off here. I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, let us continue with Campfire cooking in another world. Hang on, where did I end up last? I think I did this. Okay. Start off by removing the cockatrice's excess fat and season it with salt and pepper to build a base of flavor. Pour in a small amount of salad oil because the skin still has a lot of fat, and start cooking from the side with skin. If you push down on it with a pot lid while it cooks, the skin will become crispy and delicious. Flip it and cook the other side when the skin becomes cooked into a light brown color. Once the cockatrice is cooked, remove it and use the pan to make a sauce. There's umami in the meat's fat, so using the frying pan without wiping it down first makes for a more delicious sauce. That's what I always do. Oh, I actually forgot to mention this at the beginning of the video. If you are this far into the book series with me and you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. I'd love for you guys to be able to enjoy it. Combine butter, some lemon juice. I always use a bottle of 100% lemon juice and a little soy sauce in the frying pan to make lemon butter sauce. It might just be the nature of a Japanese person, but I always want to put soy sauce in first. It's fine with just lemon and butter, but in my case, I feel like adding soy sauce makes it one level tastier. Just pour the lemon butter sauce onto the crispy cockatrice and it's finished. Fel, it's finished. Was he really that hungry? When I placed it in front of Fel, he immediately bit into it hard. I put some sauteed chicken between slices of bread and ate it as a sandwich and had some more of the canned coffee I bought last night to go with it. This sauteed chicken sandwich is great. The canned coffee, too. I know, let's buy some more canned coffee from the online supermarket next time and stock up. That and some instant coffee. There will be times I want hot coffee after all. If I do that, then I'll need some sugar and milk too. I'm running low on spices and seasonings too. And I want to stock up on some more vegetables also. I guess I'll buy it all from the online supermarket tonight. Seconds. Yeah. I started making a shopping list while I cooked seconds for Fel. After several more helpings and a small break, we stood up. It's about time to get going. I started walking again with Fel, of course while practicing magic as well. I've worked hard. For 3 days I've done nothing but practice moving mana around my body. That's why it should be possible. It's possible I can do it. Let's go. Fireball. A ball of fire slightly larger than a softball appeared above the palm of my hand. However, it couldn't be called a real fireball like this. I had to be able to throw it and make it explode first. I threw it ahead of me. The fireball flew at the speed of a city bike before losing speed and falling around 20 meters ahead. Oof. Small explosion that can that be called an explosion? Happened. I hate to say it myself, but that was pretty pathetic. I didn't even get to the A of attack. Next to me, Fel reacted as he usually did, snorting as if he was mocking me. God damn. I did say the only way was to train, but if you can only do this much after trying so hard, maybe you should try to learn in combat. Rather than spending long hours training, you might learn more by going through a single reel battle. That might be so, but doesn't that mean fighting monsters? I can't use a sword, and my magic is only at this level. What happens if I get hurt? Is that all? There's no need for worry. I shall erect a barrier. It will protect you from their attacks, but will not prevent you from attacking. I am at your side, so there's no need to fear. That actually works out pretty well, considering you would be able to do damage, and they would eventually whittle it down to die. And he would be able to kill it himself. Barely, but still. I really don't like the idea of getting hurt. Ah, you coward. Hurry up and get on my back. Fel snapped after seeing my hesitant attitude and forced me on his back. Hey, wait a bit. Where are you taking me? I asked in a panic. Fel only replied with, of course, where the monsters are. Monsters? I'll be killed. It will be fine. I will choose some weak monsters in accordance with their level. I am also here with you. Do not worry. Don't tell me that, of course. I'm gonna worry. I'll probably be thought of as a huge wimp, but there's no way I can fight monsters all of a sudden. I see goblins. Just perfect. I will erase my presence so we will not be noticed, so you be quiet as well. So saying, Fel started running. Just perfect my ass. What the hell is this? There are so many goblins. The place Fel brought me to was a settlement of goblins. These are goblins. Try using your magic. No. No matter how you think about it, this is impossible. What the hell are you even expecting of me? Hurry and shoot. Well, what are you saying? There's too many of them. It's impossible. I have put up a barrier already. Look, we are safe. You say that, but there's no way we're safe. You coward. If you won't attack, I will. After saying that, Fel let out a howl. Hey, who was it who said to be quiet? Look, all the goblins are staring this way. They've noticed us. A huge number of goblins wielding clubs, swords, and axes are coming this way. Now you have no choice but to fight. Use your magic and shoot them. Shoot them until your body remembers the feeling. I will go and hunt the higher ranked goblins. What? Don't leave me alone? What the hell do you even mean, shoot until your body remembers? God damn it, I'll have you pay for this, Fel. Oh shit, the goblins are here. Fireball! I threw my pathetic fireballs at the goblins. Even if they were pathetic, the fire was still fire, and they did some damage to the goblins. I continued throwing fireballs. My surroundings were swarmed with goblins, but no matter if they swung their clubs, slashed with their swords, or tried to split my head with their axes, Fel's barrier stopped all of them. Even so, I felt nothing but fear seeing the goblin horde bearing down on me. So as to sweep them all away, I gave up thinking and just threw as many fireballs as I could. Fireball! Just as Fel told me to, I did nothing but throw fireballs as fast as I could. Fireball! Damn, this isn't over! Fireball! Doing this, I noticed the more I shot, the more speed and power my fireballs gained. It was like I figured out the feeling of it. I must have gotten used to it while throwing so many fireballs. I threw even more fireballs at the crowd. Fireball. It's just so stupid. I threw more and more, as many as I could. How much time had passed while I was trying my best to throw as many fireballs? Fireball! A ball of fire around the size of a volleyball flew at a pretty considerable speed, hit the goblins, and exploded. It was exactly my idea. Fireball as well as my last one. No more. I'm finished. Is this what happens when I run out of magic power? I can't move my body. There's still goblins around, but I can't move anymore. So you can do it if you try. Fel? Oh, he came back. I'm finished already. I'll leave the rest to you. I lost consciousness as soon as I saw Fel. Goblins! I lurched up and looked around frantically. In the darkness, I saw Fel next to me. It's already this late? I've been out for quite a while, I guess. How was it? Fighting proved beneficial, no? Beneficial my ass. After he put me in such an awful situation, I felt like I'd been lightly traumatized by the sight of small, dirty, green-skinned goblins coming at me all at once. I'll be seeing nightmares of that for a while. That last fireball you cast was pretty well done. Fel nodded in approval as he said that. It is thanks to me that you have become able to use magic. What do you mean, thanks to you? I'm still a beginner. We should have started off with 1 or 2 of them, and you forced a whole settlement on me. It's true that last fireball was quite good. However, I don't think it was right to shove me into a goblin settlement all at once. Or all of a sudden. It is your fault for taking so long to learn magic at that level. This is why geniuses suck. There's no way I can do things like you, Fel. You should know what my status is like if you can use appraisal. You should know the difference between our stats is like heaven and earth. Your level has risen. Huh? Really? I praised myself in a hurry. Name, Makoto Tsuyoshi Makoto. Age 27, job, victim from another world, level 3. Oh, you're only rating like 2 levels. I'm surprised it didn't go up much more than that. HP 110 out of 110, or 110, AMP 110, attack 83, defense 82, agility 78, skills appraisal, item box, fire magic, familiars, contracted magic base, Fenrir, unique skill, online supermarket. Whoa, I went up 2 levels. All my stats like my HP and MP all raised slightly. I also gained the fire magic skill. I was thinking that it was finally a mage, but why does my job entry still say victim from another world? When will this ever change? When I gain more levels? No, of course it'll change if I gain more skills. Damn it. I think. There's no way it stops like that, stays like that forever, is there? No, it can't be. Right, here. While I was thinking this and that about my status, Fel slowly got up. He rolled over a big green something about 2.5 meters in size with his front legs. Whoa! It was a huge goblin. I tried appraising it. It was a goblin king. A goblin king! Fel! He did say back then that he would go and hunt higher ranked goblins, so that settlement had a king. So that was why he took me to that settlement. The Goblin King has a magic stone. Magic stones are worth money to humans, no. Goblin Kings are inedible and serve no purpose otherwise. But this one seems to have a magic stone, so I took the trouble of bringing it back. I see. Now that means that Goblin Kings are at least B rank, right? Are Goblin Kings B or A rank? Rank. I do not know about ranks, but when you get as strong as I am, you can tell if something has a magic stone or not. Is that so? If that's the case, I can earn a lot of money by having Fel hunt things with magic stones. I won't do that, though. Doing that would definitely lead to a world of trouble. You were also unconscious. Even I am not able to carry both you and a Goblin King and still continue moving. That is why I waited here for you to wake up. And? Why has Fel been conspicuously glancing sideways at me over and over again? That thing has a magic stone. Yeah, so what? Magic stones are worth money, are they not? They certainly were. Back at the Adventurers Guild, the price for the B-rank Giant Dodo and Giant Deer flew upwards just because they had magic stones, even if they were small. So, should you not reward me with another feast with meat from your world? This guy's become a captive of the flavor of that domestic black Wagyu steak, hasn't he? Listen here, there were a whole bunch of monsters back then. Yes, and this time I also hunted a lot of monsters. Most of them even had magic stones. He's talking about when he hunted way too many monsters because he ate my world's food and was bursting with energy, right? Of course it doesn't count. It was a direct result of my meal after all. You know we still have almost all the meat we got from the Adventurers Guild, so it'll be a long while before I go and turn those in, right? Is that so? If that is the case, I will give up on a feast from your world. However, I am still hungry. Geez, he just had to go and learn something weird. At least he isn't grumbling about it, but I'm still not back to normal. I ran out of MP once, so I'm still feeling sluggish. It's too much work to cook for Fel, not to mention I still haven't gotten him back for throwing me into a whole swarm of goblins. It calls for a punishment of a meal without meat. I opened the online supermarket window. It's sweet things for when you're tired, right? I guess red bean buns and jam buns, strawberry flavor, are fine. I like them quite a bit as well. It's fine to give Fel the same thing. Actually, he eats a lot, so I'll buy some cream buns too. For now, 5 each of the 3 kinds for Fel, and of course canned coffee to go with the sweet buns. Oh, you can buy an entire box of canned coffee. Let's do it. If I'm going to buy the canned coffee, I might as well also get the instant coffee. I was thinking about getting 2, at least for now. I was also going to restock on spices and seasonings as well as vegetables, but I want to pick them out more carefully, so I'll do it next time. Then this is fine. I'll check out. There isn't much money left in my account, so I'll add another 5 gold and pay with that. I removed the packaging from all the breads and placed them on a plate and handed over to Fel. What is this? Red bean buns, jam buns, and cream buns. They're sweetbreads. Is there no meat? Fel, are you really gonna make me cook right after I just woke up from going unconscious? I understand. This will be fine. Fel started biting into the red bean bun after confirming its smell. This is pretty good in its own way. Huh? He's okay with sweetbread? He ate a jam bun next, reacting with, "Oh, this is good too." It seemed he liked it. The cream bun went over well too, seeing as he said, "I see it tastes like thick milk. This is good too." Huh. You like sweet things too, Phil? This didn't turn out to be a punishment at all. More. He's actually happy about it and asking for more. Wait. You know you've already eaten 15 of them. Any more and you're definitely overeating. You need to be careful not to get diabetes or cavities. I have no idea if Fenrir's can get diabetes, though. You won't be able to eat meat anymore, you know. You'll get sick if you eat too many sweets, you know. As if I would ever get sick. More importantly, seconds. There was no choice. I caved and bought him 2 more of each kind of bread and asked him, "What do you mean you won't get sick?" I have the blessing of the goddess of the wind, Ninrir. In my case, not only am I able to better control wind magic, but also no status ailments will work on me, including poisons and sicknesses. By the way, invalidation of status ailments comes with blessings from any god. That is just the kind of things blessings are. You can nullify status ailments with just a blessing from a god? Huh. What's with that shocking truth? A god's blessing? How unfair. Just being able to nullify all status ailments is already basically cheating. Fel's already strong even without his blessing. I need a blessing way more than he does. Gods, if any one of you is fine, so please bless me. Hey Fel, we've been traveling like this without any real destination in mind, but is there anywhere you want to go? For me, I really just want to get out of that suspicious kingdom of Rageseeker, so I was happy to just travel while keeping a certain amount of distance from them. Then how about we go west? There's a deep forest there with many delicious monsters. West? What country is there in the west? I did not know such things. Don't know. What country it is and how it is important, you know. What if they're doing something dangerous like fighting wars? I do not care to know the names of countries, and even if humans are fighting, it has nothing to do with me. Not to mention humans are always fighting somewhere. To think he doesn't know even the names of countries. It was a mistake to ask Fel. Well, when you get as strong as Fel, I bet he'll go unharmed even if he just bursts into the middle of a full-on battle. So I guess there's no need to care about the names of countries or how they're doing, but that won't fly with me. Hang on, let me just make sure. By people are always fighting somewhere, I guess he means that even in the world, conflicts between countries are unending. They were saying that there was going to be a war between Rageseeker and Marvel too. As long as I'm traveling, I'll need to take a look around at all the countries and figure out their political state. If that's the case, I'll need a map. Up until now, whenever we come upon a village, we went around instead of it in because of Fel. But I want a map, so let's try entering the next one. There's a village up ahead. It seemed Fel could sense presences and could at least tell if there were people or monsters in a given area, so he told me like this whenever he's noticed something. Shall I make a detour again? No, this time we'll go in. I want a map. When we were in sight of the village's entrance, the guard yelled stop and pointed a spear at us. I am Makoto, an adventurer. This is my familiar. When I shouted that in a loud voice, the guard replied, "Do you have proof?" So I called back, "If you want to look at my guild card." I'd have liked to show him my merchant's guild card, but since Fel was here, I had to show him my adventurer's guild card so I could prove that Fel was my familiar. Other than name and rank, the card also noted whether or not the owner had a familiar. At my reply, one of the 2 guards hesitantly approached me. "This is my guild card." It does say you have a familiar. That is a great wolf. It looked like the guard assumed Fel was a great wolf on his own. It was still better than telling him Fel was actually a Fenrir, so I just said yes. Oi, shh. Fel looked like he was about to say something, but I shut him up. I couldn't imagine what would happen with this guard if he was already this jumpy around a great wolf, should he discover that Fel was really a Fenrir. Not to mention there were a bunch of villagers looking this way from afar. I am no great wolf. Suddenly Fel's voice echoed in my head. Whoa. What? Nothing. It's nothing, yeah. I see. At any rate, you must be a great adventurer, seeing as how you've got an A-rank great wolf as a familiar. I laughed vaguely in response to the guard's words. I said that I'm not a great wolf. Fel's voice rang in my head again. And I turned around to stare at him. This is telepathy. A contracted master and his familiar can communicate telepathically. This is the first time I was hearing of it, though. Yes, this is the first time I have formed a contract as well, so I had completely forgotten. My dear Fel, please don't forget something as important as that. But if he said that a master and his familiar could communicate telepathically, Does that mean I can talk to Fel like that too? Testing, testing, testing. Fel, can you hear me? Yes, I can. I said you were a great wolf because it's better that way. Think about it. If he's that scared just thinking you're a great wolf, what do you think would happen if he learned you're a legendary Fenrir? But there's no buts about it. Isn't it better than causing unnecessary trouble? From now on, when we enter human villages or towns, you're gonna have to pretend to be a great wolf, Fel. Why? Because entire countries and their nobles will make moves on us if they think, no, you're a Fenrir. If that happens, won't that be annoying? It would be, but would it not be fine for me to just destroy them all if they come at us? Destroy them all, he says. I've had this thought before. Fel really is a meathead. You say it will be fine for you to destroy them, but if you keep doing that, then eventually there will be no place for us in the world. Also, if you keep doing that, all the human countries will unite and cry for your death, you know. And that will be annoying too, won't it? Certainly that is a possibility. Right? That's why you should just pretend you're a great wolf here for the sake of convenience. If you say so, I guess I must. Oh, also, we should start mainly using telepathy to talk in towns and villages or when there's people around. The fact that you're a Fenrir will get found out if you start talking after all. Yes, I understand. After having that telepathic conversation, we were allowed into the village without problems, but their stares hurt. Finally, even the village chief came out. Welcome to Leiden. It seems like you're an adventurer, but why have you come to a village like this with nothing to offer for you? Actually, I wanted to get a map, so I tried stopping by, but there is no such expensive item as a map in this small village. If any place would have one, it would be the town of Roddle, which is 4 days' travel from here. They have bookstores and even a public library. In this world, not only was paper precious, but books all had to be handwritten, so apparently they were quite expensive. Maps were also made of paper, so you'd think they'd sell them in bookstores, but of course they'd be expensive too. Only a suitably large town would have something as expensive as that. Roddle was only one step down in size from the country's capital, so it should hold most things one could want within its walls. I managed to get what I wanted to know out of the village chief, so I left the village immediately. It seemed like the villagers wouldn't be able to calm down with a large beast like Fel around, and even the village chief looked like he wanted us out as soon as possible. That village really isn't kind to strangers. Well, it's fine since I figured out our next destination. The town of Roddle is 4 days' travel straight down this road from Leiden, or so I've been told. Alright then, let's go to Roddle, I guess. But it'll take 4 days, huh? I'd really like a map as soon as possible, though. If you want to get there faster, would you like to ride me? I'd be grateful for that, but please don't go at a ridiculous speed like before. At that speed, it would not take even a day to reach our destination, you know, or would you rather get there even faster? Oh, no way, I was already almost thrown off at that speed. I'll die if you go any faster. I'd be happy to shorten the 4 days down to 2, so would you go at that pace? Make sure you never reach those speeds, you hear? I feel like that is a little slow, but I shall do as you say. Like that, we made our way down the road to Roddle. Hey, Fel, the sun has set, so let's make camp around here. I called out to Fel while I was being thrown around on his back, and he came to a stop. Alright, food. I am hungry. Yeah, you did let me ride you the whole day today. And make sure to make your favorite meat. If that's the case, it should be something that really gives you that sense you're eating meat. So something like this might be just perfect. I took some giant deer meat out of my item box. Just like it sounded, a giant deer was basically a huge deer monster. Actually, I'd eaten deer once before. One of my work senior's relatives was part of a hunting club and got some fresh deer meat, so we ended up eating it at my senior's place. According to that relative and the hunting club, the most delicious way to eat deer was as a steak, so we ended up making steaks. Deer meat has the impression of being tough and having a peculiar taste, but when I ate it, I found that it wasn't true at all. When you definitely know you were chewing meat, it wasn't tough and it didn't have a bad taste at all. In fact, it was quite delicious. Just like that deer, this giant deer meat was lean with little fat, so it should be fine to treat it similarly. I was thinking of imitating my senior and making giant deer steaks. First, take a pre-cut chunk of the giant deer meat and score some notches in it before pounding on it with the back of the knife. Apparently, deer meat has a lot of muscle fiber, so pounding it before cutting it makes it softer and juicier. Then season the meat with salt and pepper before letting it sit like that for a while to soak in the flavor. Once it's sat for long enough, melt some butter on a pan and sear the meat. It's finished once both sides are browned. Fel, it's finished. I handed Fel a finished giant deer steak and tried some myself too. Oh, delicious. Its taste wasn't gamey, and the meat gave just enough resistance to the chew to be comfortable. Not to mention every bite caused more juice to leak out. Its taste wasn't that heavy, so I felt like I could eat several of these. More. Fel seemed to like it too, since he immediately asked for more. I started cooking more giant deer steaks. Next, I'll season it with, the usual steak sauces. You gotta use these when you have steaks. Fel seems to like he likes it too. First up is the garlic flavor Fel said he liked the most. This is great. After that, I brought out the grated radish, onion, and butter flavors. I also had another helping of steak with onion-flavored sauce. The taste wasn't heavy, so I think I can manage another. Even giant deer is great when eaten like this. That's probably because you usually eat it raw. Japan's food industry is the real MVP, really. Even so, giant deer meat was even more delicious than I expected. It was so delicious I ended up overeating. Even if it was a lot smaller than Fell's portions, as one would expect, 2 steaks was too much. Now then, once I finished cleaning up all the cookware, I needed to prepare my sleeping space. I started off by laying out some cardboard. It was the flattened form of the boxes I got from buying things of my skill. I realized, you see, that laying out a futon directly on the dirt is bad. At first, I put it directly on the ground without thinking, and the futon got damp with moisture. It was terrible. I'd love to have a bed frame or duck boards, but it seemed that's too much to ask for, even for my online supermarket. When I was trying to figure out what to put under the futon, I suddenly remembered that I had cardboard. I kept getting more at cardboard every time I used my skill, but up until now, it was just trash. I just left it in a corner of my item box, along with all the wrappers and packages from food I bought. But if I laid out the cardboard like this, then my futon wouldn't get damp or dirty. What a great way to recycle cardboard. This is called being ecological. Hey, make my bed too. Sure. Seeing me lay down in my futon, Fel went, "That looks nice, get me one too." He kept pestering me about it, so I bought one for him too. It was kind of awkward to be the only one in a futon, not to mention Fel was the one earning most of this money anyway. That's why it was fine, although Fel was so big I ended up having to get him 3 futons. I laid out some cardboard and spread out Fel's 3 futons on them. Here, I finished making your bed, Fel. Good. Fel rolled sideways onto the futons. He seemed really sleepy now that he was full. Oh, look at the legendary magic beast is yawning. Let's remember to put up a barrier before you sleep. I know. It is done. I'm going to sleep. Fel dozed off right after saying that. Wow, already? That was quick. Right then, I guess I'll sleep too. I can sleep soundly thanks to Fel's barrier. I'll have a great sleep in my personal futon. Tomorrow we'd finally be in Roddle. Fel said that we'd be there before the afternoon, but I just hope that they let us in without any trouble. Let's see. How far have I even... Who knows how long that I actually have been recording for. I'm going to try keep going. Gossip. A certain adventurer's reflection. Huh. What's wrong, Vincent? Sighing like that. Nothing, just thinking about how I wanted to eat good food again. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That I wanted to eat Makoto's cooking again. I thought you'd agree, Rita. His food really is way too good. The other members nodded in agreement at Vincent's deeply serious comment. Honestly, I agree. I think back on the escort mission we took just recently. It was a mission that would be hard to forget for us. Ironwill, in many ways. The man they were introduced to at the Adventurers Guild was a man with a flat face, unlike what you'd usually see in the area. He was of medium build, and I understand, just from sizing him up, why we will be hired to escort this man on his travels. He seemed completely unconnected from the concept of strength. The man introduced himself as Makoto. He said that he wanted to cross the border to the next country, and we ourselves were just talking about how untrustworthy this country had come, so we planned to leave just soon ourselves. Thus, we decided to accept the request, even though the reward of 8 gold was a little low. The road to the neighboring country was relatively safe, but the deciding factor was the fact that he would take care of all of our meals. The price of meals wasn't actually something to take lightly. With 5 members, it could cost quite a bit. Normally, meals on the road consisted of such fare as jerky or hard bread, stuff which was definitely not tasty. One had to eat it to be able to exert their power as an adventurer. I completely expected that the food he would prepare would be no different, but the food ended up being on a whole other level of deliciousness. The food Makoto prepared was the equal of any famous restaurant in a big city. The soft bread, made from a special recipe from Makoto's homeland, the ham, which was salted just right, the juicy sausages, and the warm soup with lots of fillings. It turned out to be an excellent feast that no one would have expected during travel. We were overjoyed to realize that taking this request was the right choice. Of course it was. After all, we were able to eat tastier food than if we were in town. The only monsters that came out during our travels were small fries like goblins and grey wolves, and even the red boar we encountered wasn't that much trouble for us. Normally, if an adventurer hunted a monster while traveling, they only took the expensive materials like the hide or fangs, ate what they could of the meat, which would otherwise spoil or be damaged if taken, and left the rest. However, Makoto had an item box, so we were able to take the meat too. The meat that Makoto cooked and flavored with something from his homeland was again a masterpiece. It was so delicious I would go as far as to say it was the best thing I'd eaten in my entire life. I would have never thought it would be the reason for what happened next. Learning by the delicious smell of Makoto's food, a Fenrir, a legendary magic beast, appeared. Even though, as a legendary magic beast, nobody alive had ever even seen one, we instantly knew that it was a Fenrir, and we understood that we could not oppose this absolute pillar of strength. I was really panicked then. I felt like I was already dead. It was the first time I felt that cornered since I had become an adventurer. It wasn't surprising. We were facing the legendary Fenrir, something that was said to have destroyed entire countries, a force that mere humans could never hope to stand against. However, the Fenrir did not attack us at all. Instead, it looked at the food Makoto cooked and said, "Give me some too." There was no way for us to oppose the Fenrir, so we told Makoto to do as it said. And once it ate Makoto's food, the Fenrir said something unbelievable. "I shall form a contract with you." At first I thought I misheard. I had never heard of it. Okay. I'm sorry for stopping the record. I had to stop the recording yesterday. I don't even know how much footage I actually got yesterday because I kept on having to stop and deal with my sister and the baby. So I don't even know how much footage I actually can get from the actual first recording. So this is where I ended, essentially. So I'm just going to continue for like 30 more minutes, and we'll go from there. At first I thought I misheard. I had never heard of a legendary Fenrir becoming a human's familiar. Not to mention the last time anyone had supposedly seen one was 300 years ago. Leaving aside the long-lived elves, we were probably the first and only people alive in the present who had ever seen a Fenrir. And he formed a contract with that Fenrir, which most people never even get to see. Not only that, but the Fenrir was the one that requested it. Given the impossibility of refusing the Fenrir, Makoto ended up forming a contract with him. And so Makoto named the legendary Fenrir Fel. We witnessed that oddly historic moment. Just the reason the Fenrir formed the contract was to think that the legendary beast was lured into a contract by food! What's with all that? Whatever. The thought of us five were in unison at that moment. Sorry. Makoto, exasperated at that fact, stopped being so nervous and approached Fel normally, but there was no way any of us could have been as sanguine in his shoes. Makoto didn't really understand, but when someone got a familiar as powerful as Fenrir, not just nobles, but entire countries would take notice. It was a rule that they would try to take in and keep the strong under them. When we made our worries known, Fel's answer was, if they lay a hand on us, they might as well perish. That put cold sweat onto my back, but because Fel was clearly capable of making that happen. Hearing that, I could only pray that the nobles or countries didn't do anything stupid. Here's hoping that, the Demon Lord doesn't decide to do this. Hopefully they're smart and actually, not do that. Without even minding that, Makoto just told Fel, who had a voracious appetite, if you want meat, hunt it yourself. When we heard that, we could only stare open-mouthed and dumbfounded. I give my respect to Makoto, who could tell a Fenrir, a legendary beast, to go get his own food. I thought it might not just be that he was lured by food, but that inexplicably he might have perceived that quality in Makoto already and formed a contract for that reason. Fel would probably never form a contract with those that would only think to use him like nobles or countries. It didn't seem like Makoto intended to use Fel's power one bit. Rather, there probably wasn't even a temptation to use his power. To Makoto, the real problem was how much Fel ate, after all. And the prey Fel hunted after Makoto told him to go get his own meat was none other than a rockbird. How could I not be shocked? Rockbirds were B-rank monsters, the kind of opponent that we as a party would not be assured victory against even if we gave it our all. The last time we fought a rockbird, not only was everyone covered in wounds, but Vincent even broke his right leg. Makoto tried to give us all the materials, other than the meat, from such a huge catch just because we butchered it. He said it was payment for the butchering and the red boar meat, but it was too much for what we did. And Makoto insisted, so we reluctantly agreed to take it in spite of that. To hunt a rockbird in such a short time, we were vividly reminded that all the legends about Fenrirs were true. Thinking of that, the grilled rockbird was delicious. That sweet and spicy and salty sauce was 1 in a million. This is bad. Thinking about Makoto's food is going to make me drool. Getting into Venin was also a piece of work. Of course, even the fort realized that Fel was the legendary Fenrir, and all the guards were already outside waiting for us. We got them to understand that Makoto and Fel were contracted, so we were eventually able to enter, though. Well, either way, if Fel got serious, the fort and its guards would be about as tough as air, and the country itself would be in danger too. They understood that. Fel listened to what Makoto said because of their contract, and between opposing them and stirring the hornet's nest or letting them into the country, they will probably choose the latter, which would be a smart move. Those two were immediately accosted by a messenger as soon as we got to Falira's, but Fel sent him packing. I think he'd be busy around Makoto from now on, but it'll all probably be solved by Fel. Thinking like this, those two, one human and one animal, might make a good pair. I wonder if Makoto will open up a restaurant somewhere for us. While I was basking in the recollection of that adventure, Vincent went and said that. I'm hoping for that too, and we can immediately go there and eat. Read a bundle of appetite. Agreed. Yeah, that would actually be a good idea, to be completely honest. He could open his version of a food truck or a food stall. That'd be cool. I think so too, and I'm not really that particular about my food. Even Franco was of the same opinion. Truly. And the quiet Ramon. Honestly, I'm with them, but more than that, it'd be nice if we could meet again. Everyone nodded in agreement. The flat-faced man that didn't look strong at all, but was great at cooking, and Fel, the legendary magic beast that was alerted to a contract by food. I hope that we can meet those two again. Chapter 4. Hang on. Freaking eyelash. Hang on. This and that about magic and worldly affairs. Dang it, eyelash, why? Sorry. Freaking eyelash got in my eye. Entering the town of Rada was a chore, not just because Fel was around, but there was a huge line outside the gates to get in already. And then there was a scream when we lined up too. It was a lot of effort to explain to everyone, he's my familiar, he's fine. As we got closer to the gates, we found, as expected, soldiers in full-plate armor stopping us with pointed spears. Stop. Fel, stop for him. When Fel stopped, a soldier drew closer with his spear at the ready. Familiar? Yes, he's my familiar. Please confirm my adventurer's guild card. I handed my guild card over to the soldier. Certainly it says you have a familiar. Is that a great wolf? Yes. It's amazing that you were able to tame an A-rank monster. Thanks. I think I just got lucky. I think it'll be fine since he's your familiar and tame enough that you can ride him, but be aware that if something happens, you'll be the one punished as his master. If there's damage to the city, depending on the extent, you could be sentenced to death or be forced into slavery. Please be plenty careful of how your familiar acts. I understand. I sighed in relief as he let me through. They really drove the point home, but they also let me in relatively easily. But still, death or slavery? What the heck? That's super scary. Or rather, there are really worse slaves here. There's no concept of human rights here in this other world. Other worlds are scary. Yeah! Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. I wonder how the Demon Lord would deal with him. That would be interesting. We don't know if the Demon Lord is a male or female at this point, so this could be interesting. First, I had to secure a place to sleep. It would have been faster if I had asked the soldier at the gate. When I went back and asked him for an inn where I could stay with my familiar, he recommended the Elmira Inn. To get there, I had to go straight down the road from the gates and turn the third corner. Following his directions, I headed over. There really were a lot of people around, as expected of the biggest city after the capital. There weren't many of them, but I did see here and there beast men with animal ears and tails. Almost all of them had collars on, so they might have been slaves. As Fel and I passed by, they were startled for an instant, but didn't raise a fuss. I did hear a whisper of, "Oh, a familiar." So maybe there were quite a few adventurers around a town this size of familiars in tow like me. Reaching the Elmira Inn, I found that the price for a night's stay with accommodations for a familiar was 8 silvers. Leaving Fel in the animal shed in the shed for animals, I left in search of a bookstore that I heard about at the inn. Entering the bookstore, I found the inside buried in old-fashioned books. I wandered around looking for anything resembling a map, but found nothing. In seeming consolation for my efforts, I found an interesting-looking book instead. It was titled Beginner-Level Magic for Dummies. I think I might want this. I've somehow managed to learn Fireball on my own, but learning other magic too will only increase my options for self-defense. I heard the books are expensive, but I wonder how much this will cost. Excuse me, how much for this book? The owner glanced at me and said 7 gold. Whoa, expensive. 7 whole gold. Never mind. I was told I could find a library in this town anyway, so let's just look at magic-related books there instead. It's only the map I was aiming for that I'd buy, even if it was pricey. Speaking of which, when I asked about a map, he told me there's no way a mere bookstore would have one. Apparently, only the Imperial Castle or higher-ups in the military would ordinarily have a map. I see. So maps fall under the category of military secrets. Of course, I wouldn't be able to get one in that case. I tried brainstorming a solution to the map problem while I walked back to the inn. I didn't really need a detailed map as long as I have a general world map that tells me roughly which country is where. I'll be happy. I could probably hear about each country's situation from bars where adventurers gather. I might be able to hear from adventurers which country borders which. Adventurers travel all over the place for their jobs, after all. Then you could just make your own map. If that was the case, would there be an old map in the library somewhere? Even an old one was fine. If I could just figure out the general shape of the country or the continent and ask adventurers about information, I could fill in the spaces myself. I should be able to make a map of roughly what I need. Right, let's do that. I'll head over to the library tomorrow and try and find an old map. Ah, and some magic books too. Okay, today I planned to hole up in the library the whole time. When I told Fel that, he complained heavily about it, mostly about his meals, so I cooked a lot of meat for him in the morning and left him a ton of the sweetbreads he seemed to like to hold him over. Well, he should be fine. There was an inn close to the library too. Yesterday I bought a college-ruled notebook for memos and a ballpoint pen. Now then, to the library! Let's start from the results. There were no maps, even though I paid 2 gold to get in. I spent quite a while looking through this and that, but there was nothing approaching a map in any book. I spent quite a while searching, but I finally gave up hope of finding one and moved over to looking for magic books instead. At least on that side, I learned a lot, even though I only had a little time left over by then. What I learned was that everyone had magic power, but if you didn't know how to use it, this is referring to what I did with circulating magic power throughout my body, I think, then you couldn't activate any magic. The reason why only a certain number of people became mages, even though everyone could use magic, is because they either couldn't feel the magic in their own bodies, or even if they could feel it, they couldn't control it, circulate it around their body well enough. The basics of magic were fire, water, wind, and earth. There were also special elements like ice, lightning, healing, sacred, and holy, as well as race-specific types such as plant and darkness magic. Everyone had an affinity with the basic element, fire, water, wind, or earth, and as long as that one knew how to control their magic, any of these basic elements were relatively easy to learn. However, the special elements like ice and lightning didn't even manifest themselves unless one already knew how to use all the basic elements. In the first place, mages that could use all 4 basic elements were low in number, so those who could use ice and lightning as well were extremely few and far between. As for healing magic, one needed to have the affinity for it and have taken classes from the church for a certain amount of time before becoming able to use it. Sacred magic was even more special, and only certain jobs like heroes, holy women, and holy knights could learn it. Apparently it had spells like Light Arrow, which shot spears of holy light and had high attack power, and the ultra-effective Purifying Light, Holy Light. As for holy magic, it was written that holy magic was rather more legendary than special. First off, one couldn't obtain it unless one had a blessing from a god. It was extremely rare to get a blessing in and of itself, so it wasn't well documented what specific kinds of magic pertained to holy magic in the first place. However, in stories, it was said to have wiped out vast armies of monsters in a single blow, or even to have destroyed entire countries. As for the racial magics, plant and darkness, just as the name implied, they were unusable unless one was of a certain race. Plant magic for the elves, and darkness magic for the demon folk. Okay. So he's not going to be able to use either of those. I stayed hidden, writing notes on what I learned of magic, at least until the librarian caught me. I didn't find the maps I was looking for, but I learned quite a bit about magic, so I guess it's okay. I'm home. When I came back to the inn and greeted Fel, I found him sulking. You are late. All the food I left him in the morning had disappeared without a trace. Sorry. You were so late in returning, I was going crazy with hunger. I'll cook now, so cheer up. I'll even go heavy on the meat. I want food from your world. But if he eats too much of the food from my world, he'll start overflowing with energy. Still, though I was late, it should be fine if I give him a little. I used my skill to buy some yakitori and tonkatsu. Of course, I kept the amount on the lower side. That said, it's lower by Fel's standards. I took the yakitori off the skewers and put them on a plate and laid tonkatsu on a different plate. This will be it for now for food from my world. I'll cook the rest now, so wait. Fel started murmuring about the amount being small and stuff, but I ignored him and started cooking the meat. The flavoring was the usual steak sauces as well as yakiniku sauce. Yakiniku, sorry. When I piled the meat on a plate and put it in front of Fel, he chopped down on it greedily. There was some place I wanted to go after this as well, so I didn't want him bothering me. Even though I didn't find any maps in the library, I still wanted to at least ask the adventurers about the states of the different countries. Huh? Now that I think about it, I looked at Fel while he was eating and remembered something like the magic I learned about in the library. I learned about holy magic, and if I remember correctly, Fel was also able to use holy magic. I appraised Fel. Name Fel. Age 1014. Race Fenrir. Level 906. HP 9843. MP 9481. I'm guessing the effects of your food have not come in yet. Attack 9,036. Defense 9,765. Agility 9,684. Skills: wind magic, fire magic, water magic, earth magic, ice magic, lightning magic, holy magic, barrier magic, rending claws, body reinforcement, physical attack resistance, magic attack resistance, MP efficiency, appraisal. Blessings: blessing of the goddess of the wind, Ninrir. Holy magic. As I thought he had it. Well, it did say one wouldn't be able to use it if they didn't have a god's blessing, so thinking about it the other way around, it wasn't unusual for him to have it because he had the goddess of wind, Ninrir's blessing. Fel really was a legendary magic beast, wasn't he? I couldn't really think of him that way normally, though. Wait, the book said stuff about wiping out armies of monsters in one blow or destroying entire countries, but I feel like recently I heard something about destroying an entire country. Yes, that was good. Fel said, looking mighty satisfied now that his belly was full. Fel. Ah! It was you! Huh? I was thinking about destroying an entire country. What country was it? Fel, what did you do? I once again left Fel at the inn and found my way to a random bar in the town in order to get information out of the adventurers here. This town was large, so thinking that there would be adventurers at any bar I went into, I just arbitrarily picked one. Apparently I hit the jackpot, though. It seemed this place was a favorite of adventurers, and there was a lot of them gathered here. I had my eyes on 4 adventurers that were probably in a party together and approached them. Excuse me, but I'd like to ask you something. Do you have time? I promptly flagged down an employee and ordered all 4 of them an ale. Haha, I see you know what you're doing. The brawny skinhead that looked like the leader of the group slapped my shoulder and led me to an empty seat. So, what do you want to ask? I'm acting as something of a peddler while I travel around, but it hasn't been that long since I started. That's why I was hoping to hear stories about different countries and their situations from adventurers who are chock full of experience. Oh, is that all? If that's the case, you asked the right people. When the leader said that a beast man... Is he a tiger? Who was just as brawny as the leader nodded and said, It's true, we've traveled to a lot of places. Oh. Oi, what do you think you're looking at? When I was caught gawking at the tiger beastman, he turned on me threateningly. Are you stupid or something? These aren't exactly a lot of beastmen who aren't slaves walking around in this place. When he was told that by the other members, the beastmen relented, nodding and understanding. I see. It's true that if you think of a beastman in this place, you'd think of a slave. Even so, this country is one of the better ones. At the beastman's words, everyone else nodded in agreement, starting with the leader. Apparently in countries like the Geisler Empire, or the Holy Kingdom of Rubinov, or even the Kingdom of Solace, which was regarded as a vassal state of Rubinov, treatment of races other than humans, such as elves, dwarves, and beastmen, were particularly cruel. The Geisler Empire was a hard-in-the-paint military dictatorship, and anybody who didn't obey the emperor only had death to look forward to. Beastmen, elves, and dwarves were all treated basically like livestock with no hesitation. The Holy Kingdom of Rubinov was a religious country that preached human supremacy, where all the believers of the Rubinov Church decried non-believers as heretics and proclaimed their destined death and destruction. As such, races which believed in their own gods, such as elves, dwarves, and beastmen, were all branded as heretics and were the victims of casually committed atrocities. And it said that treatment in the Kingdom of Solace, a vassal state of Rubinov, was much the same. Any elves, dwarves, or beastmen becoming slaves in these 3 countries had nothing but tragedy awaiting them. Compared to that, slaves in Venin were given wages, even though they were small, and were guaranteed a minimum amount of livelihood, so it was a good sight better. Yeah, I feel bad for the other races. What about the Kingdom of Rageseeger? I would pass through there, but I felt like I didn't see any beastmen at all. Ah, that place too. Just like Rubinov, Rageseeger believed in human supremacy, and so from the start did not allow entry to elves, dwarves, and beastmen. However, the current king was rushing recklessly in his desire to expand his territory, and was constantly fighting something. It seemed to be an open secret that there were elves, dwarves, and beastmen being press-ganged to fight in those wars that shouldn't have been there. It was also famously rumored that Rageseeger nobles liked to keep elf, dwarves, and beastmen women as sex slaves. Oh, dear. Yeah, we're gonna do something about that. This world, it's not kind. The Kingdom of Marvel, which bordered Rageseeger, was the home country of these former adventurers. They said that it was a good country that does not discriminate between races, so it was safe to live there without worry. The only problem was they weren't blessed with good neighbors and had to constantly be on watch for those that would steal their territory. To their north was demon folk territory, to their south lay the Geisler Empire, and to their east, Rageseeger and Rubinov. Oh god, yeah, you do not have good neighbors. Yep. In truth, there had been several border skirmishes between Marvel and Rageseeker recently, and with both sides' armies glaring at each other from across the border, it was rumored that war was just a matter of time. Now that I think about it, I already heard that Rageseeker and Marvel were close to war at Keels. Apparently, those 4 adventurers saw that their country was close to war and decided to cut and run. If we had family in the country, we wouldn't have done that, but all 4 of us are orphans, you see. I was told that all of them were raised in the same orphanage and just became an adventurer party like that. It seemed that the Adventurers Guild had told countries not to stop C-rank adventurers and above from moving between countries, and because said countries couldn't afford to upset a gigantic organization like the Adventurers Guild, they had to grudgingly accept. We had to pass through Rageseeker to get here, but their stares when they saw me were disgusting. The Beastman member said that as if he was spitting something out. From what I've heard, is this world okay? I feel like I've come to a whale of a world here. Continuing our conversation, next up was the country to Rageseeker's east, the Kingdom of Clarson. This country had always had a certain kind of history to it, but right now it seemed there was a strife within the royal family, and it was tearing the country apart. Okay, so probably infighting for the next person who's going to be ruling, most likely. Next was the space from the south to the central area of the continent, but apparently it was occupied by a large amount of small countries of various names. The area was ruled and fought over by various warlords, and it seemed not even adventurers went that way too often. Weren't there a couple of countries that allied together near the coast 5 or 6 years ago? What were they called? The Keen Republic. Right. There was a Keen Republic, but they are on the verge of splitting, it said. Right, let's not go there. After that, it was the kingdoms of Arman and Leonhardt to the east of the continent. Neither kingdom discriminated between races and were comparatively free countries. And apparently both their armies were super strong, so there wasn't much worry of them getting invaded. Not to mention the 2 kingdoms were allied and their internal political landscape was stable. Thank goodness for that, at least. We're currently heading for Leonhardt ourselves. We'll go to Ermin eventually as well. Apparently there were a lot of dungeons in both countries, so being an adventurer in either one was a pretty tasty option, or a pretty tasty prospect. There it is, dungeons. As I thought they existed. I'm a little interested, but I'll probably never enter one. After all, it's going to be safety first. Life is important. But hearing about all this from the adventurers, I figured out my destination. It's got to be either the kingdoms of Ermin or Leonhardt. They're both stable, so either way, it doesn't matter which one I go to. The problem is whether Fel would understand the route if I tried to explain it to him. This is the exact situation where a map would be great. If only I had a map. What, you want a map? The leader seemed to have heard me muttering to myself. Yeah, it doesn't have to be too detailed, but I was thinking it would really help if I had one. When I said that, the 4 adventurers looked at each other and then started whispering. Hey, to tell you the truth, we have a map. What, really? There was a senior adventurer that treated us kindly, and he gave it to us when he retired. Oh, that's great. I'm jealous. I want a map too. Of course, it isn't detailed like a higher-up in the military would have, and only just shows which country is where. Yeah, it's not like I really need anything that detailed. It's fine with me as long as I know where countries are in relation to each other. So here's the thing. If you want it, we can give it to you. Wait, really? We'll already memorize this map, you see. We'll get by even without it. So what do you say to 1 gold for it? 1 gold? I want a map, but 1 gold is a lot. I do understand the paper is expensive, though. 1 gold. That really makes it hard to make a decision. Is it alright if I see it, I asked? It should be easier to decide after I see it. Sure. The leader took a folded-up map from his pocket. Here it is. I unfurled the map and took a look. Yeah, this really is rough, but I'll be able to understand the positions of countries with this. I wanted it, but the price made me hesitate. 1 gold. How much gold do you have, dude? You have a ton. I'm telling you this now, but this is pretty valuable. I knew that the bookstore didn't have it, and there weren't any in the library either, but since you've treated us like this, I'll make it a little cheaper. How about 8 silver? 8 silver? I do want a map, and paper is expensive. Okay, let's buy it. It's better to have one, and 8 silver, it's cheap enough that I can internalize it as an expense. I'll take it for 8 silver. Great, it's a deal. I handed 8 silver over to the leader and pocketed the map. Now then, we have to be up early tomorrow, so we'll be going back now. Sure, thanks for telling me all that stuff. For the map, too. No problem. Later. Saying that, the 4 of them left the bar. Oh, you should have gotten their names! You might have been able to meet up with them later, because they said they were going to the same place. Maybe y'all could have met up later. Woo, I got a map! The bookstore didn't have one, and I went to the library thinking that if I had an old map, I could just renew it by asking adventurers, but in the end, the library didn't have one either. I was already thinking of giving up on a map, but to think I would get one here, I lucked out! What? There's a whole bunch of people that look like adventurers glancing at me and laughing. Hey, you guys shouldn't laugh. One of the adventurers said to the others, you're saying that while you're laughing. Did I do something? Is it okay if I get mad? I said that to the man while still sulking a little from being laughed at. The man replied, sorry, while not looking sorry at all. Earlier, we were listening in on your conversation. You were tricked. Tricked? Huh? What's he saying? Tricked. What does he mean? You bought a map from them, didn't you? I did, but what of it? The Adventurers Guild sells those. Wait, what? No, wait a minute. The Adventurer Guild sells maps? What? I got one too. See? The map you showed me after saying that was exactly the same as the one I just bought from the Adventurers for 8 silver. I mean, even if you paid more than you were supposed to, it's best that you had one. While I was still at a loss for words, staring numbly at the map, the man dropped another bomb. By the way, that map, it's at 1 silver at the Adventurers Guild. 1 silver. 1 silver into 8 silver. I was tricked! They sure fleeced you, turning 1 silver into 8. The rest of the adventurers in the bar joined in on his laughter. Damn it, this isn't funny. It's actually making me want to cry. This map is something the Adventurers Guild makes themselves by talking to adventurers, so it's set at a price where we can easily buy it, even if it's made of paper. He's right. Well, there's also adventurers that don't buy one and get around with their own memory, but most people buy the map. And they fill in the topographical details of places and villages they've been in themselves, like, here's a lake, or even what monsters appear in an area. At any rate, they write down extra details on the map and make it their own. There's also adventurers that stay in one country, so they make a copy of just the one country and write more detailed maps of that place, too. Naturally, such maps are an adventurer's treasure, so they wouldn't go around showing it to other people so easily. Now that I think about it, I think the Merchants Guild also sells a similar map. Well, both adventurers and merchants travel around a lot. The adventurers that were laughing each chimed in with their own piece. So not only the Adventurers Guild, but even the Merchants Guild sells those maps. Why didn't you go there and check first, and then you could have gone to the bar? Good God, dude. The owner of the bookstore didn't say a word about that, though. The bookstore is also part of the Merchants Guild, but since it's a bookstore, it doesn't seem like the owner would have to travel across countries or even different towns, so he might have just not known about it. At any rate, to all of those adventurers who are laughing, please tell me this sort of thing beforehand. That's because you're in the wrong for being tricked. They were all quite correct. I hate it, but they're right. Something of this level definitely wouldn't count as a crime in this world. I guess I have no choice but to give up and chalk this up as a learning experience. I want to cry. Okay, I think, let's see. Okay, I think that should be good enough. Combined with what I did before, I think it should be good enough. I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, now I can actually start recording without worry. Let us continue with Campfire Cooking in Another World. Chapter 5, Sui, the baby slime, joins the party. Sui? After that, I shakily returned to the inn. I would never have thought I'd be scammed. It's my fault for avoiding towns because of Fell, and thus not really showing up much in any other adventurers or merchants guilds. When it comes to adventurers, my impression of Ironwill, who accepted my escort request before, was so strong that I didn't even imagine I would be swindled. Yeah, because you were trusting. Too trusting. My first impression of this world was that royalty and nobles and people in positions of power used that power to do whatever they wanted. But come to think of it, if there were good merchants and adventurers, there'd be bad ones too. Obviously. Even in my previous world, there were good people and bad people. At any rate, my plan was still to leave this town and hurry on over to either Ermin or Leonhardt. I mean, even though the way I got it was something, I still managed to get the map I wanted. Yeah, that's good. After I ate breakfast with Fel, let's hurry and prepare to leave. Hang on, let's actually make sure. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Right then, let's go. Are we done already? Yeah, let's hurry up. Leaving the town of Roddle, we steadily made progress along the road. Fel, about where we're going, I'm thinking either the kingdom of Ermin or Leonhardt. Even if you tell me the name of the country, I would not understand. Which direction is it? Both Ermin and Leonhardt are to the east. They're on the eastern coast. Oh, the eastern ocean? There are sea serpents and krakens there. Those are all delicious in their own way. Is that an ominous name I hear? I mean, sea serpents sound like underwater dragons, and isn't the kraken a ginormous squid? I think both of them are boss-level monsters. No way. Let's pretend like I didn't hear that. Yeah. Actually, fellas okay with fish? Of course I prefer meat, but every once in a while I eat fish too. I see. Now that I think about it, he eats snack bread and says it's good, so I guess he can just eat anything. Talking about fish has made me hungry. Cutting through the forest will lead us to the same road leading east, and there's a lake in the middle too. Oi, we are moving. Huh? Is that a done deal? Hey, will we be okay cutting through the forest like that? Like, aren't there dangerous monsters and stuff? Who do you think I am? There is no need to worry about that. Ah, is that so? But still, it's fine for Fel because he's strong, but there's no way for me to do that. I will keep a barrier around you permanently because you are weak. Do not worry. Weak? I mean, it's true, it's all fact, but it still hurts to hear out loud. Hurry up and get on my back. Yeah. When I climbed onto Fel's back, he leaped off into the forest. Let's go. Fast, too fast, go slower! I screamed while clinging onto Fel's back for dear life as he fairly flew through the forest. Hang on tightly so you are not shaken off. I'll be going at this speed until we reach the lake. A victory for his appetite. God damn it, why did his gluttony have to assert itself now? Ah! My screams echoed through the forest. Thanks to Fel putting me through hell, we reached the lake. I thought I'd die. Running through the forest at that kind of speed, even just remembering it. It took everything I had just to cling onto Fel for dear life. Flopping onto the ground, I felt painfully well just how reassuring hard earth was until Fel's face popped up above me. Oi, we are eating fish. Come on, Fel, at least let me rest a little. Man, Fel's appetite never stops, does it? Still, if you want to eat fish, how do you plan on catching them? We don't have a fishing rod. Don't tell me you plan on going into the lake yourself. This is the best for catching fish. Saying that, Fel, and lightning. Of course. Lightning danced across the lake's surface, and fish popped up to the surface one after another. Soon the lake's surface was covered in fish. Dude, that's too much. That was probably just lightning magic, but what do you plan to do with all these fish? I used magic to gather them at the shore, so take what you like. Take what I like? Are all of them dead? They're all stunned into a death-like state from my lightning magic. They will revive eventually. Ah, I see. That must be tough for the fish. Well, I'll go pick out some, I guess. Oh, there are a lot of purple fish here. From appraisal, I've learned that they're called violet trout. They're about 30 centimeters long, so they might be good grilled with salt. I shoved the violet trout into my item box. Of course, I don't plan to put all the fish in there, but taking a little extra to save for later should be fine. Even if I wanted to eat fish since it's been all meat lately, so leaving some extra fish in my item box so I can eat some whenever I want wasn't a bad idea. Hey, what's this pretty big one? There was a silver fish around 80 centimeters long. From appraisal, it was called a king trout. If it was this big, even I might be able to fillet it. Let's take a lot of this as well. Ooh, and that is... In the middle of the violet and king trout, there was a giant fish around 3 meters in length. Wow, is this not a lake shark? How rare. Asking about it, it seemed to be a rare shark that even Fel had rarely seen in his long life. Although it doesn't seem to be fit to eat. Well, even if we couldn't eat it, it was still a large monster. Not to mention if it was as rare as Fel said, I should be able to sell it. For now, I stowed it in my item box too. Take some of this too. It tingles the tip of your tongue and is delicious. Fel said and used wind magic to gather some fish around me. Whoa, what the heck is this? It was a shocking pink fish with blue stripes around 50 centimeters long. It was the kind of color that screams, I have poison in me! Though, appraising it, I found out that its name is poison lake fish, and it's inedible. It's delicious! It's not edible, dude! It's inedible. Actually, this thing clearly had poison in it. Is Fel okay? Fel, you've been eating these, right? Yes, several times. It was delicious and left a tingling sensation at the tip of my tongue. I think that tingling was poison. It looks like this fish is called the poison lake fish. Did you not appraise it before eating, Fel? I would not do something as annoying as that. Since I have a god's blessing, something like poison would never work anyway. Ah, right, god's blessing. Man, being able to invalidate status ailments must be great. I'm so jealous. It might not work on you, since you have a god's blessing, but it's still poisonous to me. I can't take these. Not to mention, you don't have to eat something poisonous like this. I've been making your meals properly, haven't I? Man, that is true, but this is still pretty... I can't put something poisonous with other ingredients. I'll make something with the violet and king trout I got, so hold it in. Fine. Now then, it's the first fish I've had in a long while. How should I cook it? I can grill the violet trout whole with salt, and then fillet the king trout. Roasting the king trout in foil as well as cooking it a la Monterey will be good. If I do that, though, I'm out of butter, and I need to buy flour as well. I'd also like mushrooms for the foil roast, so let's go shopping. Opening up the online supermarket, I bought butter, flour, and mushrooms, as well as the usual spices and seasonings I use frequently. I also didn't forget the foil I needed to foil roast the fish. Next is... Oh! This is good every once in a while. Once I got everything I needed, it was almost time to start cooking. I'm going to grill this violet trout whole with salt, so it would be best to have an open fire. First up is gathering firewood then. I quickly gathered enough firewood from the surrounding forest and set fire to it. Of course, I used magic. I'd done some training in it, so I'd become quite good at controlling fire magic. With this, I prepared to grill. Start off by removing the violet trout's innards. There are people that like the bitterness of the innards, but I'm not one of them, so I take them out. Use some sticks found while gathering firewood to skewer the violet trout and sprinkle them with salt, then stab the sticks into the ground by the fire and grill them. While that's happening, move on to the king trout. Start by filleting them. Whoops, too much of the meat got stuck to the spine while trying to remove it. Well, it'll be fine, even if the meat is a little lopsided, as long as the spine is removed. Next up is the foil roast. Coat some aluminum foil with butter and sprinkle the coating with onions. On top of that, place an appropriately sized cut of king trout onto the foil and season it with salt and pepper. Layer some shimeji mushrooms and Japanese hackberry onto the fish and lightly douse it with Japanese sake before adding a pout of butter, and then close the foil. Leave it at the edge of the fire to steam and cook. Now the Monterey, whatever. Season a cut of the king trout with salt and pepper and let it sit for a little before wiping away excess moisture. Then coat it with a thin layer of flour and cook the surface in a frying skillet. Or a frying pan. What am I saying? What the fuck am I saying? Oh, the violet trout's done grilling, and the foil roast is swelled to bursting so it looks like it's steamed nicely. Take the well-done violet trout off the skewers and line them up on a plate. Open up the foil of the foil roast, add some ponzu, and it's done. Ponzu was used today on a whim. By the way, it's also good to add soy sauce with the butter to make soy butter flavored foil roast, and it's even delicious with just salt and pepper. Plate the cooked Monterey and add pre-made tartar sauce to finish it. The usual soy butter Monterey is also good, but butter is being used for the foil roast as is, so tartar sauce is a good substitute this time. Phil, food's ready. As soon as I said that, Phil came flying. He bit straight into the whole grilled violet trout. Fish after a long while is delicious. That's nice to hear. Now then, I should eat too. Accompanying that, I had canned beer that I saw on the online supermarket and suddenly wanted to drink, because it's been a while. I'm not that fond of alcohol, but I do feel like drinking every now and again. The skin on the whole grilled violet trout was crispy and delicious. The mushroom's umami had soaked into the foil roast king trout, so it paired well with the refreshing taste of the ponzu. As for the Monterey, the light white meat of the king trout went great with tartar sauce. I've done pretty well here in my opinion. It had great synergy with the beer too. Man, the beer is great. It's been a long time, so the fish was satisfying too. There is no more I want seconds. This one wrapped in silver, and this one with the white on it. This white stuff has a strange taste, but it is good. Ah, sure. Foil roast and Monterey, right? So Fel took a liking to the tartar sauce, huh? It is tasty. I made more of the foil roast and Monterey while sipping on my beer. I made some soy butter and simple salt and pepper foil roast, but kept the Monterey with tartar sauce because Fel seemed to like it. I made more and more food and brought it out for Fel. That was delicious. It's been a while since I've eaten fish. Of course, Fel likes meat the most, but it looks like he's cool with fish too, so I'll cook some every now and again. Luckily, we got a lot of fish today, and even an extra large one. Let's have the Adventurers Guild butcher it the next time I go to one. Stone bullet. One small stone projectile flew with a whoosh before losing speed 20 meters away and dropping to the ground. Again with this. Dude, you gotta practice. I was practicing earth magic now, but it wasn't going so well. I'd become able to throw some pretty respectable fireballs, so I was testing if I could use other magic. Thinking it an obvious water spell, I tried chanting water ball, but nothing happened. Next, I tried wind with wind cutter, but that also turned up nothing. Lastly, I tried earth with stone bullet, and a stone so small it might have been a grain of sand popped out of the palm of my hand. Well, at least you got earth magic and fire magic. While I was happy to discover I had an affinity for earth magic, Fel, who was watching me, laughed out of his nose again. Frustrated, I started practicing earth magic hard, but just like before, it wasn't going well, and I had no idea why. I think I'm properly circulating the magic power in my body, though. I tried testing this out with Fireball, and it worked out. Why doesn't Stone Bullet work then? It's a little pathetic, but it does activate, so I guess there's nothing else but to practice a lot. I I am amazed at how bad you are at learning. Not everyone's an amazing cheater like you, you know. How about another battle? It worked the last time when you were trying to learn fire magic, did it not? Just that one sentence from Fel brought memories of that swarm of goblins to my head. Nightmare! It's a nightmare! Don't joke with me. I am never want to go through that again. I couldn't deny that I learned how to make a proper fireball, but the fear that came with being left alone in the middle of that swarm of goblins was not trivial. But at this rate, you will never learn earth magic. This is why geniuses suck. If everyone learned everything right away, there would be no strife in the world. Normal people like me have to practice. When dinner finished, I was thinking it was about time to sleep, so I started to ready the sleeping spaces for Fel and I. That's when I noticed at my feet... When did that get there? Whoa! It was jiggly, transparent, a bit larger than a soccer ball, and it was slowly moving. Oh, so cute! Is this a slime? It is. Fel, didn't you put up a barrier? Of course I did. It might have already been inside the barrier when I erected it. What's the point of a barrier if there's already something inside? Is there really a need to be so scared of such a puny thing that does not even qualify to be called a small fry? You really are a coward. Yeah, I'm just a huge wimp. At any rate, are slimes really so weak as to have Fel say that? Won't slimes attack us? Evolved forms do, but a slime of that level is just feeble. It's just feed. Not to mention from its size, that slime has probably just been born. I see. In my world, slimes are treated as easy beginner class monsters, so I guess in this world, slimes are the lowest class of monster too. So this thing won't attack me? Interested, I tried poking the slime at my feet with my finger. Jiggle. Its cool to the touch and jiggling form reminded me of gelatin. It was fun, so I kept poking at it. In reaction, the slime formed a tentacle and poked my finger in what felt like a fearful manner. It might be kind of cute. At any rate, what a friendly slime. Hey Fel, are slimes usually this friendly toward humans? That's probably just because it's a freshly born slime. Normally, if it were to see anything other than another slime, it would run or hide. I see, a newborn slime, huh? How's its status? I appraised the friendly slime at my feet. Name, unavailable. Age, 3 days. Race, baby slime. Level 1, HP 2, MP 1. Attack 1, defense 2, agility 2. Skills, none. So weak! 3 days old. He really was just born. His race is even baby slime. From now on, he was going to steadily grow from a baby slime to a regular slime. Is how it feels, definitely. But right now, as a baby slime, he was so weak there was no way he'd survive meeting another monster. Even though he was pretty cute and friendly, I wanted to at least feed him something. Slimes had the impression of being able to eat anything, but I wonder if that was really true. Hey, do slimes eat anything? They even eat pebbles on the ground. So they even eat pebbles. They really are true omnivores. If that's the case, would that be okay? Thinking that, I removed something that was piling up in my item box. The trash that was left over from everything I bought so far from the online supermarket. The cardboard boxes were for putting under our futon, so those were being used, but everything else, like vinyl bags that had vegetables in them, or boxes of instant soup, empty spice bottles, empty cans, and PET bottles. A lot of stuff had been piling up. I tried putting an empty can in front of the slime asking, is it okay? After poking at it with the tentacle, it enveloped the can whole. The slime was transparent, so I saw the can dissolve in a matter of moments. Wow, that's impressive! The slime wrapped a tentacle around my leg like it wanted more. More, huh? Wait a second. I put more and more of the trash that had been piling up in front of the slime, and the slime enveloped more and more of the trash and dissolved it. Whoa, I'm all empty. All the trash that was piling up is completely gone. Wow, trash compactor! Who would have thunk? I wonder if this is what the slime is going to end up eating. That would suck for it if it couldn't actually eat. Actually, you probably could give it regular food in addition to the trash. The slime ate all the trash from my world that I've been accumulating. Honestly speaking, I was having trouble figuring out what to do about the trash. I couldn't just throw it away without a care. So until now, I've just been leaving it in my item box. From my perspective, the slime did a good job. You're amazing, aren't you? When I said that, the slime started bouncing up and down like a bouncy ball. Do you understand what I'm saying? The slime that was bouncing up and down jumped up onto my chest. Whoa. Supporting the slime with my arms as I held it, the slime jiggled like it was satisfied. Wow, you really are friendly for a slime, I said while petting it. Hey, that thing has become your familiar, you know. I'm sorry, what? When did that happen? Yeah, huh? I am saying that the slime has become your familiar. What? I haven't done anything to form a contract with it, though. As long as that slime wants to contract with you and you accept it, the contract will be completed. But I haven't accepted anything of the sort. Whenever you say the contract is already finalized, you can check your status. When did that happen? Was it when he gave him all the trash or when he jumped up in his arms? I checked my status at Fel's suggestion. Name Makoto, Tsuyoshi Makoto. Age 27, job victim from another world, level 3. HP 110, MP 110, attack 83, defense 82, agility 78. Skills, appraisal, item box, fire magic, familiars, contracted magic beast, Fenrir, baby slime. Unique skill, online supermarket. What? When did baby slime get added to my familiar list? I decided to name it Sui. I won't hear any complaints about how I got no naming sense. A few days after Sui became a familiar, now Sui's status was like this. Name Sui. Age 6 days. Race baby slime. Level 8. Oh, it's so cute. It's already got 8. Oh my god, it's stronger than you, dude. And level wise anyway. Obviously not with all this, but still. Okay, level 8. HP 24, MP 21. Attack 18. Defense 20. Agility 21. Skills nothing. You need to get it some skills, dude. Somehow its level had risen drastically. It was probably because it had eaten so much trash from my world. Nothing happened when merely using something bought from my online supermarket. For example, sleeping in a futon didn't raise HP or MP or anything like that, so it must be happening when one takes something from another world into their body. By the way, that effect where the person's HP or MP or whatever gets buffed for a limited amount of time doesn't happen to Sui. Thinking about it, it might be because Sui's weak, so it just actually leveled Sui up. And it gives temporary buffs to those who are at a certain level or above. If that isn't the case, then it's a question of if the food is causing Sui's level ups. However, testing that was fairly hard. After all, only a slime would eat trash. I'd like to test it out if I found another slime, but I haven't seen any at all. When I tried asking Fel, he said that since slimes are so weak, unless they're evolved forms, they're fundamentally always hid or ran, so it was rare to see them. Well, it wasn't a bad thing for Sui to level up, so it was all good. I was really thankful for Sui's presence, too. It not only ate our trash, it even cleaned the utensils and cookware and stuff. At first it ate the plate, too, but when I said to not eat the plate, and just eat the rest of the stuff I wanted to clean, it did as I said and cleaned the plate. Thanks to Sui, even the tough stains that were left on the frying pan had been scoured completely off. I've been using soap bought from my online supermarket to clean my cookware and utensils up until now, but that took quite a bit of water to wash away all the bubbles and foam. It was fine if there was a river or other sorts of water nearby, but if not, things got pretty tough. Thanks to Sui, that gets done with only a minimum of water. It even happily eats otherworld trash. Sui's a really good kid. Sui's favorite spot was inside the cloth shoulder bag that I got from the clothing store where I sold my suit in the capital of Riesiger, which I'd completely forgotten about until by now. Is it because it likes the spot? But because it's well behaved when he's in it. As for me, I was on Fel's back. Right now, we were in the middle of running through the forest. That said, I was fine because Fel had dropped the speed compared to before. Fel, the sun's gone down, so let's make camp around here for today. I called out to Fel and he gradually dropped the speed before coming to a gentle stop. I want meat. Yeah, we know. I gave Fel a lot of meat and had some myself with vegetables while Sui ate the otherworld trash that was left over. After dinner, I felt a sudden craving for something sweet. It really does happen sometimes. It just gotta be something sweet. Looking over my online supermarket, I found something that looked great. That dorayaki looks delicious. When Fel heard me whisper that, he slowly got up and came over. What looks delicious? I will not forgive you if you keep it to yourself. I get it. Wait. Is Fel okay with sweet... Right, that's a stupid question. There's no way he's bad with sweets after eating all those snack breads I got him. Sui was also jiggling like he wanted to try. 1 each should be fine for Sue and I, and 5 should be enough for Fel to get a taste. Thinking that I'd want tea if we were going to eat 7 dorayaki and some other Japanese sweets, I bought some green tea bags as well. I removed the wrapper from the dorayaki and put it in front of Fel on a plate. I also took the dorayaki out of its package for Sue, but I placed them both in front of it. As for me, I started boiling some water for the tea first. Man, dorayaki is good. Tea too. Japanese sweets really are best with green tea. Oh, this outer skin pairs well with the black insides. This is delicious. Just like I thought he would, Fel put down his share with a single gulp. Sui was also jiggling constantly like it was excited. I guess Sui liked it too. It even properly ate all the packaging. I feel a little guilty for eating sweets before bed, but there really is nothing more delicious. Crawling out of my futon, I found that Sui had woken up with me. Sui slept with me in the same futon. Sui must have liked it when we got into the futon with me on the first day, yet now when I go to sleep, it always crawls right in after me. Fel, who almost always woke up around the same time as I did, was already awake. He somehow seems different than usual. Hey, does your stomach ache or something? It does not. In the first place, I cannot get sick. That does not matter right now. Anyway, I have to tell you something. Val was acting really formal, or rather was speaking rather meekly, so I fixed my posture. Last night, the goddess of wind, Ninmir, passed an oracle down to me. Wait, what? Does that sort of thing always happen when you have a god's blessing? I asked Val, and apparently it did happen every once in a while. Val said that in his case, Ninmir appeared in his dreams. Ninmir's oracle was about you. What? Me? Thanks to Ninmir's magnanimous consideration, she had decided she would be okay with giving you her blessing. However, once a week you must offer unto her sweets from your world by putting it on an altar and praying. Why sweets from my world? No way. Did she start wanting to try some after seeing us travel and eat the snack breads and dorayaki I bought? No, there's no way that could be true. I mean, it's not that bad of a deal, to be completely honest. Just offer her some of the stuff you have. It probably wouldn't cost you very much. And you get the blessing. It's not that big a deal. Sorry, I was taking a drink of I got some sparkling ice waters. The one I'm drinking right now is orange mango. Hardly anything left of it now. This instance is due to Ninmir's mercy after hearing your wish for a blessing, but of course she cannot give you the same level of blessing as I have. However, if it is a god's blessing, small, she is able to grant it to you as long as you offer her sweets from your world once a week. Isn't this just because she wants to eat sweets? Goddess, what are you doing? I'm assuming that's what it is, but it's not that. You act like it's you have to offer her your firstborn child or something. It seems that with the god's blessing small, you do get the benefit of invalidating status ailments so long as it's not an extremely strong curse or an instant death effect, not to mention that it will become easier to activate magic. Huh? Really? Even if it doesn't work against instant death or strong curses, invalidating status ailments and improving the activation of magic is nothing but good. I shouldn't be looking a gift horse in the mouth, but is it really okay for me to receive a blessing? Excuse me. This is Ninmir's mercy. Take that to heart and accept it. Yes, sir. If I can get a god's blessing small, I'll offer sweets or prayer, whatever. To be able to invalidate status ailments and improve my magic, I'm nothing but grateful. Of course, if it means receiving a blessing, I'll offer gifts and pray, but if I have to offer the sweets on an altar and I don't have an altar, what do I do? I mean, we're in the middle of a journey, you know. I have to offer prayers once a week, but it's not like there's a neighboring neighborhood temple or anything like that. Anything will work as an altar. Speaking in extremes, you could even use that rock over there as an altar. The most important thing is to put your feelings into your prayer. Close your eyes and put your thankful feelings to the goddess Ninmir into your prayer. By doing so, your prayers will reach the goddess Ninmir. Oh, I see. Well, then let's get a head start and offer a prayer to Ninmir now. What to use as an altar? A cardboard box should do fine. That way there will always be one in my item box. Putting the offering inside a box that I hadn't flattened yet, I used it as an altar. There is something I forgot to tell you. Ninmir requests red bean buns, jam buns, and cream buns as her first offering. To use your oracle to order food, goddess, you sure know your stuff. I mean, to be fair, it's not like she can come down here and tell you herself. Actually, wait a minute. Maybe she can, and we just haven't gotten to that point yet. The gods must have been watching us at least starting from when we ate the sweetbread. Women go crazy for sweets. After all, even the women at work outright stated that sweet things go in a different stomach. Yeah, right, dude. Most likely she was wondering what she should do while watching us eat the bread, but the dorayaki yesterday broke her patience. I used my skill to buy the breads that the goddess requested, as well as coffee milk to go along with it. I placed them all into the cardboard box I was using as an altar. Rather than an offering, it's more like a tribute. Putting my hands together, I closed my eyes and prayed. O goddess of the wind, Ninmir, I am offering what you have requested, as well as coffee milk which goes well with it. Please grant unto me your blessing. I am humbly in your care. I think that's the... For a second, I thought that looked like a cardboard box for a microwave for a second there. Or is that the one for the stove? Whatever. I opened my eyes and found the offerings I had placed atop the cardboard altar gone. Whoa, they really disappeared. I wasn't sure how gods in this world worked, but it looks like she received it. Do I have a god's blessing now? I checked my status and... Blessings. Blessing of the goddess of wind, Ninmir, small. I now had a blessings entry at the end that told me I had the blessing of the goddess of the wind, Ninmir, small. I am forever thankful for this thy blessing. O goddess, thank you, O great Ninmir. Next time, I'll offer dorayaki as tribute. Woo! Got me a god's blessing, small. How far am I recording? Okay, I'm still going. Yay, I don't have to edit my videos really because of this now. Yay! As long as no phone calls come in. I've been trying to find a slime in order to get to the bottom of Sui's level ups, but I had a thought. If the question is whether or not the food levels it up, why not just give it regular food and see what happens? Man, I've been so focused on having it clean up our trash, I've completely overlooked this simple experiment. I'm such an idiot. Thinking about it, Sui had no problems eating the dorayaki. It was par for the course, seeing as how Sui was a true omnivore that ate anything, though it would have been great if I'd realized it sooner. But it was such a normal way to do things that I'd gone right past it. That being the case, I decided to make a portion for Sui from today's meal as well, so I could test things. I'd save the trash I would have fed it, and we'll just give it to Sui tomorrow. First, I appraised Sui before I gave it food. Name Sui, age 8 days, race baby slime, level 10, HP 28, MP 27, attack 25, defense 28, agility 27, and skills nothing. Sui was already level 10? Its stats were all still really weak, but it was leveling up way too fast. I guess the rest will have to wait until after it eats. For today, I had already prepared something that went well with rice, so I was going to cook that, a miso roast pork bowl. I started making it yesterday with orc meat. Cut the orc meat thickly and pierce it several times with a fork to allow the flavor to seep in. Miso, sake, mirin, and sugar is what the miso marinade was made from. Put the orc meat in a Zoloc bag with this marinade and leave it to marinate. By the way, adding grated garlic or grated ginger to this mixture to your taste is also nice. I had it in my item box so time wouldn't pass, but before I put it in, I let it sit for around 2 hours to let the flavor sink in. Before I cook the meat, I should make the rice, so I do that with the usual clay pot. And this is important, the cabbage to be laid under the meat. Having this will add a refreshing element to the richness and heaviness of the miso flavor. The cabbage must be chopped finely, though having the occasional thick one will add to its charm. Cook the main part of the dish, the orc, in the frying pan. Miso burns easily, so be careful. Once the rice is finished, put it in a bowl and put the finely chopped cabbage on top of it. Then once the meat is cooked, cut into easy-to-eat pieces, place the miso roasted orc on top and it's finished. For Fel, prepare a deep dish rather than a bowl. Fel, Sui, food. Oh, what a smell to whet the appetite. Whet his appetite? Isn't Fel's appetite always at full blast? Just like always, Fel bit into it with huge chomps. Sui, you can eat this for today as well, but you can't eat the bowl, got it? After I said that, Sui jiggled a bit, and then enveloped the bowl. I started eating as well. Orc meat is delicious as usual. Why is it so good? This other world really is a wonder. The miso seeped in well. This dish is well done. Eating some meat and cabbage with rice all at once is the best. More. Make it with extra meat. Yeah, of course you'd want meat. I made another miso roast pork bowl, extra meat, for Fel and gave it to him. Sui also looked like it wanted more, so I obliged it. I seen the miso roast was popular with both of them. Putting in grated garlic and ginger, using honey instead of sugar, or putting in shiokoji all seemed like fun ways to enhance the taste, so let's make this again later. I sliced the orc meat thickly this time, but cutting it thin also seemed like it would be good. Right, let's prepare some more miso marinade. Now then, let's see what's up with Sui's stats since it's eaten. I appraised Sui as it swayed back and forth, evidently satisfied. Name Sui, age 8 days, race baby slime, level 10, HP 28 plus 1, MP 27 plus 1, attack 25, defense 28 plus 1, agility 27, skills nothing. Oh, Sui's been buffed. In other words, food buffs stats for a period of time while what normally wasn't food raised levels. But who would benefit from this? In the first place, aren't slimes about the only things that could eat stuff that isn't considered food? In other words, it's for slimes? For just slimes to be able to level up as much as they like. What the heck? I don't really understand the system. In the first place, all the stuff was made from a different world, so rather than a system, didn't it just become this way after coming over to this world? Well, at any rate, it all just meant that Sui was the only one that could easily level up. It was still weak as hell right now, but I did want to level it up a lot by feeding it otherworld trash. Then it could contribute to assuring my safety along with Fel. Safety first, this is important. Stone bullet. A small pebble flew off with a whoosh and hit the tree that was the target hard. Hurrying to check the damage, I found out the trunk had been gouged by the rock, if only slightly. Awesome, I've gotten better. As always, I'd only managed to make one stone bullet, but the power and speed had increased. That was probably thanks to my blessing from the goddess of Ninmir Small. It was small, but it still did get work. Good work. Goddesses really can do anything. Right now, we were taking a small break to digest our last meal. I was using that time to practice earth magic. Right after eating, Fel said there is something I want to go check on, and went running off into the forest. He said he'd come right back and not to worry before putting a barrier up for Sue and I, so it's fine, though. Sui was jiggling at my feet. By the way, it was leveling up steadily. Sui's leveling up just from eating the trash from my world, after all, and was now level 13. I was really looking forward to seeing what level it would finally evolve. Now then, back to practicing earth magic. A normal person like me really does need to put in the work. Stone bullet. I continued practicing earth magic for a while. Whew, I'm tired. I used a little too much MP. I needed to practice, but it was troubling that using too much MP left me so exhausted. If only I had more MP. Well, it was no use lamenting what I didn't have. I should eat something sweet to help with the exhaustion. So I ordered a chocolate bar and some canned coffee from the online supermarket. The coffee was black. The combo between the chocolate and black coffee was greatly effective because of the contrast between sweet and bitter. While I was eating the chocolate, Sui wrapped itself around my leg. What? Do you want some too, Sui? Sui jiggled in response. I broke the bar in half and put it on Sui's tentacle and watched it go to town. The bar was instantly dissolved inside Sui's body. Sui seemed to like the chocolate, and it jiggled as if asking for more while rubbing against my leg. You're really good at begging for stuff, aren't you? It's so cute! Wait a bit. I got some more chocolate and gave the bar to Sui. It jiggled happily while eating. I was way too sweet on this slime. I couldn't help it, though. It was so cute how friendly it was. Still, though, Fel's late. He said he'd be back right away, but quite a while had passed since then. I wonder what he's doing. While I was resting leisurely with Sui to recover my MP, Fel finally came back. You're late, Fel. Did something happen? It is fine. There was nothing serious. Fel sniffed the air around Sui and I. What? You two, did you eat something delicious while I was away? Ugh, this is about the chocolate, isn't it? Is the smell of chocolate that distinctive? No, not really, I replied, and Fel stared at me hard. You cannot fool my nose, you know. Ah, damn it, he knows. Fenrir really do have a strong sense of smell. Not sure whether he's a dog or a wolf, but he's definitely in that family. It was a candy called chocolate. I was tired from practicing magic, and sweets are good for when you're tired. I am also a little tired from running. Give me some of that so-called chocolate. Tired? My ass. There's no way someone with nearly maxed out stacks like you would get tired just from running a little. It is unfair that only you and Sui got to eat it, but I do not. Ugh, he says it like that. Fine, I get it. Losing out to Fel's stare, I brought another chocolate bar for him. Sui was also looking at me like it wanted another. Sui doesn't actually have eyes, but it felt like that. So I bought another for Sui too. Here, this is chocolate. Peeling the wrappers off the chocolate, I handed it all over to Fel before he wolfed it down. This is my first time experiencing this taste. I do not hate it. Is that so? Wait, this guy just ate 10 bars of it. Won't he get cavities if he eats that much? Oh, right, he invalidates status ailments, so he won't. I was jealous for a second, but I also have a small blessing, so I won't get cavities either, right? Well, even if I wanted to eat sweets, I wouldn't eat nearly as much as Fel. By the way, Sui also happily ate the chocolate. I speak unto thee, for I am the goddess of the wind, Ninmir. Offer unto me a bar of chocolate right now. And do not forget to offer some dorayaki as well. A woman's voice reverberated in my head. Uh-oh! She wants the chocolate too! I was wondering if she was going to ask for it. It resembled having telepathic communications with Fel, but I could hear this voice more clearly. The voice said that she was Ninmir, but this is just begging for sweets, right? Is this really an oracle? It is. This is an oracle. Hurry up. What the heck is up with this demand? Goddess to use an oracle to beg for sweets? Is that okay? As a divine being, I shouldn't be saying this, but what a bad egg of a goddess. There is no dignity or anything in this. Shut up. Even gods need something to enjoy. Whoa, she laid her true intentions bare there. Really, what a hopeless goddess. Though I already thought she might be a disappointing goddess from the moment Fel told me he received an oracle to offer her sweets. Actually, couldn't she just use her privilege as a goddess to get stuff from my world herself? That way she wouldn't have to tell me to offer her sweets? Well, I've got the blessing, so I'll offer her sweets anyway. I bought some chocolate and dorayaki to offer to Ninmir. What? Are you giving me more? No, this isn't for you. I just received an oracle from the goddess Ninmir. She wants me to offer her chocolate and pray. Is that so? If it is an oracle from Ninmir, make sure you pray properly. I placed the chocolate and dorayaki onto the cardboard box altar and prayed. When I opened my eyes, the offerings were gone. Good job. What do you mean, good job? Where do you even learn an English phrase like that? You really are a disappointment of a goddess. Right, you have finished praying, no? Then we are moving. Hurry and get on. I get it, but are you in a hurry or something? No, not really. More importantly, how is your earth magic? Huh? Did he just change the subject? What's going on here? What's he doing? He had to leave. And now he's wanting you guys to go with him. Did he go and meet with the goddess? Or did he run into that dragon again that he was talking about? I still only get 1 stone out of it, but thanks to the goddess Ninmir's blessing, the power and speed has improved. Stone bullets should be a magic that shoots several pebbles. That you still only manage 1 is... can't help it, can I? It just doesn't happen that way. Like this, there really is no choice but to take you there. Fel whispered softly to himself. Did you say something? Nothing. Rather, get on already. Yeah, Sui's already in the bag, right? Okay, I'm good. Then we are off. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna keep going. Gossip, the disappointing goddess. The divine realm, the place where gods reside. The goddess of the wind, Ninmir, a beautiful woman with long silvery hair and deep clear blue eyes, truly fit a goddess image of divinity. Ninmir was in her own palace before a mirror pool that could view the world below, or even other worlds if she were to put her divine power into it. What? That isn't a red bean bun. It's something that I've only dreamed of. I saw humans enjoying that delicious treat when I first used my divine power to peek into another world named Earth. Seeing humans eating while saying it's delicious left a strong impression on me. I wondered just how it would taste. Red bean buns. All I knew about them was that they were sweet. I did not get many chances to eat sweets, so they interested me all the more. However, even if I could see other worlds with my divine power, I could not obtain items from them. They were other worlds in the end. Even between gods, there were rules. Even if one could view another's world, one could not interfere. This is why, no matter how much I desired a red bean bun, I thought I would never get to lay my hands on one. When I decided on a whim to check in on the Fenrir I gave a blessing to and made my servant, I found that he had formed a familiar contract with a human at some point. Wondering why he would do such a thing, I came to know that the human he formed a contract with was an otherworlder. Not only that, he was from Earth, and he even had a mysterious skill online supermarket. I somehow managed to figure out that it was a skill to summon ingredients and other things from his world. As soon as I learned that, I took an interest in the otherworlder and the Fenrir's journey and would check in from time to time, but to think that he could summon a red bean bun, and that number... I want to try one. But even though he was in my world, I could not lay a hand on him so easily. It would go against the god's discipline. However, red bean buns... I must be patient. But red bean buns... When I looked in on the lower world as usual, I found my blessed servant Fenrir eating a delicious sweet. What is that? The dorayaki? It's not fair. He even gets to eat red bean buns before. I want to try some too. Try some. I like sweets, but sweets were a limited delicacy in the world I presided over. For sweets, you could just about only pick between dried fruits and honey. And he is unfair. It's unfair. I also want to eat sweets. I know, dude. I know, girl. Fenrir was one that I had given my blessing to and made my servant. If he was my Fenrir's master, did it not follow that he should also pray and give me offerings? Yes, that was true. The otherworlder did say that he wanted a blessing, so giving him my blessing, small... or something should make it so he won't complain. I hurried to send Fenrir an oracle and to tell the other worlder to pray and give me an offering. Offerings to be made once a week, because the other gods might find out if it happens too often. There'll be trouble if they find out. My fellow goddesses of fire, water, and earth would tell me to hand over the sweets, and the gods of war and blacksmithing would demand otherworld alcohol. Oh, no! You don't need that! No! Not a good idea. No. People get cuckoo when they get alcohol in their system. No. It did seem as though the online supermarket could buy alcohol from his world as well. Of course they would gather here if they found out. Otherwise, they would attempt to give the otherworlder blessings themselves and obtain sweets and alcohol directly. I mean, they could do that. To be fair, they could. Because, I mean, you're doing it. Why couldn't they do the same thing? Hang on. If there's a god of war and blacksmithing, and there's ones for fire, water, and earth, as well as the wind, is there one for, there's not one, obviously ones for species ones, but what about light and holy? Is there a holy goddess, or is that the main one? If that happened, wouldn't my share decrease? Ugh, I need to be careful not to get found out. Not really, considering, I mean, all the stuff he gets isn't that expensive, and he's getting money from selling the stuff from his world, plus the carcasses of the monsters that Fel kills. So he's getting a decent bit of change. So, oh, Fenrir was telling the otherworlder of my oracle. As I thought, my offer of a blessing small worked. Red bean buns would be perfect as a first offering. I have also told him to offer the other buns, the jam and cream ones that they were eating at the time as well. Oh, he's already giving me an offering and a prayer. Now then... I used my divine power to transport the red bean jam and cream buns he had offered, as well as that drink he called coffee milk he offered along with them for some reason to the divine realm. Oh, so this is the red bean bun I've been dreaming of. And there's also a jam bun and cream bun. Now then, let's immediately try the red bean bun. It's delicious, it's delicious, delicious. So this black stuff was sweetly boiled beans. It's got this perfect amount of sweetness. To wrap these sweet buns in bread, the person who invented this red bean bun must have been a genius. Oh, poor thing. She liked it so much. Yeah. I'll try the drink the Otherworlder offered that he called coffee milk. Let's see. Stab this here. I see. This faintly bittersweet drink went well with the sweet buns. That Otherworlder had good taste. I commend him. Next was the jam bun. This jam bun is also delicious. Its red boiled fruit juice is sweet and sour and perfectly tasty. To wrap it in bread, the person who made this jam bread must also be a genius. I'm assuming all these people that made all this stuff are Japanese. So, yeah, you are praising the Japanese people. Tasty. It's so tasty. There was no more. I still wanted to eat, so I'd hate the cream bun next. This cream bun is also good. The sweetly distilled milk is thick and tastes great. The person who thought to wrap it in bread is also a genius. Tasty. Delicious. It's also good. The combination between this red bean bun, jam bun, cream bun, and coffee milk is the best. Huh? Crap, I ended up eating it all. Even though I was planning on savoring everything slowly, one by one, it was this food's fault for being so delicious. It really was delicious. But now all my enjoyment was gone. To think I had to wait until the next offering. I was about to cry, and then it was all because the sweets from the other world were so good. Okay, I think I'm going to end this one off here. I will see you guys in the next video. Wait, hold on. Okay. We're going to continue with Campfire Cooking in Another World. Chapter 6, Fell's Boot Camp. Fell suddenly stopped. Hey, what's wrong? Get off. If you tell me to get off, I will, but it's not time for food yet, I think. We're going to have a battle. Huh? Why all of a sudden? You became able to use fire magic through overcoming a real battle, did you not? Now it's time to train your earth magic. Now? You can't just decide that on your own. What are you thinking, deciding things on your own like that? I'm not doing it. No, you are. At this rate, who knows when you will ever obtain the earth magic skill. Rather than wasting time, it's better to succeed through a single battle. This method has been proven with your fire magic. Damn it, I'm working hard on that, you know? It's sad, though, that I wasn't getting much out of it. It happened with fire magic, so it wasn't like I didn't understand what Fel was talking about, but I just like him to not throw me into a huge village of goblins all of a sudden. Leaving aside whether or not I'll do it for now, what are you trying to make me do? That. When he said that, I looked in the direction that Fel indicated and found the entrance to a cave. What about the cave? It's not a simple cave, it's a dungeon. What? A dungeon? By dungeon, did he mean that kind of dungeon? Why was something like that here in this forest? It's still a young dungeon that has just been formed. Sometimes things like this occur naturally in places with thick base magic. Just as it sounded, base magic was the origin of all magic power. Magic was formed by taking in base magic and changing it to magic power. It was like I kind of understood, but not really. According to Fel, places with a high-ranking monster corpse, those with a magic stone, or with terrain that easily trapped and stored base magic sometimes gave birth to dungeons. Bringing a dungeon on me all of a sudden. You spew some pretty insane stuff. There's no way I'd be able to take down a dungeon. I'm not going in. It is not impossible. I investigated inside, and all you will find are weak monsters like slimes, horned rabbits, goblins, and kobolds. No way. No. From my point of view, they're plenty strong. Wait a minute. By investigated, does that mean he went inside? I thought Fel was late, but it turned out he was in a dungeon. It's a shallow dungeon with only 5 floors. Even a beginner like you should be fine. You may think 5 floors is shallow, but it's not from where I'm standing. In the first place, there's no way I'm going into a dungeon. Now then, let us go. Wait! There's no let us go here. Why are you trying to enter a dungeon like it's no big deal? I'm not entering. My God, why are you such a spineless coward? Fel, I'd appreciate it if you said cautious instead of spineless. I'm just on the careful side. It's too much to try and conquer a dungeon all of a sudden. What a smooth talker you are. If your way led to proper results, I would not say anything. However, it is not true that doing Is it not true that doing it your way, it would not be certain that you would have even obtained fire magic? That is true. Maybe. So now you understand what I say is correct. I will lay a barrier around you and Sui so there's no need to worry. Let us go. Val intended to drag me into the dungeon no matter what, did he? If that's the case, wait a little. If I have to go, then I'll need to prepare. It's your time to shine, online supermarket. My plan was to use ingredients from my world to boost my stats. I didn't want to get hurt, and dying was out of the question. I'd be entering a dungeon, which was basically an unknown world, so I needed to be even a little bit stronger. I haven't told you yet, Val, but eating otherworld food makes you stronger. What? I told Fel about how eating food bought with my skill from the other world raised one's stats for a limited time. I didn't understand it well, but I'd also explained that the type and amount of food changes which stats gets raised and for how long. Remember, I treated you to a feast from my world before? At that time you felt like you were overflowing with energy, right? Right, Fel? Your stats were raised so high back then, even I was surprised. Is that how it is? Fel also felt that eating food from my world improved his conditions. In other words, you intend to eat right now in order to raise your abilities. Exactly. I didn't have time to cook, so I bought mainly prepared side dishes from the online supermarket. Fried chicken, croquettes, minced cutlet, thick cut pork cutlet, yakitori, sweet and sour pork, deep fried horse mackerel, chirashi sushi, smoked salmon, marinade, potato salad, pizza, chow cream cake. I don't know how to pronounce it. Etc. I bought anything that caught my eye. I had no idea which one raised which stat, but for now I just tried a little of everything. That said, it would be impossible to eat everything, so I just ate a little of each one, and then let Fel finish off the rest. It was a bit sad to leave leftovers, but this was all Fel's fault anyway. I should have given some to Sue too. In addition to leveling up all the trash, he needs to raise his stats too. Add some drinks in and... Okay, this looks good. I lined up all the food I bought just now. It was a heap of otherworld food. I don't know which ones raises which stats, so I just bought a lot of it. But there's a limit to the size of my stomach, so I'll just eat a little of each so you guys can finish off the rest. I don't like leaving leftovers, but it's to go into the dungeon. Yes, I understand. Fel, my friend, I can see the drool on your mouth. Sui stopped vibrating in excitement. Right then, let's eat. I ate one bite and gave the rest to Fel. The packaging itself went to Sue. I forgot to tell you, but it seems eating stuff that isn't food levels you up, like this and this. Pointing at the plastic packaging and whatnot the food came in, I explained things to Fel. I see. If that is the case, then Sui gets to level up as much as it wants, no? Things from your world sure are mysterious. Mysterious? This stuff didn't happen back in my world either. It became like this when they came over to here. It's mysterious to me too. Rather, I'm the one who wants to know what kind of principle it is that is doing this stuff. Well, it's already pretty mysterious that I got teleported here in the first place, so I guess everything goes. I kept eating, while Sui kept leveled up by eating the containers and trash. It also slowly boosted its stats by eating some of the food as well. Fel was also digging into what I left for them. Woo! Sure ate. Last is dessert. Lastly, one bite each of a chow cream and a cake. The rest was enjoyed by Fel and Sue. No more. Now then, what's up with my stats? Name Makoto, Tsuyoshi Makoto. Age 27, job victim from another world, level 3. HP 110 plus 24. MP 110 plus 23. Attack 83 plus 19. Defense 82 plus 17. Agility 78 plus 16. Skill Appraisal. Item Box. Fire Magic. Familiars. Contracted Magic Beasts. Fenrir. Baby Slime. Unique Skill Online Supermarket. Blessings. Blessing of the Goddess of the Wind Ninja. Small. So about 20% up, eh? It would have been nice to have had larger buffs, but beggars can't be choosers. What about Fel and Sui? Appraising the two, I found that Fel managed about a 30% buff and Sui was now level 16 with a 20% buff, same as me. Just as you have said, my stats have gone up. It seemed Fel also used appraisal. The dungeon will be no problem like this. Let us go. It's no problem. Actually, it was a huge problem, but even if I said I'm not going at this point, Fel would just throw me in himself. I drew my short sword from my item box. I guess I just have to steal my heart and do it. Fel, make sure you put up that barrier. I wasn't being a wuss, I was just valuing my safety, that's all. Fel, Sui, and I entered the dungeon, and the first thing we encountered was a slime. While I was hesitating because I was taking good care of Sue... Huh? The slime slowly dissolved. What happened? Sui, that was a pretty nice attack there. Huh? Sui attacked? Rather, wow, no hesitation, even though you're both slimes. Sui shot acid at it. Sui gave a demonstration as Fel explained it. Acid shot out of Sue's tentacle like a water gun. It must have been quite strong. The rocket hit started smoking and melting. The heck is that high-powered attack, huh? Was Sui always that strong? To be able to launch an attack like this, Sui might already be a special individual. Special individual? Really? If Sue kept leveling up like this, just what kind of evolution would happen here? Well, there was nothing wrong with Sui being strong, though. The next one is here. You should defeat this one. I did as Fel said and hit the slime with my short sword. The slime was squished flat and it was absorbed into the ground after a while. Are there no dead bodies left in the dungeon? Yeah, dungeons are like living things that absorb mace magic to live. Those who enter the dungeon, whether they be monsters or humans, if they die, the dungeon will absorb them. So this world's dungeons are that type. I definitely don't want to die in a dungeon. Next, use your magic this time. I nodded and shot a fireball which hit a slime and exploded. Oh, I feel like that one was more powerful than usual. It must be an effect of the food. Sui and I continued defeating monster slimes as they gushed forward. Good, let's head to the next floor. The next one is horn rabbits. Be careful of their horns. Going down a level through what looked like a set of stairs, we were quickly set by horn rabbits. The sharp horns on their heads came flying like weapons. Whoa! I swung my short sword in the confusion, but it didn't turn into a fatal wound. Whoosh. Sui's acid shot dissolved it. Oh, well done, Sue. Sui happily jiggled when I praised it. More are coming, do not get careless. Right, this is a dungeon. Also, use your earth magic. If you refuse, you will never be able to obtain the skill. Right where it hurt. From then on, I used Stone Bullet to defeat the horn rabbits, but still in the end, it was only one pebble. Sui and Phil finished off the ones I couldn't kill with a spell. You are not improving like I thought you would. Of course, I wouldn't just get the skill immediately. Whoops, Stone Bullet. I hit a horn rabbit that jumped at me with a stone bullet. It really is still one pebble. Does that monster have to be stronger? I'm having a hard enough time now. What kind of ominous things are you letting out of your greedy mouth? Actually, why are these things attacking us with you here, Fel? They didn't come at us in the forest because you were too strong, right? Why does that not matter here? Usually Fel was too strong, probably, so no monsters even dared come close. They might approach if Fel erased his presence, but they all ran away as soon as they saw him. That's why we basically never met any monsters at all when traveling. Even so, inside a dungeon, even so-called small fries like slimes and horn rabbits came running even when Fel wasn't hiding anything. Monsters in the dungeon, you see, always view those who intrude on the dungeon as an enemy no matter how strong they are. Is that so? Dungeons are scary. I don't get why people would go at all when they know they'll be attacked. I'm never going into a dungeon again. Hey, stop spacing out. More are coming. Stone Bullet! I really shouldn't have come into this dungeon. We finally reached the next set of stairs down while defeating horn rabbits along the way. This floor is goblins. Goblins. I didn't want to remind it again of what happened last time. They are here. 3 goblins came running this way from the end of the passage. Fireball! The fireball hit and burned the goblins to a crisp. Did I not tell you to use your earth magic? No matter what you say, goblins are scary. If they come running at me all of a sudden like that, of course I'm going to react with the fire magic that I'm better at. The next ones are here. More? Not to mention there were more of them this time. Stone Bullet, Stone Bullet, Stone Bullet! My Stone Bullet, which only lost 1 pebble, didn't shave away their numbers at all, and all the goblins attacked me while alive and healthy. Go away! Stone Bullet, Stone Bullet, Stone Bullet! I shot more stone bullets, but one goblin still stubbornly clung to life, swinging his club at me. The nightmares returned, and Sui's acid attack gradually melted away the goblin's upper half. Thanks, Sui, you're strong. You're the best. I hugged Sui and rubbed my cheek on it. Oh, I want a Sui. Sui has way more guts than you do, huh? I've just been traumatized by goblins thanks to a certain someone. I had a rough time on this floor full of goblins, but I somehow managed to get through it with Sui's help. Now then to the next floor. Next is the 4th floor, huh? And after that is the 5th. I want to go back to the surface already. This floor has kobolds. There'll be more of them as well, so be careful. We proceeded cautiously after Fel's warning. They are coming. A group of dog-faced kobolds, barking and wolfing, bared their fangs and came running. What are these? No way, no way, no way, no way! Stop being a coward. You are fine. There is a barrier. Just calm down and shoot your earth magic. No. How the hell can I be calm like this? If you use your fire magic, I will leave you here. Fel's merciless words came right as I was about to fireball their evil little faces off. Fel, you brute, you devil! Damn it, I've got no choice but to keep shooting the hell out of those stone bullets. I became able to use a pretty good fireball, so there was no choice but to believe here. Stone bullet, stone bullet, stone bullet! The pebbles went flying with a whoosh. The 2 kobolds running at the front of the pack fell, but the ones behind kept coming with no damage at all, as fast as dogs. A kobold opened its mouth right in front of my eyes like it was going to bite me at any moment. I'm done! The moment I closed my eyes, because I was convinced I was going to die in this dungeon, clang! Something stopped the kobold's bite. Fearfully opening my eyes, I saw a foolish-looking kobold with its mouth stuck open, stopped by something hard and transparent. How many times have I told you it would be fine, as if mind barrier would be flimsy enough to be broken by a kobold? I get it. In my head, at least, but still, Fel's barriers were invisible, so the feeling of danger was no less real. It was so scary to be attacked by a kobold with such a violent face. Whew, calm down. Just as Fel said, this barrier was extremely durable, it seemed. It was truly scary to see a group of kobolds bearing down on you, but since I did have Fel's barrier, of course I was fine. Anyway, earth magic. I needed to shoot my heart out and get the skill, otherwise there wouldn't have been any point in coming into this dungeon. Right, let's do it. That's the spirit. More kobolds are coming. Stone bullet, stone bullet, stone bullet. I continued shooting at the kobolds without mercy. After defeating many kobolds, we finally reached the stairs down to the next floor. Haha. How's that, Val? My stone bullets become better. Now I can shoot 3 of them out, you know? You still have a ways to go. Do not get full of yourself over just 3 pebbles. Ugh, how harsh. The next floor is the last. It's just a huge cavern, and most likely there will be a lot of kobolds waiting for us. Keep that in mind as we descend. Nodding, I followed Fel and descended the stairs slowly. The bottom floor was a cavern shaped like a rounded dome, and just as Fel said, it was overflowing with kobolds. Isn't this too much? It certainly is a lot. There were not this many when I last came. There's a king in the back. A king? A superior species? That is correct. For now, you two should try to defeat it yourselves. You have a barrier, so there's no need to worry. I'll be here just in case. No. Don't try defeating it, me. Why do you keep saying these impossible things? Sui seems motivated. You should learn from it. I looked at Sui after hearing Fel's words. I had a tentacle out fully ready to fire acid. Sui? Why are you so motivated? Can my sweet Sui actually be a battle maniac? Compared to you, Sui is much braver, no? Now go, Fel said before pushing me. Wait, my staggering step toward them was the signal for all the kobolds to attack at once. Ah! Squirt, squirt, squirt. Sui was also crawling along at an amazing speed, shooting acid. Kobolds that were hit with the acid writhed in their death throes as they melted. Sui? When did Sui get this aggressive? In any other situation, I'd barf at this gruesome scene. Hey, you go too. Remember to use your earth magic. Fel pushed me again, and a huge number of kobolds bore down on me. Damn it! Stone bullet! Stone bullet! Stone bullet! I shot my stone bullets desperately. At any rate, just shoot, shoot, shoot. Shoot everything. I didn't want to just admit to Fel being right, but I became able to use stone bullet. All that was left was the kobold king, which was one size bigger than the rest. It was just standing back calmly before, but it must have been angered seeing its comrades die one after another as it bared its fangs and let out a cry. He's the last one. The kobold king howled as it hoisted its axe and came our way. Stone bullet, stone bullet, stone bullet! The stone bullets wrung out from the last of my power hit the kobold king. It bled, but it was not defeated. The kobold king kept coming with an angry expression and made it all the way to my side. Shit, out of MP. Fel, the rest is up to you. As I said that, a quivering Sui came between the kobold king and I. Right before I lost consciousness, Sui bathed the kobold king in a large amount of acid with a splurt. The kobold king didn't even have time to scream before it melted to the ground. Huh? What's with this ending? Did Sui just hog all the good parts? Sui! That was when I lost consciousness due to a lack of magic power. Splat. Splat. Was it slapping my face? Splat. Splat. What do you want? Dungeon! I jumped up. Sui was on my stomach looking worried with a tentacle out, so you were the one hitting my face. Sui, I'm alright. What about you? I'm fine. A young voice rang in my head. Whoa! Was that you just now? Yeah, it's me. This is telepathy, right? Fel did say that telepathy was possible between contracted monsters, masters, and familiars, so it's not that impossible for Sui to be using telepathy, but why now? Maybe he finally became able to use telepathy due to leveling up. I looked at Sui, who was currently jiggling away on my stomach. I remembered the fight with the Kobold King. In the end, Sui came between us and... Somehow Sui was super strong, though. Sui had definitely leveled up while fighting in the dungeon, right? I could remember his movement getting steadily sharper, too. He might have become able to use telepathy due to the fighting in the dungeon. I appraised Sui. Name Sui, age 14 days, race slime, level 7. So it went from a baby slime to a slime. And now they're level 7. HP 157, MP 151, attack 149, defense 152, agility 153, skills acid bullet. Sui, just when did you evolve? Sui not only leveled up, it even evolved from a baby slime to a slime. Not only that, it was already level 7 after evolving. There was even a skill. That's the acid bullet, right? The one where he shoots acid around? That's an extremely strong attack. I mean, it was shooting ridiculously strong acid. All the ones that got hit by that turned into gory mess that would basically be guaranteed to be rated R. R18, sorry. Actually, this just came to mind when I saw its stats, but wasn't Sui stronger than me? Hardly I checked my own stats. Name Makoto, Tsuyoshi Makoto. Age 27, job victim from another world. Level 7. HP 142, MP 141, Attack 123. Defense 122, Agility 118. Skills, Appraisal, Item Box, Fire Magic, Earth Magic, Familiars, Contracted Magic, Magic Beast, Fenrir, Slime. Unique skill, Online Supermarket, Blessings, Blessing of the Goddess of the Wind, Ninrir, Small. I'm weaker than Sui. But still, I leveled up to 7 now. I even had the Earth Magic skill. If I went through all this in the dungeon and still didn't have a level up to show for it, that would have definitely be a man crying here right now. But it was still sad. Sui's stats are better than mine. To be losing to Sui, who's only 14 days old. Just what was Sui? Fel did say it might be a special individual. Is this what a special individual is? Even so, I feel like its growth is extremely fast, and it's also just really strong. I mean, Sui's already a slime, and its acid bullet skill is way too strong, right? Looking at Sui, who was even now jiggling on my stomach, touching my face all over with its tentacles like there was something fun about it, I tried conversing with telepathy. Hey, are you a special individual? Dunno. Sui is Sui. Well, Sui is only 14 days old. Guess who wouldn't know? And there was nothing wrong with Sui being strong for the sake of its master's safety. Oh wait, I don't see Fel. Where is he? I looked around my surroundings but didn't see Fel at all. Hey, Sui, where's Fel? He said he was hungry and went somewhere, but he also said he'd come back soon. I see. Wait, Can Sui converse with Fel telepathically? Sui, can you talk? You can talk with Fel through telepathy, right? Yeah, I can. It looked like familiars could converse between themselves too. Fel must have returned to the wild temporarily because he was hungry and couldn't wait. After a while, Fel appeared out of the forest. So you're finally awake. Fel, I don't mind if you go back to the wild, but could you at least make it harder for me to tell? I can see the redness sticking all over your snout. You were not waking up, so I went out and got a snack because I was hungry. Yep, he went out and ate raw meat. The red around his mouth seemed raw as heck. However, the things you cook really are better. Make me something. Wait, didn't you just eat a whole bunch of raw meat? As if I could be satisfied by something other than your cooking. Is that so? But I've just woken up from being passed out. It is thanks to me you have safely learned earth magic. It would not be wrong to even treat me to food from your world, you know. Could you not beg for otherworldly food, please? It's true I've learned earth magic, but this dungeon was mega scary. I never want to go through this again. My stomach rumbled. It seemed like I'd been out for quite a while. I hate that it looks like I'm following Fel's orders, but I guess we should eat. What to make? An otherworld face like Fel was hoping for might make him lose control again, so it was definitely not happening. I was still sluggish from using all of my MPs, so something nourishing would be nice. What comes to my mind right away when thinking of something nourishing is the super nutritious egg, right? Eggs, huh? I hadn't had any recently, so that might be a good idea. Eggs, eggs, eggs. Let's make that. It can be done quickly, and I still have rockbird meat after all. With that decided, it was time for shopping. I bought eggs and dashi soy sauce. I already had mirin and sugar and eggs and onions as well, I think. Also, I need the all-important rice. Start off by thinly slicing the onions and cutting rockbird meat into large bite-sized chunks. Next, crack open an egg and lightly scramble it. Then after making a stock in the frying pan with water, dashi soy sauce, mirin, and sugar, beat over a fire. I find this step annoying, so I always end up using dashi soy sauce. Dashi soy sauce is super convenient. When the mixture starts to boil, throw in the onions and rockbird meat. Once the onions and rockbird meat are thoroughly heated, throw in half of the scrambled egg and cook over low heat. Once the egg is solidified, add in the rest of the scrambled egg and turn off the heat. After the residual heat has passed through the rest of the egg, the soft, boiled, gooey oyakodon is complete. All that's left is to heap it onto a bowl of freshly cooked rice. I tried to call Fel and Sui over, but they were already waiting, staring at the food. Here. I gave Fel an especially huge portion serving. Good. Saying that, Fel voraciously bit into the food. I gave Sui a more normal serving as well as the eggshells and onion skin. Master, it's good, Sui told me via telepathy. I see, that's good to hear. Petting Sui, I turned to my own meal. Yeah, I can turn out pretty good. More. Fel, my guy, you eat way too fast. Wait, how are you this hungry after eating raw meat? It couldn't be helped. I made more for Fel. Sui also looked like it wanted more, so another for it too. Man, my familiars sure eat a lot. During the post-meal break, I remembered something, so I talked to Fel about it. Ah, right. So you could speak with Sui through telepathy? Yes. Sui was talking with Uncle Fel. Uncle. Fel's an uncle. Sui must not be afraid of anything. Well, he's over 1,000, so Fel's more like a grandpa than an uncle, probably. Do not laugh, Sui. I have already told you not to call me uncle. Why not? Uncle Fel is Uncle Fel, right? Like I said, do not call me that. It's fine, isn't it? Sui's only 14 days old after all. Compared to that, you're an uncle, aren't you, Uncle Phil? Do not call me that. I will bite you. Sorry. If I am an uncle, then so are you. No. I am still 27. I am no uncle. Master is master. See? Sui says so too. Sui, listen here. Call me Fel. Do you understand? Fel faced Sui and said that in a growl. Uncle Fel is Uncle Fel? Sui started quivering minutely. What do you think you're doing? Don't make Sui cry. I hugged Sui, comforting it. Master. I comforted Sui as it quivered. Come on, don't cry. Sui's a strong child. Sui's strong. There. At any rate, I can't believe it. Growling like that over a name. Uncle Fel sure has a small heart, I said sarcastically. Growling in frustration, Fel turned away with a sullen, Mine heart is not small. I will allow Sui to be the only one to call me that. Fel lost to Sui. Sui, he's saying you can call him Uncle Fel. When I said that, Sui trembled happily. Thank you, Uncle Fel. Sui continued to jiggle happily. Ah, how lovely. Our Sui sure is cute. Let's see. 23 minutes. I'll continue. Whoop. Gossip. The goddess is captive to sweets from another world. I couldn't help but sigh. There was still time before the Otherworlder's next offering. Until then, there would be no sweets for me. The red bean jam and cream buns sure were tasty. The tastiness of the sweets from the Otherworld, Earth, exceeded my wildest dreams. They were so good. I ended up eating all of them on the first day. I should have told them to offer a little more at a time. If only the next offering could come right now. While I was waiting with anticipation for the next offering, I used the mirrored pool to peek in on the lower world as usual. What is that? What is that brown bar the Otherworlder summoned with his online supermarket? He said it was a sweet, right? Is that a sweet? It doesn't look like it. Wait, what? So that's a candy called chocolate. The familiar slime was begging for it. Those things could eat basically anything, so it was rare to see them beg for anything. Is it that delicious? I want some too! It was from the same world that made red bean, jam, and cream buns. There was no way it could be bad. That was what my instincts told me. Trust me, there's bad foods around. However, now is not the time for offerings, but I want to eat that chocolate. To hell with it, I'm a goddess. This much should be allowed. It's fine as long as no one notices. That's right, let's do that. I hurriedly sent an oracle to the Otherworld. I speak unto thee, for I am the goddess of the wind, Ninmir. Offer unto me a bar of chocolate right now. And do not forget to offer some dorayaki as well. At this point, I requested both the chocolate and the dorayaki they were enjoying so much before. The Otherworlder was surprised at my oracle. Is this really an oracle, he was asking? It is. This is an oracle. Hurry up. Goddess, to use an oracle to beg for sweets, is that okay as a divine being? Huh? Of course it's alright. Sweets reign supreme. I agree. There's no dignity or anything in this, huh? Damn Otherworlder running his mouth like that. Shut up. Even gods need something to enjoy. Stop quibbling and offer up the chocolate and dorayaki already. The Otherworlder summoned some chocolate and dorayaki from his online supermarket. He put the chocolate and dorayaki on the altar and was praying right away, wasn't he? Right now, wasn't he? Good. I'll just transport the chocolate and dorayaki here to the Divine Realm. The Otherworlder has done well. Good job. I learned from looking at Earth through this mirror pool that when someone does something good, they said this. Wow, so this is chocolate and dorayaki. Now then, first was the chocolate. The Otherworlder took off this wrapper before eating it, right? Okay, peel off the wrapper just like the Otherworlder did, and inside the wrapping is a brown bar I see, so they ate this. At the very least, this chocolate, however, smells nice. It's a sweet smell that I feel like I want to go on smelling forever. Now then, a bite. The brown bar split with a satisfying sound. Whoa, it melts in my mouth. It's sweet and has a very slight bitterness to it. What a unique taste. This is good. Too good. Nothing like this exists in my world. The one who invented this chocolate is a genius. I have to agree. The red bean, jam, and cream buns are way too delicious, and this chocolate is as well. No matter which sweet you choose, the deliciousness is out of this world. I wonder if the other world, Earth, is just crawling with sweet geniuses. Oh, it is. It is. I was nothing but jealous. If even one of these geniuses had been born in my world, the development of sweets would have taken a great leap. As of right now, with only dried fruits and pickled honey, it made me a little sad. Pickled honey? What the fuck does that taste like? It don't sound good. The chocolate was delicious. Next was the dorayaki. Wait, I can't. No. Otherwise, it'll just be a repeat of the first time. I'm gonna save this dorayaki and eat it tomorrow. The dorayaki. It looks so delicious. I forgot to tell the other world to offer larger amounts. I must tell him that in the next oracle. If I do that, there shouldn't be a problem if I eat the dorayaki now. Yeah, that's right. There should be a lot of offerings next time. Right, the dorayaki. It's delicious. This is the same sweetly boiled bean filling as the red bean bun, wasn't it? And it was sandwiched between something that seemed like bread, but was soft and gently sweet. Even though they were both sweet, it didn't make it taste too heavy at all. In fact, the balance was exquisite. The one who came up with this dorayaki is a genius. She's gonna say that about everybody. Once someone's eaten sweets from this other world, they'll never be able to eat any other sweet, huh? I've become a prisoner of the sweets from the other world, Earth. Oh, I'm excited. I can't wonder what kind of sweets I'll be able to eat next time. Okay, let's see. Chapter 7. I was taken to a forest with boss-class monsters in it. Uh-oh. While riding on Fel's back, I decided to ask him something that was on my mind. By the way, Suey was quietly sleeping in my shoulder bag. Hey, Fel, how long is it going to take us to get out of this forest? When I told Fel I wanted to go to either the kingdom of Ehrman or Leonhardt, he said that cutting through the forest would get us to the eastbound road faster. So I just went with him, but it's already been 3 weeks since we've entered the forest. Damn! It will still take some time because I am slowing down as per your orders. It would have been faster if I could go as fast as I liked, though. Ah, well, if that's the case, I'm happy to go slower. Going at Fel's speed was out of the question. If we went at that speed, I'd be thrown off. Even so, this is still faster than going through the roads you humans have made. Ah, is that so? This forest contains the territories of both the Orthrus and the Griffin. Due to that fact, the road the humans made takes a large detour around the area, and it takes a lot longer to travel. Huh? Have my ears gone bad? I feel like I just heard him say something I shouldn't have. He said Orthrus, right? He said Griffin, right? Wasn't the Orthrus that two-headed dog monster? And if I recall, griffins had the front half of an eagle and the back half of a lion, right? I thought back to the illustrations of the Orthrus and the Griffin from games and novels. Those are both boss-class monsters! Why are we even going through this forest if you know that this is the territory of both the Orthrus and the Griffin? Wouldn't it make sense to avoid this area like the plague if monsters like that exist? You are being annoying. Neither Orthruses nor Griffins are worthy to be mine enemies. I don't care if they're your enemies or not. It's an Orthrus and a Griffin. I remember telling you this before, but the only thing that can fight on equal grounds with me are beings on the same level as ancient dragons. Both Orthruses and Griffins fall short of that. Not to mention, these monsters know this fact. If any were to come and challenge me, they would have to be young and fearless. Wait a second. Wait, from the way you talk, it's almost as if there's more than one Orthrus and Griffin. What are you saying? Both the Orthrus and Griffin territories are also their breeding grounds. Of course there would be several. What? You should say these important things first. Of course, this wouldn't be an option if there were multiple boss class monsters around. Even if there were only one, normally the option would be right out. And there were several. No good. This is no good. Hey, let's avoid their territories, okay? Yeah, that way is best. For my sanity. Why must we avoid them? Of course we are going to keep going. Also, we are already deep in the Orthrus' territory. What? Say those things first. This is why I told you now. Really, just what are you afraid of? Saying that, Fel kept proceeding forward. I'm afraid for my safety! That's what I'm afraid of! I'm afraid of dying! I couldn't help but sigh. Well, it was Fel. I guess there was no helping it. He was too strong. So from Fel's point of view, neither Orthruses nor Griffins could even raise a fang against him. But for me, just thinking that I might meet an Orthrus or a Griffin made me want to piss my pants in fear. I mean, it's an Orthrus or a Griffin, you know. A wimp, you say. That's fine with me. Most people would be scared if they came face to face with one. The only ones who would be fine being near something like that would be strong ones like Fel. I continued to turn it over in my head. It might just be true that with Fel around, they wouldn't come attacking. But even still, I didn't even want to see them. And from what Fel said, we were already in Orthrus territory, too. Don't you dare come at Orthrus. It seemed that the Orthruses understood that Fel was stronger, or at least... but didn't Fel say that young Orthruses might come to challenge him? No, no way. Just stay quiet like that, like this, Orthrus. I could faintly hear a dog's barking. Woof. Woof. I think I hear the sound of dogs getting closer. Are they coming? The Orthruses? Ruff, ruff, ruff. A two-headed, violent-looking Orthrus with black fur burst from the branches and trees to stand before us. It was comparable to Fel in size, not to mention there were 5 of them. Fel? This is bad, so bad. It's an Orthrus. It is fine, they are not worth your fear. Goblins and kobolds were making him afraid! This would make him fall unconscious! No way, man. You say that, but there's 5 very dangerous looking reasons to be afraid right there. Why can't you appraise it and find out what it has? The one in the middle looked especially vicious. It was bearing its teeth with drool coming out and everything. Huh? Something seems weird. The one in the middle was growling and howling and looked like it had been trying to provoke Fel the entire time, but if anything, the other 4 looked like they were trying to dissuade the first one. So the one in the middle is an idiot that does not know fear, I see. Wait a second. It looks like Fel was accepting the provocation, I thought worriedly. Fel? Friend? Could you possibly be raring for a fight? You should take Sui and back up a little. Okay. Yes, of course, I'll be taking this opportunity to get anywhere safe. I hurried to get off of Fel's back and hid behind a tree. I peeked around the side of the tree to see Fel facing up against the Orthrus. What is with this super dangerous atmosphere? Do you understand what it means to oppose me? Just so you know, I cannot hold back. If you are prepared for death, come. After Fel said that, the Orthrus in the middle replied with a roar. Then after another loud and piercing bark, it jumped at Fel. In response, Fel did not even try to dodge. It simply swung down his right front paw in a large arc. Ah! The Orthrus yelped. At the same time that Fel slashed down his right front paw, sharp claws of light appeared and cut apart the Orthrus. What the heck is that? Was that a skill? It looked like an attack with some magic power mixed in. I thought back on Fel's status. Now that I think about it, I do recall a skill named Rending Claws. Scatter. In response to Fel's command, the remaining 4 Orthruses ran like scared bunnies, which makes sense because they were trying to stop the other one from being stupid. Hey, it is over now. At that statement, I came out fearfully while holding Sui and approaching Fel. At that point, Sui had already woken up from the fuss and was currently sitting worriedly in my arms. Uncle Fel sure is strong. Yeah, he sure is. Fel, what was that skill? Right, it is called Rending Claws. I put magic power into my claws and released it, creating a slashing attack to cut my enemies to pieces. To be that sharp with just one swing of a paw, that is too powerful a skill. I created the skill about 600 years ago. Fel, you don't have to make a smug face like that, you know. I thought exasperated. Even so, creating a skill yourself, you really are a huge cheater, although it's a bit late to be realizing this. Hey, will Sui be able to fight like Uncle Fel? Sui, you don't have any claws, so that might be impossible. But Sui, you have your own powerful skill, don't you? That acid-shooting acid bullet skill is super strong, you know. Really? Is Sui strong? Strong? Yeah, you're strong. You're number 1. I hugged Sui tight. The events just now were so savage. Oh, I'm being healed. That said, it was still smelling really raw around here. Hey, what do we do with this Orthrus? The corpse of the Orthrus that met its demise at the wrong end of Fel's rending claws was still here. This is awful. It's split apart from chest to hip. Orthruses taste bad. We cannot eat them. They taste bad? Fel, have you eaten an Orthrus before? I pondered this revelation in my head. He's the type that likes to try anything. I see. Everything I see. Normally, a person would never think of trying to eat one if they saw something like this. If I recall correctly, the hide and claws should be considered precious among humans. Oh, is that true? Well, I was pretty certain that if I brought this thing out, there'd be a commotion. And isn't there a chimera in my item box, too? I recalled. I'll have this Orthrus join the chimera and eternal sleep in my item box. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Peace really is the best. After that fight between Fel and the Orthrus, I was once again riding on Fel's back as he ran through the forest. The sun was just about to set, so I was thinking of camping out around here, but... Hey, is this area still in the Orthrus' territory? Yeah, I think it is. It'll be just a little further until we leave it. So we're still in their territory, huh? Is it okay to be camping here so carefreely? Concerned, I look around. Even if you worry about it, I do not think any more Orthruses will come. They should have learned just who was stronger in that last fight. Those 4 did. That doesn't mean they all did. Some of them could be stubborn. I guess that Orthrus that Fel killed was probably the strongest out of the bunch, and Fel slaughtered it easily with just one swing. Just as Fel said, they might not approach us anymore. Even so, I couldn't bring myself to calm down knowing that we were still in their territory. I'll need to make doubly sure Fel puts up a proper barrier around us. More importantly, when will you start cooking? Don't more importantly me, jeez. Make sure you put up a good barrier if we're still in their territory, okay? Master, Sui is also hungry. Sui, you're hungry? Okay, I'll make food. Hey, why is your attitude so different with Sui? I think the answer is obvious. I mean, Sui is just the cutest thing ever. I agree. Now then, let's leave the slightly sullen Fel alone and make food. I confirmed the contents of my item box to help me decide what to make. We had gone through a good chunk of the meat by now. Fel, how long until we're out of the forest? We're currently a little more than halfway through. In other words, since we took more than 3 weeks to get here, it should take about that time again. Still, more than 3 weeks to go. I think our stock should just barely hold. Well, in the worst case, I still have my online supermarket. I can always save a little meat by making rice bowls. If that was the case, I guess, I tried that meat that I haven't laid my hands on yet, and by that meat, I meant the black serpent. I mean, it's a snake. The old man of the Adventurers Guild did say that it was a high-class delicacy, so I think it should be fairly tasty. I've heard that snake tastes like chicken, so... I've been thinking like that, but every time I considered that it was a snake, I just couldn't bring it out. But still, when I actually ate orc meat, it was really good, so the black serpent should be the same way. Yeah, I should try the black serpent, and if it tastes like chicken, I should make that. Everyone's favorite. Karage. I think it's how you say it. Let me know if I'm saying it wrong, because a bunch of this stuff I've been saying wrong. Because I know some people have been leaving me, like, how to essentially pronounce it. Before cooking, I bought any ingredients I would need through the online supermarket. I believe I still have soy sauce and sake, but shaving garlic and ginger is too much work, so I'll buy some tubes of that. And I'll also need some flour, potato starch, and salad oil. I also have a frying pan and pot, but not a pot for frying food, so I'll need one of those. Right, now to cook. Cut the black serpent into large bite-sized pieces and make holes with a fork to allow the flavor to sink in. Put soy sauce, sake, and the grated garlic and ginger into a vinyl bag and shake it to mix the ingredients. Add the black serpent meat into the bag and massage the meat. Leave the meat alone for a while to allow the flavors to marinate. The holes in the meat make it easier for that to happen, but it will still take about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, cover a plate with kitchen paper and make sure to heat the oil as well. Right, it should be about time. Coat the black serpent meat in a mix of flour and potato starch, carefully shake off any excess coating, and fry. Fried black serpent? Like fried chicken? Good. They're fried to a nice light brown color. It looks exactly like chicken karage. Now I'm just worried about the taste. I won't be able to eat it if I think of it as a snake. Telling myself it was chicken, I popped one in my mouth. It's just plain good. That is unfair. Let me eat some too. It seemed Fel couldn't stand waiting and staring anymore, and he mercilessly ripped through the just fried batch of karage. Hey, wait! This is tasty. There is not enough. Give me more. I've just started frying them, you know. Wait a little, I complained, exasperated in my head. Suey wants to eat too. Yeah, you wait too. I'm frying them up now, so wait a bit. I kept frying and frying. As soon as they were done, both Fel and Suey ripped through them. I fry them and they're gone. Fry them and they're gone. It's an endless loop. Both of them eat way too much. When will this end? Actually, where's my share? Hey, leave some for me. It's been a while since I've had karage too. I fried new batches over and over again, and eventually Fel and Suey were finally satisfied. Yes, that was great. I would love to eat that again. Yeah, it was great. Suey also likes this. Want to eat again. That's nice, so karage is popular even here. Still, though, they only left 3 pieces for me. Sadly, I had to eat them as a sandwich. Damn it. Oh, wait, Fel, where is the Griffin's territory, roughly? I had forgotten because of the incident with the Orthreses. But the Griffin's territory was also in this forest. Their territory is a little further ahead. A little further, huh? Then we have some time. Hey, let's avoid their territory. Griffins were dangerous, too. Not only that, but Griffins could fly. We should obviously avoid them if we knew they were around. As I have said before, why must we? Because, Fel, I retorted internally, you're the only one who can say that. They are not worthy of fear. Not only that, but their territory is larger than the Orthreses. If we have come this far, we cannot just avoid them. What the heck? That's why I've been telling you over and over, say these kinds of things earlier. That's why I said it now. This guy's never going to get it. If we can't avoid them now, then it's basically decided that we're going to go through the Griffin's territory. I hate this. May we never see Griffins ever. Don't show yourselves, Griffins. It will be fine, even if you do not worry like that. I'm always maintaining a barrier around you and Suey, and we are not yet in the Griffin's territory anyway. Even if you say that, it's already decided we're going through there, right? The future looks bleak. How rare. Fel stopped moving as he muttered that. What is it? Looking in the same direction as Fel was, I saw light blue mushrooms growing at the base of a tree. Looking around, I found that there were several such trees with mushrooms growing. You see, these are called healing mushrooms, and are a rare strain of mushroom. It has been a while since I've seen one as well. Since healing mushrooms have healing in the name, does that mean that if you eat it, it will have an effect like a healing spell? Or maybe it's an ingredient in potions? I wondered. Since Fel was over 1,000 years old, and even he was saying it's been a while since he's seen one, it must have been pretty damn rare. I mean, considering you're probably now in the Griffin territory by this point, makes sense that they're rare, because no one's in their right mind is going to go into Griffin territory to gather them. These healing mushrooms have a fairly large effect even if you eat them raw. They even heal deep cuts or broken bones in a flash. What an amazing mushroom if even just eating it has that much of an effect. If they have that much of an effect, I'll take some. I got down from Fel's back to start picking healing mushrooms. When I did that, Suey crawled out of my bag. Something smells good. What smells good? Sui approached a healing mushroom. Hey, Master, this mushroom looks delicious. Can I eat it? Fel just said earlier that you could eat it, so it should be fine. Fel, this is edible, right? Yeah, it just has a healing effect, so there should be no particular problems with eating it. Sui, it's fine if you want to eat it, but just make sure to not eat too much. I want to keep some just in case of emergencies, after all. Yay! Sui started to happily absorb healing mushrooms. That is right, I remember now. These healing mushrooms are an ingredient for a medicine called an elixir. If I recall correctly, that elixir is a medicine that can heal any sickness. A sage that I met a long time ago told me that it can save a man from death's door and even extend their lifespan. There it is, the elixir, I thought excited. Elixirs are a precious hidden medicine, right? If the healing mushroom is one of the ingredients, that means it would be possible to make one as long as I have these, yeah? But getting the other ingredients must be ridiculously hard for sure. That's why it would be really hard to make one, probably. As for other ways to get them, wouldn't it just be something like finding one rarely in a treasure chest in a super hard dungeon? It was that way in games and novels. Well, leaving elixirs as impossible for now, it was still lucky to have found healing mushrooms here. Let's take a lot, mainly for my benefit. I mean, looking at my party right now, the one who seems like they need the healing most will be me, no matter what. From my point of view, Fel might have just been a glutton, but he was still strong enough to live up to his name as a legendary magic beast, and even Sui seemed like he might be a special slime, since he was so strong no one could ever mistake him for a small fry. I'm the only normal one, huh? I'd become able to use magic, so at the very least, I was getting stronger little by little, though. At any rate, all this just boiled down to me having Fel and Sui do their best while I just prepare for emergencies. While I was diligently harvesting healing mushrooms, Sui, who was absorbing more healing mushrooms next to me, started to shine a bluish white. Whoa, Sui? Master, Sui's body is shining for some reason. Sui, are you okay? Does it hurt? It doesn't. Sui's shining episode lasted for about a minute. Sui, do you feel anything weird? Nothing's wrong. Sui healthy. Saying that, Sui jumped up and down. Just what was that? It looked like it's fine, but for now I should appraise it just in case. Name Sui, age 21 days. Race Slime, level 17. HP 367, MP 361, attack 354, defense 357, agility 363, skills Acid Bullet, potion creation. Sui, so you're already level 17? It sure levels up quickly just because it's eating trash from my world every day. It's got a new skill. Potion creation. Huh? Hey, Fel! Sui's got a new potion creation skill, right? I had Fel confirm the skill since it can also use appraisal. Yes, it does. Most likely it's because it ate so many healing mushrooms. Huh? You can get a new skill just by doing that? It is probably only because Sui is a slime. A long time ago, I saw a slime that only ate metals evolve into a metal slime. It gained a hardening skill to go along with it. It is most likely something similar. So slimes change what they evolve into and what skills they gain based on what they eat? Potion creation isn't a bad skill. In fact, in my case, it's something I'm grateful for. Sui, you've done it! Sui is a good kid? Yes, Sui is the best kid. Yay! Yay! Sui is a good kid. Sui happily bounced all around me. Sui, I want to talk to you about something, so could you stop for a bit? I tried to stop Sui. What? Master? Sui stopped in front of me and started conversing telepathically. Sui, look, you've gained a new skill. It's called potion creation. Can you see it? Use it? Sui doesn't really understand, but Sui will try. Having said that, Sui groaned in effort as it tried to use its potion creation skill. Ah, Sui did it, Master! Sui did it! Really? Yes, this! Some droplets dripped out of Sui's outstretched tentacle. Oh, wait a second. I hurried and brought out a PET bottle from my item box. Put it in here. Sui's tentacles came close to the bottle. The bottle was slowly being filled with a transparent bluish liquid. Master, this is all Sui has made for now. I see, thanks. The stuff that Sui made, mostly likely potion liquid, filled half the PET bottle. It's really a potion? I tried smelling it, but I didn't really smell of anything. I tried appraising the transparent bluish liquid in the bottle. Sui's special high-grade potion. Huh? What? The heck is this? It says Sui's special here and high-grade potion here. Sui, please tell me. Sui, appraisal is telling me that this is Sui's special high-grade potion here. Do you know why? It's because Sui made it. Also because it is medicine that will make a lot of pain go away. I see. Can you make other medicines? Yeah, Sui can make a medicine that heals some pain and a medicine that heals only a little pain. So some pain means a mid-grade potion and a little pain means a low-grade potion, right? Next is figuring out just how much effect the middle, and low-grade potions have. Sui, do you know just how much of an effect your medicines have? The one that heals a lot of pain heals a lot of pain, and the one that heals some pain heals only some, and the one that only heals a little pain heals only a little pain. Right, I see. It's a mistake to ask Sui. I guess we can only figure it out by using it. That being said, Sui now had potion creation. Sui even had the acid bullet skill, so with this, it had got healing down pat as well. Wasn't Sui just crazy strong? I have lived a long time, but even I have never seen a slime that creates potions before. Even Fel, who was over 1,000 years old, hadn't seen one. You did say that Sui might be a special individual. There is no doubt that Sui is, but even so, Sui has very high intelligence for a slime. He truly is a special individual. If Fel's going that far, then Sui really must be special. Looking at Sui, I just can't think of slimes as easy prey anymore. Actually, who was it that decided slimes were small fry? When I looked over at Sui, as it jumped around, it went, "Master!" and jumped into my chest. Of course, I caught it safely. Sui sure is cute. I'm being healed. Wait, I have something I need to ask. Sui, how much high-grade potion can you make a day? Dunno. Yeah, that makes sense. Then for now, can you make enough of the same medicine as earlier to fill this? I showed him the half-full bottle of Sui's special high-grade potion. Yeah, got it. Sui made more of his potion. It didn't take too long before the PET bottle was full of it. It's filled, Sui, thanks. This is good. I got healing mushrooms as well as Sui's special high-grade potion now. As long as something ridiculous doesn't happen, I shouldn't be in danger of dying. I never would have thought that I'd get my hands on potions. Sui's so versatile. Hey, it's about time to go. Sorry. Sui, come here. Pulling Sui into my bag, I climbed on the fell's back. Now then, let us go. Oops. I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, let's see if we can finish Campfire Cooking in Another World, Volume 1 today. Okay, here we go. After dinner, Fel hang on, I don't even remember. Did I just hit play? Record? Yes, I did. Okay. I'm sorry. You know how my memory is, guys. Okay. After dinner, Fel reminded me of something important. By the way, have you remembered your offering to Ninrir? Crap, I completely forgot. You damn fool, go and do it now. Right. Fel was mad, but it had only been a week since the goddess used her oracle to beg for more. So I technically hadn't broken the promise. It still seemed like that disappointing goddess would complain, though. Well, it should be fine as long as I offer a little extra. Yeah, I think she'd be placated by that. I thought on what I should offer while paging through my online supermarket, though that goddess seemed to like she'd be okay with anything as long as it was sweet. What should I do? This section might be just perfect for getting that goddess into a good mood. I started scouring my way through the sweet section. They had quite a bit of variety. I guess for now, I'll just buy anything that stands out. First, this custard pudding and this cheesecake. I guess I should buy both the baked and rare cheesecakes. Other than that, I should get this cho cream and this roll cake, right? As well as this chocolate cake, Mont Blanc, and strawberry shortcake. And lastly, this pudding a la mode and tiramisu should do fine. All in all, 10 pieces. I ended up only getting Western sweets, but well, it would be fine. For that goddess, it's probably 100% A-okay. I have to agree on that one. That said, I never really looked through this sweets section, but they sure did have a nice selection. If I ever wanted sweets, I'd look through it again. Now then, let's check this out. A cardboard box appeared immediately, just like always. Taking out the sweets, I arranged them on the cardboard box altar. Goddess of the Wind, Ninrir, I know this is a little late. Please accept this offering. I am forever grateful for bestowing upon me your blessing. I place myself in your care. Thank you. I pray to give my offering tribute to Ninrir, the disappointing goddess. Oh, finally! Really, just how long were you going to make me wait? I beg your pardon. I was a little busy myself, you see. Do not lie to me. I know because I have been watching you from here in the Divine Realm. You simply forgot. She knew? I am very sorry. I'll be more careful from now on. Please forgive me. She's just taking the pride and go, you lied, don't lie to me, you forgot! I shall forgive you just this once, so make sure this never happens again. You were so late, I have lost count of how many times I was about to send you an oracle. If you were going to send me an oracle, why did you do it the first dang time? However, even I have my own situation to worry about, so I could not. I completely forgot because there wasn't any oracle begging for sweets, but apparently she had her own circumstances to deal with. I mean, to be fair, we don't even know what the frick she's having to deal with. Maybe the other gods are starting to get curious as to what the heck she's doing? Maybe? Oh my god, I hope the other gods get involved in this. That would be so fucking cool. Because Because, yeah, if I remember correctly, she said the blacksmith and the war gods would be begging for alcohol. And it'd be good if we could get some more blessings. These goddesses are always so sharp only when it comes to matters like these. They might find out if I were careless and sent too many oracles. Even I must pay the utmost attention. The other gods must not find out just yet. The goddess was mumbling something under her breath, apparently troubled. Goddess Ninrir, it is but a small token of apology, but today I offered you a large assortment of sweets. Please enjoy them. Saying that, I bowed my head. When I lifted it, the sweets that were on top of the cardboard box altar had all disappeared without a trace. This is... What the heck is a... She really is a disappointing goddess. Are not these all different kinds of sweets and this many? Guys, you're too excited. Yes, just like I said before, it's an expression of my apology. I did think it might be too much, but... What are you even saying? This is in no way too much. This is great. Offer this much next time as well. That is an order. Sure. Of course, this much was no problem. Goddess Ninrir, all these sweets are fresh, so even if you refrigerate them, they'll hold until tomorrow at the latest, so please eat them by then. I understand, however, I am a goddess, so both refrigeration and preserving them, though, through stopping time are no problem. I am going to enjoy one every day. Goddess? I can just imagine the goddess doing a small jig or something. I mean, yeah, she would be able to do that. She'd be able to stop time just as easily because she's a freaking goddess. Of course she'd be able to do something like that. Hang on. This is the first time I've had any kind of soda since I stopped having it like 2 weeks ago. Before you ask, it's a 0 sugar. And yes, it still has sweet artificial sweeteners in it. That's why I gave up the 0 sugars too. And my precious C4 energy drinks because they have sucralose in them. So, yeah, this is my first time having caffeine in 2 weeks. Let's see how this goes. Now then, I will be looking forward to the same amount next time. Do your best to not forget, as you wish. Yeah, you might want to set some kind of, try and keep track of that. Oh, yeah! He hadn't done that in how long was it? 3 weeks? Because they were stuck in the forest the whole time. Because I think the last time he did an offering was before they got into the forest with the griffins and the... whatever the other one was, I can't remember. Uthrases or something like that. But, yeah, it had been a few weeks. Okay. I'm so tired. It's so much for keeping up with this disappointment of a goddess. I had thought to go to sleep already, but I noticed both Fel and Sui staring in my direction. What's up, you two? Sui wants some too. Sui, please don't say that so miserably. That is right. Would it not be fine to share some with us? I mean, technically it'd probably be a good thing. But those were offerings for Ninrir. Also, we're just about to sleep, so no. Oh, master. Sui jiggled back and forth. It looked like Sui was trying to suppress its desire to eat because it told it no. Sui is way too cute. I caved you only get 3 each. Like I said, it's probably not a good idea to have sugar before bed. And I have to agree because, sugar before bed's 1, you're probably not going to be able to sleep well. 2, it's going to make you fat. It's going to make you fat. It's going to make you more fat. Yeah, because it'll essentially metabolize it into fat, and, well, that's not a good thing. 3 was probably a small amount for both Fel and Sui. Master, really? Yeah, but just like I said earlier, you only get 3. Yay! Sui jumped around happily. Hey, what about me? You'll get your share too, don't worry. Very well. I bought 1 of each of the desserts. Sui cheekily pointed out when it looked in my online supermarket. A chocolate cake, a strawberry shortcake, and a pudding a la mode. Pudding with ice cream. Pudding with ice cream? I can understand cake with ice cream, but pudding a la mode? Doesn't that seem a little much? But then again, cake with a la mode is a little much as well, but whatever. 3 pieces each for the 2 of them was probably very little, but the both of them enjoyed the desserts greatly. My familiars are way too gluttonous. The next day, we will be entering the Griffin's territory shortly. My heart skipped a beat at Fel's statement, so the Griffin's territory is finally here. Man, I don't want to go then. Make sure our barrier is properly in place, okay? I understand. Do not worry. That's not going to stop me from worrying, They were Griffins after all. We were in the Griffin's territory. So far, we had not caught sight of any Griffins. It would sure be nice if we got through the territory without meeting any. 3 days into the Griffin's territory. At last, a griffin showed itself. A single griffin landed before us with the flapping of his outstretched wings. In my case, I was so surprised I couldn't even speak. Seeing a griffin live in front of me almost had me wetting my pants. Oh, that would be annoying. I know he fell since you're riding on him. At any rate, the griffin was huge, with the front half of an eagle and the rear half of a lion. It was even bigger than Fell. Said large griffin suddenly bowed and lowered its head. Oh, great Fenrir, I have a request, the griffin intoned in halting speech. It talked? I had thought that the only beast that would be able to speak human language would have to be something on the same level as Fell, so I was surprised. Sui was capable of telepathy, but that was probably only because we were a bond of master and familiar, and it could communicate telepathically with Fell for much the same reason that they were both my familiars. Griffins can speak too? It is not able to speak human language because it is a griffin, alright. One simply has especially high intelligence. Ah, I see. The only ones that would be able to speak human language fluently would be something like me or an ancient dragon. Got it. Great Fenrir, correct human words speak only me. Then this is the only griffin that could speak? Leader of the pride to become trial with me, fight please. Did he just say he wanted to fight Fell as a trial to become the leader of his pride? Strong, great Fenrir, fight everyone, me acknowledge. Fighting with a strong Fenrir will get everyone to acknowledge it as their pride's leader. I'm assuming that's what it's saying. This griffin's got guts. Very well, I will be your opponent. However, I cannot hold back. Oh, be careful. I know. Sui and I fell back to safety. As I hopped off Fell's back, I said, don't kill him in his ear, but he only twitched a little and didn't respond. He said that he couldn't hold back. Will that griffin be okay? I used that if it really came down to it. Sui's special high-grade potion. I only had 1 bottle's worth, though. I was worried whether or not this much would be enough for a griffin of that size. Sui, can I get you to make some more high-grade potion? Sure. Just in case, I had Sui make another PED bottle's worth of special high-grade potion. Fell faced off with the griffin. Well then, here I come. Taking Fell's words as a signal to begin, the griffin opened its large wings and ascended into the sky, launching countless black arrow-like objects from on high. I'm assuming it's feathers? Fell dodged these projectiles like he was dancing. Looking closely at what the griffin had shot at Fell, I found that they were feathers. That's what I thought. They must have been extremely hard, as they had pounded a rock that was bigger than a volleyball into dust. Whoa, amazing. This time, Fell launched magic at the griffin that was still in the air. Is that wind magic? A small tornado manifested around the airborne griffin. The griffin was caught in the tornado and forced into a tailspin. Not only that, but it seemed like a tornado had blades in it. The magic itself seemed to me to be a higher version of the wind cutter spell. And the tornado was gradually stained red with the griffin's blood. Isn't that griffin in danger? Hey, Fell, you've gone too far. The tornado dissipated, and the griffin fell to the ground with a thud. I immediately rushed over to the griffin and splashed Sui's special high-grade potion onto it. I did say that I could not hold back. You did, but there's something called a limit, you know. What the hell was that tornado? Don't just go shooting off such cruel magic like that. The griffin opened its eyes. Hey, are you alright? Ah, my wounds. I sprinkled potion onto them so your wounds should be fine, but does it hurt anywhere? Humans' medicine expensive? You don't have to worry about that. More important, are you okay? The griffin's feathers, which used to be a pure white, were now completely stained a painful-looking blood red. I am fine, sorry. Whew, that's good. It looked like Sui's special high-grade potion worked perfectly. It was worth using 2 entire bottles of it. Lost, unable to do anything. The griffin hung its head sadly. It looked like the griffin didn't expect to be able to win against Fell, but also didn't think it would lose without putting up much of a fight. It is a boss-class griffin, after all. It should be a monster that was strong enough even by this world's standards. For Fell to win so completely with just a single spell, he really is just completely overpowered for this world. Huh? I realized it as I looked over at Fell. You didn't do nothing, you know. Look there. I pointed at a section near Fell's shoulder. There was a faint bit of red blood welling up out of the white silver fur. He probably got that from your first attack. It's only a scratch, but you managed to wound a legendary Fenrir. Isn't that right, Fell? I hate to admit it, but that's true. Having heard Fell's words, the griffin raised its head with a start. I did? To great Fenrir? The griffin suddenly raised a cry toward the sky. When I looked up, there were several tens of griffins heading this way. Whoa, what? Just one griffin was intimidating enough. Several tens of them would be crushing. Or rather, I was just ridiculously scared. The horde of griffins landed behind the griffin that fought Fell and lowered their heads. I, leader, acknowledged. Oh, I see. That's great. Great, Fell. Thank you very much. Sure, this kind of thing is nice. Human this, give. For some reason, the griffin plucked one of its own feathers and gave it to me. It is this thanks for healing him with a potion? Griffin feathers seem like they'd be an expensive item. I accepted it graciously. Also human, you next time here, not eat. Yeah, sure, if I should be happy or just scared, it just said they wouldn't eat me, so that means that griffins eat humans. There's no way I would come this way again after hearing that. Fel, let's hurry up and go. Agreed. Returning Sui to my bag, I climbed onto Fel again. In these situations, it was better to leave quickly, when a rowdy bunch of griffins. We are through the griffins' territory. Oh, finally! We didn't see any griffins other than the talking one that challenged Fel, but hearing that they ate humans had my teeth on edge the entire time. So I was understandably relieved to hear that we'd left their territory. How long until we're out of the forest? It should not be long now that we are this far. Probably around 3 days. Oh, finally out of the forest, huh? And then at long last we'll be in the kingdom of Leonhardt, at least I think. Fel, we're in the kingdom of Leonhardt after we get out of the forest, right? I do not know which country, however, this is the forest to go through when heading to the Eastern Ocean. Is East not our destination? If it is, we are fine. Leaving it on the Fel was a mistake. Judging from Fel's words, the forest we went through was part of a great wooded region that was at least partially considered part of the eastern region of Venan. So since we went into it from Venan's side, coming at the opposite end should have meant that we would be in Leonhardt, but I'll have to ask someone once we get out of the forest, huh? It would be nice if there was someone to ask. Let's stop here for the day. I told Fel when I noticed that the sun was setting. That's a good idea. I am hungry as well. Of course he is. We were almost out of the forest, and I had gotten fairly used to riding on Fel's back, so I agreed to Fel's request to go a little faster. Then I guess I should make something that fills people with energy. If that's the case, that seems perfect. I'm talking pork cutlets. Personally, I'd always eaten meat when I absolutely needed to succeed at something, and at these times, of course, pork cutlets are my meat of choice. I should still have some orc meat left. After looking through my item box, I found that I did, in fact, still have some orc meat left. Good, let's get Fel to do his best after eating some pork cutlet, but first I'll need to buy the rest of the ingredients, huh? I have salt and pepper, and also eggs. I have cooking oil, too. All I need is panko and flour. Oh, I also need to get cabbage and cutlet sauce. And pork cutlets need rice, don't they? I bought what I needed through my online supermarket. Now I had everything. First, steam the rice and mince the cabbage before washing it. From there, cut the orc meat into thick pieces and soften the meat with the back of the knife after cutting the muscle fibers. After lightly seasoning the orc meat with salt and pepper, coat with flour, and dust off any excess. Then coat the pieces with a layer of egg wash, then panko, and repeat the coating process again. Coating twice ensures the crispiness, so that was what I always make sure to do. All that is left is to cook both sides until they are a nice light brown. The cutlets make a nice crisp sound when cut into strips with the knife. Man, it looks good. Lay the pork cutlet on a bed of minced cabbage on a plate and the dish is complete. It's done. Fel and Sui came over instantly. Let's just pour on the cutlet sauce and here you go, guys. It's hot, so be careful. Right as I said that, Fel bit into the food anyway. Hot, hot. But it tastes good. Hot. Sui seemed to be fine with the heat and absorbed the entire thing all at once. Yeah, it's delicious. Yeah, pork cutlets are the best for motivation. I was happy too that the food got favorable reviews. Alright, let's eat. Oh, having pork cutlet after such a long time makes it taste even better. Next with rice. Pork cutlet combined with rice is unbeatable. I want some miso soup right now. If I remember right... There it is. Found it. I had indeed bought some instant miso soup, so I took it out and made it. Cutlet, rice, miso soup, cutlet, rice, miso soup, and then some cabbage for variety. Ah, delicious. Hey, seconds. Sui too. Sure. Pressured by Fel and Sui, I was forced to fry up a mountain of pork cutlets. I had thought that might be enough for another meal, but in the end, they ate all the orc meat I had left. Both Fel and Sui really are huge eaters. You would think Sui wouldn't be a huge eater, considering she's just a slime, but, I mean, wonder what will happen when she evolves. Sorry, he, she, I don't even know at this point. It's a slime. He's referring to it as a he, but we don't actually know. Fel raised to speed. I could see blue sky from gaps in the canopy now. Yes, we're out! We broke out of the forest into a wide plain. Finally, after a month and a half of travel, we had cleared the forest. Finally, we can say goodbye to this forest. Wait, when did you last do the offering? Has it been a week? It feels good to be in a big open space. Wait, where are we? Is there a road somewhere? Fel, you've been here before, right? Yeah. Is there a man-made road here near here? A road? There should be one a little further ahead. Then can you head for it? Why? Judging from what you've said, Fel, I think this should be Leonhardt, but I'd feel safer if we confirm that by asking somebody. Not to mention we're almost out of meat, so we'll need to go into town soon. Out of meat? And this is an emergency. A road, right? I'll head there immediately. So running out of meat really is a disaster, according to Fel. Technically, yeah, you might want to get him to go into the mountains and start getting some monster meat again. Just as Fel said, we found the road in no time. It would be nice if we could also find somebody to talk to along the way. While moving along the road on Fel's back, I saw a carriage far off in the distance. Ah, people! I could faintly hear voices cutting in and out. To be able to hear their voices from this far away, they must have been yelling quite loudly. It looks like the carriage is being attacked by thieves. Huh? Thieves? Fel, go save them. I'll make an extra special dinner for you. I offered that in the heat of the moment. All I could think of was that I needed to save them. Those words, do not forget them. Saying that, Fel raised his speed and charged toward the carriage. The carriage was already right ahead of us. The adventurers, probably hired as guards, were in front fighting against an ill-mannered looking group of men that anyone could tell were thieves at a glance. The thieves were more numerous and the adventurers were being pushed back. Cover your ears. I did as Fel said and covered my ears. Woo! Even through my hands, my body instinctively froze hearing Fel's howl. The adventurous thieves and thieves that heard Fel's howl unguarded were frozen absolutely stiff. Suey crawled out of my bag. Master, what happened? There were bad people around, so Uncle Fel punished them. Really? Suey wants to do it too. You do. Then can you shoot your acid bullet at the men there and those who are holding weapons? It would be better if the bullet is small. I want you to make it so they can't hold their weapons anymore. You might want to phrase that better, because making them not be able to hold their weapons anymore means taking off their fucking arms. You should just aim at their weapons. Okay. Sploosh, 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 sploosh. Ah! At these whose arms were hit by acid bullet cried out. No, that's not what he meant. He meant to get rid of their weapons. I assume. It seems like Suey's acid bullet had leveled up or something. Suey wasn't just shooting acid like a water gun. It was more like a high-speed jet of acid, almost like a beam. You thieves, if you move one step, I will eat you whole. If you understand, throw away your weapons. The thieves who weren't being attacked by Suey were turning blue in the face at the sight of Fel baring his fangs at them. They all threw down their weapons. Only the largest one among the thieves didn't listen to Fel and swung away with his axe. Don't go spewing your nonsense when you've just appeared out of nowhere. The man swung at me. I reflexively raised my arms to cover my head. And I opened my eyes because the impact never came. I found out the Axeman had been killed in such a grotesque way at the sight of his corpse made me want to barf. Blech. I really was about to throw up. Not only had he taken Fel's rending claws head on, but he was also hit with Suey's acid bullet. One can imagine what the body looked like. He deserved what he got for breaking the law like he did, but I'd never want to die like that. The thieves who had completely lost their will to fight after seeing how the Axeman died quietly left themselves be bound with rope. The ones who took care of that were the adventurers who had recovered from earlier. Since help had come relatively quickly, none of the adventurers were seriously hurt. Thank goodness. After that task was done, a male adventurer and a merchant that was in the carriage approached me. My name is Lambert, and I am a merchant from the town of Carolina in northwest Leonhardt. Thanks to you, all of us and my goods are safe. Thank you so much for saving us. The one who said that and bowed deeply was a well-mannered old man who looked from his build to be in his mid-40s. I'm the leader of the adventurers party that's guarding this merchant caravan, Phoenix. My name is Lars. Thanks for the help. The man who said that and bowed as well was taller than 180 centimeters and brawny with red hair. He looked like the very picture of an adventurer around the age of 30. Don't worry about it. We just happen to be passing by. My name is Makoto. So are those over there your familiars? Lambert asked while looking at Fel and Suey with a fearful tone in his voice. Yes, they are my familiars. It's fine. They won't harm any of you. When I said that, Lambert put on a relieved face. That familiar is a Fenrir, isn't it? So the rumors were true. Lars muttered under his breath while looking at Fel. The rumors have already spread this far? According to rumors in the wind, there's an adventurer with a Fenrir as his familiar. I thought it was just a tall tale and didn't pay it any mind, but... Well, normally you'd think that, right? But it's actually true. If the rumors had spread this far, then it would only be a matter of time until I was found out. Case in point, it looked like Lars knew with just one look at Fel. Just as I thought, Fel will be my biggest concern. Just by having him around, I'd have to worry about people butting into my business, won't I? I had heard that Leonhardt was a relatively free country that didn't promote prejudice, and I'd also heard from just some light research that the country was proactively gathering high-rank adventurers within its borders. That made me think, if they are aggressively recruiting high-rank adventurers, what about a super strong legendary beast? If possible, I'd like to hope for the best. Fel's a legendary beast and ridiculously strong, after all. My ideal would be to be able to freely move between Leonhardt and its ally, Ermin, whatever. I can only hope that happens. Well, at this point, I can't really stop, so whatever happens, happens. I had a feeling that no matter what came to pass, everything would turn out fine because of Fel's presence. I'd be crushed by anxiety otherwise. By the way, where are you all going? It's time for my 100% success rate conversation evasion skills. I'll never admit that Fel is a Fenrir. We were in the middle of returning to Carolina, so they're in the middle of returning to home base after our job, I see. We'll need to go to a town anyway, so I wonder if we can ride along. Fel, Suey, this place seems to be our goal. Leonhardt, so want to try going to Carolina, whatever? To procure meat, right? I am fine with that. Suey is fine too. Fel and Suey seem to be on board. To tell you the truth, Lambert, we just arrived at Leonhardt, so we're not really familiar with the area. If possible, can we join you guys on the road to Carolina? When I brought that up, Lambert happily agreed with a smile. It will be very reassuring to have you with us. It's us who want you to travel along. Like that, we set off toward our next goal, the town of Carolina. Okay. Extra. Makota's lazy weekend. They say TGIF, but to me, who had just barely finished his overtime work and was allowed to go home on Friday somehow, neither God nor thankfulness was anywhere on my mind. Well, I'm off tomorrow and the day after, so I guess it's better than being at a black company. It had been really busy lately, so I was only able to return as late as this by luck. But once it passes, there wouldn't be that much overtime anymore. The pay at my job was low, and when it got busy, it got really busy, so overtime and working during weekends was not unheard of. Still, I thought it was better than a black company, though, frankly, most people would probably consider it just short of being one. What, that you're almost like bankruptcy or something? I didn't even have time to eat while at work, so I was famished. At any rate, I need food first. Food. I hurried and changed out of my suit to casual room wear before heading to my small but easy to use, because I arranged it that way, kitchen. What should I make? I thought aloud as I looked in my fridge. I can't really work up the effort, so something quick and easy would be nice. I think I still have some frozen ground meat, right? And also potatoes and bell peppers. Okay, I've got it. I'll make Japanese-style curry, roasted ground meat, potatoes, and bell peppers. Peel the potatoes first, then remove the seeds from the bell peppers and cut both into thin strips. Yeah, the seeds are what makes it hot. As for the ground meat, there's just enough for the batch I'm making, so I'll use all of it. I'll usually keep the ground meat in the freezer, wrapped like a flatboard, and scored so that way when I need some, I can just snap off a section like a chocolate bar. Doing it this way is convenient because I can neatly measure out serving sizes and simply snap off what I need. Add oil to a heated frying pan and use it to heat the thinly cut potatoes until they turn clear. Once the potatoes have changed color, add in the bell peppers and continue cooking. While that is happening, defrost the ground meat in the microwave. Add the defrosted ground meat to the pan with the potatoes and bell peppers and cook while stirring and mixing the meat. Once the meat is cooked, add curry powder and mentsuyu while paying attention to how it tastes. Once the desired taste has been achieved, use salt and pepper for any final adjustments to flavor and the dish is complete. Once I take this bowl and fill it with rice I cooked this morning and heap a good amount of Japanese curry-flavored roasted ground meat, potatoes, and bell peppers on top, the Japanese curry-flavored roasted ground meat, potatoes, and bell peppers bowl is complete. That's a mouthful. Literally and figuratively. It's simple but looks really tasty. I took the bowl and the premium canned beer I'd recently became fond of and cheerfully sat down in my chair and turned on the laptop that was left in front of me on the table. While the laptop was starting up, I opened the can of beer and took a gulp. That's great. Yeah, this beer really is good. This was a great example of what is referred to as life's little luxuries. Next is a Japanese curry bowl. So good. The flavor of Japanese curry goes great with rice. The texture of the crisp potatoes is such a great contrast, too. I was hungry, so I ate pretty fast. Good, the laptop's up now. First is Eon. I opened the site of the online supermarket I'd totally become a regular of. Looking at the site while eating, I noticed a huge banner on the front page reading, "The Hokkaido Fair is now open." Oh, a Hokkaido Fair, huh? Let's see. The event was named Hokkaido Fair, and under that name, products from Hokkaido like seafood, meat, vegetables, and other goods were displayed. It was mysterious how every single item looked delicious in the light of a special promotional event. The ones that most caught my eye were the processed goods. Squid shiokara, huh? It looks like it'd be good on top of freshly made rice. Oh, and this looks good too. The other thing that caught my eye was a display of matsume pickles. They were only eaten around New Year's, but I liked them quite a bit. Of course, both of them would go great with rice, but they also seemed perfect as snacks to go along with alcohol. Being single, another attractive point was that the bottles had just the right amount in them. It's a bit expensive, but I just got paid, so I guess I'll get both. I'm playing right into their hands, aren't I thought, but they looked delicious, so I couldn't help it. I could just imagine stuffing my face with freshly made rice topped with squid shiokara and matsume pickles. I'm drooling just from thinking about it. Hold it in me, just until tomorrow. After that, I proceeded to buy a week's worth of food while looking through what was available. I also used up all my ground meat just now, so I'll need more. It's always convenient to have some. Right, it might be nice to buy some extra and pre-make some too. Hamburg steak patties too. Okay, let's do that. But then I added some ground mixed meat as well. Next is... looking through the meat section, I noticed that minced beef had gotten cheaper. Minced beef looks cheap. I guess I'll buy some. I put the minced beef in the cart without hesitation. On to frozen foods. I'm definitely buying frozen gyoza. I don't know what that is. I'd like to get some frozen udon too. And also some mixed vegetables. That stuff is pretty useful in most anything. So it'd be nice to stock up on. Oh, and some pilaf and Napolitan pasta for days when I don't feel like doing anything. I added the frozen food, which was basically made for a single people, into the cart. After that, I added several more things that caught my eye into the cart. This should be it for food. Was there anything else? Now that I think about it, I'm almost done with shampoo. I added in refills of the shampoo I usually buy. Right, this looks good. Let's check out. I clicked the checkout button on the page and specified what time I wanted it delivered so I could relax and sleep until around noon tomorrow. I ended up finishing the food while looking through Eon, so I guess I'll just take a bath. And after that, I'm gonna relax and read web novels while drinking beer. I feel refreshed. Zzz. Look. I retrieved a can of premium beer from the fridge and downed it. It was my second beer today. I usually don't drink this much. But circumstances were different because I didn't have to work tomorrow. And beer straight out of the bath really is delicious. With a beer in hand, I once again sat down in my old chair. Right, then this novel's first. I caught up all at once with this novel that I'd been reading since it started publication. Man, who would have guessed that turn of events? For one of the main character heroes' harem members to betray him and join the Demon King's harem, the author's really being brave. Well, at least I can rest assured that it's going to be interesting for a while, seeing how all this turns out. While talking to myself about what I thought of the novel I just read, I started looking around for the next one. Oh yeah, I need to catch up on this one too. Let's see. I started reading one about reincarnation into the Sengoku period that I've been hooked on recently. Most of these types of stories featured someone reincarnating as a historical figure from the Sengoku period, and then making big waves in either war or domestic politics. The reincarnated main character, or even the historical figure he replaced, were sometimes bland, and it was also fun that the historical figure usually was someone who committed seppuku earlier in their lives, or were otherwise similarly misfortunate. And in order to avoid that, the main character would have to use their cheat-level knowledge of modern science and historic events. Man, there's been more than 10 chapters since I last read this. Let's start now. After catching up to the novel, I took a huge swig of the beer. He sure is making full use of that modern technology, inventing saltpeter, and even cannons just to not die. Sure made my heart pound. These Sengoku-era reincarnation stories are always so good. Now then, what's next? I've only skimmed this one, right? This cliched otherworld cheat harem thing. Yeah, having a harem is a man's dream. It really does make people want to read it. I started reading the novel while sipping at my beer. Woo, finally caught up. It really lived up to its popularity. That was fun. Oh, wow, dude, having 10 girls in your harem is way too much. Your brain must have permanent residence in your dick for that to happen. Woo, I love this guy. Having only 5 in the harem really is just right. Well, it's not like I have a girlfriend either. I couldn't help but complain a little, seeing as I hadn't had a girlfriend in the past 3 years. I guess I'll go to sleep. After catching up on a week's worth of web novels, I went right to sleep. I wonder how long he had been reading for before he finally went to sleep. I sure slept. I was asleep right up until just about noon, which was perfect for a day without work. I freshened up a bit in the bathroom. I didn't have plans to go out today, so I was in a comfortable tracksuit. While I was spacing out watching TV because I had nothing I needed to do, the doorbell rang. Bing pong. Yes, coming. It's probably my order from Eon. Right on time. I opened the door and accepted the box. Opening the cardboard box, I checked its contents, the squid shiokara and matsume pickles that I bought on impulse after being hooked in by the Hokkaido fair were there too. This will be today's lunch. Yeah, I even already cooked rice before I slept. Excuse me. I diligently confirmed the contents of my order and stocked each in its proper place. Vegetables in the fridge and frozen foods in the freezer. As for the meat, I measured out portions, wrapped them, and froze them all in Ziploc bags. I should freeze the ground meat now, at least the portion that I'm not going to cook right away. Freezing the ground meat while it's still fresh is best after all. Wrap it in a bar shape, score the measured sections, and freeze it. That's all. Or that's that. Now I just need to make the food to leave in the fridge for later and I'm done. I need to make hamburger steak patties, right? And then, I did buy some minced beef on impulse because it was so cheap, so I guess I'll preserve that with ginger to make shigereni. Doing that will make a perfect rainy day side dish to go with rice. After that, I might as well make some pickles with shikonbu. Oh, before that, the rice. I need rice. I opened the rice cooker I had set to finish steaming at the rice at just about noon. The cooker spewed steam from the opening, and beyond that was white rice so fresh it was almost shiny. I just love freshly cooked rice. Oh, rice is always so dang good with food. I swear. I don't eat a lot of stuff with rice. Only like Mexican stuff really with rice. But I imagine rice would go good with just about anything. I know rice goes good with curry. I know that for a fact. Especially naan bread too. But yeah. I piled the fresh rice into a bowl and took it and the bottles of squid shiokara and matsume pickles to my favorite chair. Time to dig in. Put the squid shiokara on the fresh, fluffy rice first, and delicious! The meaty and well-textured squid with the mild but deep taste fit together perfectly with the rice. Just what I expected out of something they picked to sell at the Hokkaido fair. It was completely different from the squid shiokara I normally bought. The price was a little higher, but there was nothing to complain about with the taste. I thoroughly enjoyed the squid shiokara with the first bowl of rice. Next is this. After the squid shiokara, I tried the matsume pickles. I put it on the rice as well and took a bite. This is good too. The pickling juice was made out of a mixture of cayenne peppers and salty sweet soy sauce, and added to that was the umami of seaweed and cuttlefish, along with the great texture of large herring roe. Oh man, this is bad. I ate that way too fast. Eating of large bites, I had already downed a second bowl. Okay, I think it's enough, dude. I think that's enough food. I think that one bowl would have been enough for me. Woo, that was delicious. Sipping on cold tea, I let out a sigh of satisfaction, so I'm definitely having squid shiokara and matsume pickles as snacks with my alcohol for a while. Oh, putting the squid shiokara on buttered baked potatoes would be good too. Okay, let's make that for tonight's alcohol snack. Now then, I finished lunch, so I should go do the laundry now. After that, the hamburger patties and stuff. Good, the patties are done. Next is the ginger pickled beef. I got the patties individually, put them in a Ziploc bag, and put them in the freezer. Only one of them went into the fridge because I was going to eat it that night. Next up was the shigereni I was going to make out of the minced beef I bought cheaply on impulse. What I was going to make would both serve as a good side with rice or as filling in rice balls. And most importantly, it would be easy to make. I only needed one frying pan to make it. First, add sesame oil to a preheated frying pan and briefly cook the minced beef just until it starts to change color. Regular salad oil works as well, so I prefer sesame oil. It helps produce a more enticing aroma. Next, add water, soy sauce, mirin, cooking sake, sugar, and some ginger paste from a tube, and reduce while scooping out any lye that appears. Once all the juices have been evaporated, the shigereni is finished. Shigereni. Raw ginger has more flavor, but for my purposes, tubed ginger paste is perfectly fine. Once the beef cools, put it in a lidded container before storing in the fridge. Letting it sit for a while will allow the flavors to ripen more. Eating it as is fine, but adding white sesame just before eating is nice as well. The last preserve I needed to make is pickles made with shikonbu. Doing so is super simple. Cut the cucumber into thin discs before tossing the cucumber into a vinyl bag with some shikonbu. I am going to mispronounce so much stuff. I'm sorry, guys. Then shake the bag well to mix the cucumbers and shikonbu together. Leaving it like this for about 30 minutes will complete the dish. Eating it as is fine, but adding in a little sesame oil at the end is also delicious. If the vinyl bag is a Ziploc bag, it's possible to be stored as it is immediately, so I recommend it. Right, now I'm fully prepared for the week. Oh wow, it's this late already? Time sure flew while I was doing chores. The world outside my window had already started going dark. I guess I'll make dinner. And of course, today's menu is hamburger steak. I took out the portion of hamburger patty I left in the fridge and cooked it. Yeah, this kind of thing is perfect for making at home, especially with faux demi-glace sauce. Homemade hamburger steak pairs exceptionally well with homemade faux demi-glace sauce made with ketchup and Worcestershire sauce. The sauce also pairs well with rice, and this really is the go-to sauce for homemade hamburger steak. Today I decided to accompany the meat with broccoli and warm vegetables that I heated in the microwave with red paprika. Using an easy and convenient microwave cooking container I bought at a 100-yen shop, making the dish was as easy as washing the vegetables, cutting them, and throwing them in for a while. Thanks to the container, I started to eat warm vegetables more. The vegetables retained more nutrients than if I boiled or roasted them, so the easy and convenient container was a really good purchase for me as a single guy. Wow, that was good. Now then, let's watch that movie I had recorded before. The movie had become a hot topic because it was the first time it was broadcast over the air. It was an action movie that was made from an American comic, I heard, so it sounded quite interesting. American comic. Marvel? Before that, I needed to head to the kitchen to prepare some beer and snacks. Of course, I was going to prepare buttered baked potato with squid shiokara on top. You would eat that, a baked potato as a snack? Where Japanese people are weird. Then again, everybody's weird, but this is just, it's just weird to me. Because when I think of a snack, I think of like maybe fruit, chips, pretzels, something like that. Not like a baked potato. I'm sorry, I'm probably insulting anybody who listens to this from Japan. I'm sorry. It's just weird to me is all. Well, I'm sure what we do in America is probably weird to you too, but still. After washing the potato, leave the skin on and wrap it with cling wrap film before tossing it in the microwave. Make a deep slice in the center while the potato is still hot. Insert butter and squid shiokara and the dish is done. Retrieving some premium beer from the fridge, I took the potato and sat down. Nice. And play. I took a bite out of the buttered potato with squid shiokara. Ugh, oh man, this is great. The fluffiness of the buttered potato and the saltiness of the squid shiokara mixed together for the perfect combo. I washed down the salty flavor with a gulp of beer. The opening credits of the movie began to roll. Oh, it started. I watched the movie with good beer in one hand and a good snack in the other. It was slight, but I enjoyed this luxurious time as the night rolled on. I slept well today, too. Waking up at a time that couldn't be quite called morning, I stepped into the washroom and freshened up. I was in a tracksuit today as well. I finished all my chores yesterday, so today I can just relax and hang around on the internet all day, huh? Oh, before that, I need food. It's close to noon, so it's brunch time. What to do? Right. I'll make udon. I'll use the frozen udon I brought from Eon yesterday. First, make the udon broth by mixing water, metsuyu, and granular dashi in a pot and bring it to a boil. While it's being done, defrost the frozen udon in the microwave. Put the defrosted udon in the pot with the boiling udon broth, and after letting the two simmer together for a while, serve it in a bowl. And here comes the ginger pickled beef I made yesterday. Put some in the center as a topping and sprinkle some white sesame around. And there it is, udon Mukoda style. I brought the udon and a bottle of tea with me to my favorite old seat. Starting up the laptop, I slurped on udon while browsing web novels. Let's see. I was searching for interesting-looking novels by browsing through the ranking charts. I found one just as I finished my bowl of udon. Oh, this one looks good. It was finished, and I hadn't read it yet, not to mention the premise sounds really interesting. I started reading from the first page. Quiet clicks of the mouse resounded in the otherwise quiet room. I'm sure he misses doing all this. Whew, I finished it. That was pretty good. I ended up finishing the series in one sitting! Oh my god! I don't think I've ever done that. I've read books, like, late into the night before. But that was only one book. I don't think I'd be able to read an entire series in one go. It was an otherworld teleportation story where the main character uses cheats to live an unfucking-strong life. It was as cliched as you might expect, but it was good. Teleporting to another world, huh? Even I had a phase where I would have wanted to go to another world if that would be overpowered there, yeah? But right now, I wouldn't be able to work up the will to be excited about it. I mean, modern Japan is very convenient. I wouldn't be able to throw away this lifestyle. Living this comfortably, even though I haven't put one foot outside this room for the past 2 days, is honestly the best. Being in my own home is really as good as it gets. And he ends up in another world anyway, but still. Recently, spending my days off like this has been my routine. I could never throw away this comfortable lifestyle. Well, it's not like teleporting to another world is even possible. You say that now, but it ends up happening to you. More than thinking about unrealistic things like that, I need to focus on earning enough to maintain my current lifestyle. I need to try hard at work out tomorrow. So I thought, but who would have imagined that the next day I'd be going to another world? Oh, it was the next day that this happened. Okay. And the afterword. Okay. So this is going to be it for this book. I will start on the next book either today or possibly tomorrow. I'm not sure. Obviously, I'm going to get this uploaded today, and the reactions will either come today and or tomorrow too, obviously. But as long as I make sure the one I'm supposed to upload today happens, I can probably do the other one too. Anyway, I'll see you guys in the next video.